Chapter 1, well, this is unusual. Phew, quite cold outside. Perfect for the next adventure. A young dark-haired man stated. He was rubbing his itching eyes, seemingly just woken up. He had only a grey bathrobe on. A large part of his chest was apparent, and he didn't care. He appeared to be quite leisurely, lazy, and simply living the life. He also appeared to be healthy with a well-defined and maintained body, and his smile could tell anyone of his satisfaction with his life, so one has to wonder what led to his next course of action. He wasn't too handsome but handsome nonetheless, let's say he lies in the average line of handsomeness though his healthy and strong body gives him a few more points. He took one last glance at the window before going to wear his clothes. There really wasn't much to see outside, just a small town, cars, and pickup trucks passing by from time to time. However, there was a bit of beauty apparent far away, green hills and grey rocks in the far distance, that was his goal. He wore his clothes which consists of a black sports suit and a grey coat, quite the inconsistent clothing but he cared for none of that now. He picked up his large duffel bag before heading downstairs. He handed the hotel receptionist the room key before getting into his car. He also has a pickup truck, a black Ram 3500 to be specific, simple and nice. He placed his bag in it then set out. The way there felt nothing but boring. The beauty of nature kept that from happening, and the scenery only got better the closer he got to his destination. A dramatic scenery. He made sure to drive far away to an isolated place, right in the coastline, at one of the most dangerous cliffs in the world. The man exited his truck already feeling the coldness of the air and the heavy wind that's especially dangerous if one's too close to the edge. Like he was. He glanced at the waves colliding with the rocks far down the cliff, and the ocean going as far as the eyes can see. The beauty of nature is something he will never get bored of. The man walked back to his car with a smile of excitement apparent on his face. He was in his late 20s yet his expression was that of a child looking forward to unpacking his Christmas gift. The difference is that his Christmas gift is strange, too bizarre. He took off his coat and even went as far as taking off the upper part of his sports suit leaving only the sports pants on. He then took off his shoes and placed all of his stuff in his truck before rubbing his hands together and walking towards the cliff edge. I wonder if it'll be like last time or something different. Something more exciting. I missed this. Well, it was my fault, my last adventure was too dangerous leaving me with broken legs. Now that I think about it, this is even more dangerous, perhaps I'll even die. His bright brown eyes shone more than ever as he spoke to himself. It was as if he truly believed he will live through it. His goal was obvious. What was going through his head wasn't known because before him is a jump almost nearing the 100 meters mark, that's certain death. However, his goal doesn't seem to be suicide, and he doesn't seem to be that crazy. Phew, no reason to wait any further, just jump. And indeed he jumped without even a sliver of hesitation, and his scream sounded right after, one of excitement and happiness as he fell to what can presume to be his death. Wait, what? This is new. However, something different happened this time, something he had never witnessed as he muttered to himself. A bright light that formed into a large bright whirlwind formed far beneath him, and he didn't get to wonder much about it as he fell right through it. All that the man witnessed after that is an even brighter light, a white from all directions that seems to go for only a few seconds. The man didn't seem to be too worried as he thought in his mind, did I die? Well, that's a surprise, but what about the light before? He didn't dwell much on that thought nor did he get time to as he muttered one last thing before disappearing, well, whatever happens, happens. And this? His words came to a halt as he found himself in a dark alley. The stench was bad and he could see puddles of, well, disgusting things all around. What's happening? And what just happened? The man was certainly confused but also strangely calm as if what happened isn't the most bizarre thing he's ever witnessed. He started observing his surroundings, noticing it was incredibly dark. It was night and there were very few lights around. Moreover, he had only his sports pants on, and he was barefooted, those weren't exactly good circumstances. He wasn't bothered by that, in fact, he was smiling as he thought to himself, fucking exciting, an adventure I didn't expect. Now I just have to solve the mystery. He started walking through the alleyways, not that bothered by the disgusting stench. He noticed a few beggars around and the deeper he got the more there were. He continued until he reached what looks like an abandoned warehouse. Its state was quite poor, so the poor chose to take it from themselves. It was indeed filled with beggars. The man knew he needs to get information about his location first, so chose the easiest way to get them. One of the used newspapers around the trash. He opened the newspaper and took a close look at it, specifically anything that can insinuate his location. Gotham. Various expressions surfaced on his face until he simply let it all out, ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. He was laughing like a maniac, and he would have continued to do so if not for the timely interruption of one of the homeless. Buddy. Have you gone crazy? You look better than most of us, did the wife throw you out of the house or something? Indeed, it honestly feels like the whole world has thrown me out, though I'm thankful for that. He recovered his normal cheerful self and responded. Ah? The wife was that much of a nuisance, hey? Anyway, you're welcome here until you get your shit back together. I'm Ralph, by the way. The homeless man said, too used to cases such as these. The homeless man also got his answer on the reason behind all the scars all over the man's body. Perhaps the wife beats him up, quite roughly at that. Well, I guess thank you for having me, and I'm Ian, just Ian. 2. A Night with the Homeless in Gotham. Chapter 2, A Night with the Homeless in Gotham. Well, I guess thank you for having me, and I'm Ian, just Ian. Ralph took a bite from the apple in his hand before lifting it and saying, want a bite? Nah, I'm not hungry, not yet at least. Well, this is your first lesson, be an opportunist. Take every opportunity before you, no matter how small. That bite of apple could save your day someday. I will also give you some extra advice if you stay here. Never ever argue with anyone, be a good boy. We have nothing to lose and everything to gain, so we can really do anything. I see, I'll make sure to keep that in mind, Ian responded. A smile was still on his face, seemingly not bothered by the circumstances around him. Ralph thought nothing of Ian's strangeness, he just assumed his wife was that much of a bitch that even such circumstances were acceptable for him. Ralph raised his brows as he seized up Ian from top to bottom, then he pointed out something. You actually smell good, as if you've just taken a shower. That probably won't matter that much, but you're also good looking. I'll give you a week or two before you start to smell like the rest of us. Before that, keep a low profile, else people will start eyeing you. For several reasons. Fitting in is another piece of advice for you. Do you usually help everyone like this? Ian curiously asked. Sometimes, I've been there, I needed that help at one point, and someone did help, so I understand. Anyway, follow me inside, you can stay in my place for a while if you can call it that. Ralph started walking inside the warehouse directly after saying that, while stroking his long grey sticky beard. As he had just said, it wasn't much of a place as much of a blanket spread in an area with a lot of garbage around. Oi, Uncle Ralph, who's the new kid? In Ralph's place were two people, both seem like middle-aged men, they look and smell just as bad as Ralph, but that seemed to be the normality around here. Ian also wanted to get more information first before doing anything else. He wanted to verify whether this is actually happening or he just had a concussion and he's actually lying in the hospital like always. Yeah, I'll just give him a place by the side there. Ralph casually responded. He seemed to be the boss of the place, not the warehouse but just this small corner. Then, as we say to all newcomers, everyone here fetches their living for themselves, don't expect sympathy from anyone. The other middle-aged man also added, also, did you get robbed? You seem fresh for a homeless. Ian sat down on the blanket while answering, yeah, I kinda was robbed of my house and all of my stuff. He technically didn't lie. The middle-aged man raised his brows, oh. Ralph then explained, in Ian's place, you know, marriage problems, and perhaps divorce. The greatest legal robbery to ever exist. Oh, I understand. The two beggars eyed Ian with sympathy and understanding, it happens to the best of us. I guess, but I'm not worried, I rather see this as a fortune. I will surely make the best of it. Ian said while observing the surroundings, the people to be specific. It's all too real. I can feel pain clearly, and everything I observed so far says that this is reality. I was never one to stay in disbelief for long, so I'll indeed make the best of it. Most importantly, if I'm truly in the world I think I am, then the possibilities all endless, and if my gift works in here, then what lies before me is a magical adventure. I can't wait to let all my... His thought process was interrupted by one of the middle-aged men, right, surely everything is gonna be all right. That's what we all think before realizing the painful reality. Enough of the gloomy talk. We'll stay together for a while, so let me introduce you to each other. This is Ian and those two are Mike and Barney. Ralph interrupted them and said. The three nodded at each other, then Ian said, do you have any recent newspaper? The one I have is quite old. Also, any spare shoes? Quite the guy we have here, hey, but here, these were my old ones, so they're in a bad state, Mike said before handing him a pair of brown dirty shoes. Ralph brought a newspaper from his large brown coat and handed it to him. I just picked this one today, give it back when you're done with it. You're also keeping up with that bad shit? Crazy things happening in the world, ain't that right? Barney casually said while picking up a bottle of wine. Ian smiled and nodded. He had already got the answer he wanted but still continued to read through the newspaper. I am really in a fictional universe. Just what the fuck is going on? I gotta say though, I'm already hooked, I very much like where this is going. As one may have already understood, he's quite the strange man with a strange gift. After all, he has seen and experienced things that are kind of magical, not as much as this but experiences that made him numb to certain emotions. By the way, have this, it's quite cold this time of day, Ralph said while handing him a brown sweater, quite dirty with a few holes. Ian took it and wore it right away with no change in his expression, which led Ralph to ask the question, "You don't seem bothered by all of this, used to such stuff." "Yeah, I've gone through worse. I like to camp outside and go adventuring in dangerous circumstances, so I've had to deal with a lot." Ian started stroking his chin while saying so. He then said something strange, something that baffled the trio, quietly enough for only the three men to hear. "Want to rob a store and get some cash?" he said casually as if it's the easiest thing to do. "What nonsense are you speaking? Want us to get shot?" Ralph responded, apprehension apparent in his voice. "One might think that it's easy to do such a thing in a corrupted city, but it's the opposite. You'll likely face a corrupt cop, and they'll likely shoot you down without a second thought before taking their service fees from the store manager. There are so many possibilities on how things would go, and death is many of them. To a certain extent, meeting Batman is a fortune, he'll at least leave you alive." Ian released a small smile. "You said it yourselves, we have nothing to lose. If we get shot down, then whatever. Think about it, why take a bite of the apple when we can take a box of apples for ourselves? Are you willing to stay like this forever, just waiting for opportunities to get to you? Let's create them ourselves." 3. Initiation of the Petty Thieves. Chapter 3, Initiation of the Petty Thieves. "Are you willing to stay like this forever, just waiting for opportunities to get to you? Let's create them ourselves." The three were a bit stunned by his words for a bit, though Ralph, the experienced old man, got his wits back together. "That is actually very convincing, but..." The other two were also hesitating, so Ian gave them one last push. "It's okay, take your time. Just know that I have a plan, and when you're prepared to hear it, let me know." They really had nothing to lose. They were like broken dolls, just doing what they were programmed to do, but will jump on the first opportunity to become more than that. Ian's confidence certainly helped in convincing them more, but at the end of the day, they've only met him today. Silence returned to the area. Most of the homeless were already asleep, and the ones that weren't were silent. It wasn't long before the group went to sleep, including Ian. In the most run-down place of the city, near the sewers, things were strangely peaceful. Everyone was just trying to live. They spread around the city in the day, scavenging for something to eat and anything useful. Some never come back, and Ian came to know why. Gunshots sounded as Ian and the group scavenged in an isolated alleyway. It was far away, and the three men were used to it, so they had little to no reaction. "You seemed confident yesterday, you have experience?" Ralph asked, quite curious. "Nah, not really, never needed to rob anything, but I am sure things will work out just fine." Ralph shook his head at that. "Perhaps I gave the kid too much credit, he's very impulsive. Why are you doing nothing? Do you think we'd think what we find, go on and look for food or something?" Barney reprimanded Ian, who was just standing there and watching them. "I'll be on my way and look for food somewhere else, see you guys at night." He left directly after that, while the trio just shook their head, thinking the same thing, kids these days. Ian started just walking aimlessly, though he had a goal in mind. He just headed into what he presumed to be the more wealthy part of the city. He wasn't specifically an anomaly there, as he could see beggars basically everywhere, especially in this part of the city. Moreover, one would have to take a very close look to see his homeless statue. He went to one of the large supermarkets there, and no one paid much attention to him as he just entered and started going around the place. Somewhere on the way, his dirty shoes disappeared. He walked into the shoe section and picked up 2 different pairs of shoes. He hastily put one pair on, then slowly started trying out the other pair. He put it back in its place, and now he has new shoes. He of course made sure he wasn't caught by the camera, and he did a similar thing when getting a shirt and a sweater. There were a lot of people in the supermarket, but no one really paid attention to him. It's really that easy to steal things, people just don't pay attention. Ian started casually walking out, though he made a stop next to one of the workers and asked, "Hi, I'm curious, is there a sales day? It's my first time in here." "There is, but on Saturday. Some products are always on sale, so check them out. Also, their price won't change even on the sales day, but most other products' price will go down." He seemed well versed in the craft as he responded naturally. Ian smiled and said, "Nah, I will just come back on Saturday." Then he just walked out, leaving the worker muttering under his breath, "Cheap fuck." Oh, if only he knew. Ian wasn't done as he went on a stealing spree of food, though he remained a bit cautious. He knew that luck was on his side. It has always been on his side except for it when it wasn't. He then headed back to the warehouse by evening. He had to ignore most of the beggars there giving him some strange looks. He did look as fresh as fuck with the new clothes. He doesn't fit in. Most, however, retracted their glances after seeing him joining Ralph's group. The latter was an influential figure among the homeless. Where did you get those? The wife took you back? But if so, why come back here?" Barney was the first to ask, unable to hold his curiosity. Nat, I just stole them, it was actually quite easy. I expected something to go wrong, but here I am. Ian responded while opening the black plastic bag in his hand. He picked up 2 apples, an orange and a piece of bread from it before giving the bag to Ralph. Here, split them between you all. Ralph hastily took the bag and took a look at what was inside. You stole all of this? To which Ian nodded. Ralph started eyeing his surroundings directly after, noticing several of the beggars watching them. Barney, Mike, bring the metal poles. The duo instantly got to action as they started looking through the garbage next to them, pulling 4 rusty poles. They placed them in the center of the group, ready for if anyone tries anything, and only then did they start devouring the food like they've been starving for months. Ralph took a deep breath afterward. What's your plan? Ian finally smiled and glanced at Mike and Barney. The two hesitated for a bit before nodding. Well, it's quite simple, but I'll have to get you all some new clothes. Also, Barney and Mike, you two will have to clean yourselves up. And so he did. He was more cautious this time and went to different supermarkets, but he got what he wanted. Only a few days passed before the group started their new adventure. They could be seen in a certain street, spread out. Their goal was a small store, a good store chosen by Ian as the goal. Barney was on the other side of the street, hiding while keeping an eye on the store. Once the opportunity arose, he starts signaling for someone to take action. That person or persons were none other than Ian and Mike, who hastily started running towards the store with a mask on, and Barney also followed after them. There were many people in the streets, and they knew they'll probably inform the police, so the group had to act quickly. They chose the exact moment the shopkeeper or manager was out of his cage to go in. Gotham is extremely dangerous, so shop owners made such precautions, an anti-bullet plastic barrier isolating them from the visitors. The group had to wait for an opportunity for several days to take action. Ian used it to put a knife to the worker's throat and said, "Make a move, and you're dead. Just do exactly as I say." His tone was calm and collected, leaving the victim to believe he's experienced, so he did follow his instruction. Neither Barney nor Mike spoke a word. They just collected a few expensive things from the store before collecting the money while Ian looked through the shopkeeper's desk, and just as he expected, he found a gun in there, a Glock. Hey, very nice. Ian then calmly used it to knock out the shaking store worker. The group swiftly ran out of the store, then directly to an alleyway not far away. They couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief not seeing any cop close by. They ran until they reached their destination. An old man was lying there with his extremely long greasy beard lying on the ground next to a rusty shopping cart with a lot of garbage inside. He was the old Ralph. None spoke a thing, they just started taking their clothes off as under them were another different set of clothes. Ian's clothes were that of a dirty beggar while Mike and Barney were clean. They put everything they stole, their mask and clothes, deep in the shopping cart beneath all the disgusting garbage. Then Barney and Mike started walking out of the alley to the street from another exit while acting just like normal friends, joking and talking to each other. Ian on the other hand covered himself with a dirty brown coat after spraying a bit of dark chocolate on his face and dirtying his hair a bit. He then slept next to the old man. Well, good night, old Ralph. 4. Rise of the Petty Thieves. Chapter 4, Rise of the Petty Thieves. Ian on the other hand covered himself with a dirty brown coat after spraying a bit of dark chocolate on his face and dirtying his hair a bit. He then slept next to the old man. Well, good night, old Ralph. Ian didn't really think about his plans much. He's the adventurous type, the one who turns off his brain most of the time to make things more exciting. His gift allowed for him to have that luxury, or more like, his gift is what drove him to be how he is. However, his plan ended up working out just fine. The police did end up searching the alleyway and ended up coming across the duo. They were only 2 officers and they had their guns out. They're just 2 lowly beggars. The other officer nodded before yelling, "Hi! Wake up!" However, they got little to no response. Ralph just moved a bit, getting into a more comfortable position. One of the officers used his radio to ask, "Hi, Marty, asked the store manager if any of the robbers had a beard. I know they had a mask, but I'm asking if any had a large beard. Trust me, it would be noticeable even under a mask." He was talking with his fellow officers on the radio for about a minute. He really didn't think it'd be the beggars, but he at least made sure, yeah, it's not them. The other officer walked to the shopping cart, which was covered by a grey dirty cloth. He moved it a bit before letting go. It was extremely dirty and wet, making him frown. He also noticed just more garbage beneath it, so they just moved on. As for Barney and Mike, they were lost in the crowd of people in the city. It wasn't long before Ian and Ralph woke up. They pushed the shopping cart with them and made their way to an alleyway near the warehouse. There they found Barney and Mike waiting for them. "We fucking did it. How much made did we?" They both were extremely excited that they even forgot how to speak. Ian allowed them to have their moment and even let out a laugh of his own. "Unfortunately, there isn't much to make from stores. We only scored about $80, a watch and all the things you guys took." "Wait, $80? Holy fuck, that can feed us for like a few months." Moreover, we also took all that extra shit with us, so much food. They were in the life of homelessness for a long time, so they learned the craft, the ways of min-maxing are in their blood. $80 could even feed them for a year. It's really not much, I think we just got to our homeless life, so we see it as a lot. Imagine going to jail for years just for $80. Jail isn't a forgiving place, I can tell you that, especially in this shithole of a city. Ralph started sharing his experience, though he couldn't hide the smile on his face. It really has been a long time since he felt like he's achieved something. Indeed, it's not much for the risk, but we have to start somewhere. Ian agreed. Barney's eyes started shining with brilliance as if he had just discovered the solution to immortality, and to existence. How about we take over an entire store? Right? We can have all the food inside, holy fuck, right? Mike next to him couldn't help but smack his head. What nonsense are you saying? Won't cops just shoot us down? Like, how do you expect us to take everything in the store? However, Ian heard this and saw an opportunity as his light brown eyes shone under the darkness of the moonlight. No, that's actually a brilliant idea. Do you know what's the fastest way to make money? The trio of Ralph, Mike, and even Barney was confused. It is. I don't know. I guess by stealing banks. Nah, it's probably by having a big company or something. Ian let out a chuckle. It's actually quite simple. All you have to do is to get people to make money for you. Let's take drug dealers as an example. The ones who make the most money are the ones who distribute drugs to lower dealers. The latter do most of the work while the former reap most of the benefits. Stealing from banks will attract way more attention from the cops and in-depth investigation, while they won't pay as much attention to store robberies as long as we keep it clean. I still don't get it. Mike said, though Ralph on the side seemed to have understood something. Ian explained further, first, we'll have to rob a few more stores, then but ourselves phones, not just to communicate, but also to keep pictures and information of the people who'll work for us. Also, if someone working for us lost the products 2 times, they'll be fired, no questions asked. This is to make sure no one fucks us over. We'll also give them the same exact products and a certain amount of money they have to bring back, they can keep the rest. It all depends on how good they are in selling things, but the products would obviously have to be much cheaper than they were in stores. We'll also have to be careful lest a bat comes knocking on our doors. We need a front, a scapegoat. Do you really not have experience? Ralph couldn't help but question. He himself had a bit of experience, but before he had any chance to gain anything, he ended up behind bars. I guess I kind of do have experience from movies and books I have watched and read, and it all worked out fine. Ian started stroking his chin, seemingly thoughtful, but when he responded, the trio's face couldn't help but twitch as Barney questioned, sometimes he can say the smartest thing, most other times he speaks the language of nonsense. Wait. Your ideas came from movies and books? Then why do they make so much sense? Don't mind that. Let's start, but we first need a base where we will store things. Any ideas? I have an idea. In the sewers not far from the warehouse, we just have to clean the place and guard it. Ralph spoke his mind. That started the legend of the petty thieves. They leave absolutely nothing behind, even if it's worthless. It's worth something in their strange mind, an absolute menace to society, though not that worthy of attention in contrast to the numerous crimes happening every day in Gotham. However, at one point it got so ridiculous that even some influential figures had to interfere. 5. End of the Petty Thieves' Eye. Chapter 5, End of the Petty Thieves' Eye. We'll pull out for a while. You can do whatever you want in the meantime. We'll surely come back, but not anytime soon. Understand? Mike said to another middle-aged man standing before him. Despite trying to hide, the man was extremely excited. He was the third beggar to join the petty thieves, and he made his way up the ranks. It did occur to him sometimes to try taking over the group because the two leaders barely do anything, and he has a stronger relationship with the subordinates. However, in the end, he didn't have to do anything. Everything was given to him without any trouble. Greed is a sin that can blind the wisest of men. He still had some doubts, but still chose to go on with this. This is after all a huge opportunity, and he can control the business completely to counter whatever it is they might try. Furthermore, he thought back on the two beggars that joined before him, yet their position is lower than him. That led him to believe that his talent was noticed by the petty thieves. Mike made his way out of the base. He looked clean and well dressed, nothing luxurious but just simple new clothes. He then took a cab, with his destination being a small apartment in the easy part of the city. He did make sure he wasn't being followed though. Within the apartment, he found his two close friends waiting for him. They were wearing similar clothes to him, casual clothes. Ralph was the same, except he couldn't get rid of his colossal grey beard. The difference is that it's clean now. It's done? Ralph questioned, to which Mike nodded before joining them on the couch. Signs of nervousness were apparent on 3. Ralph directly picked up his phone and called someone after that. It's done. You're gonna be okay, right? Once he got his answer, he hung up. The calm Mike who behaves properly for just a minute was nowhere to be seen, nervousness was overwhelming him, and sweat was dripping his forehead. Holy fuck! He's really fucking crazy. Barney couldn't help but mutter. Hey, I said that a month ago when he started wondering how we're still alive, I mean he thought we'd all die for Christ's sake yet thought nothing of it. Mike really seemed triggered regarding the topic. But that's not too strange, right? I mean we all knew the risk. Barney responded while stroking his hair, feeling it not greasy for once in a long time. Then what about the time when he tried to shoot himself with a gun? And Mike was getting even more triggered. I mean, he must have known the gun isn't working, surely that must be the case. Barney also seemed hellbent on making Mike even more triggered. Mike took a deep breath, then what about now? He's meeting with the Falcone family for his not-so-thought-of plan, he said it himself for Christ's sake. He even said that he'll likely not come back today, and if so, we should leave the city. He literally was talking about death as if it's amusing to him. There is definitely something wrong with his head. He further added. Why are we talking about this in the first place, could it be that you want to pull out? Barney wondered after finding no counter-agreement. What? No, of course not, I don't want to go back to the slums. Plus, it all worked out so far, so we'll surely be okay. That's how the agreement always goes and ends. It all worked out just fine, they all thought they'd be dead by now, yet here they are with a few $1,000 saved up. Ralph, what do you think? Will we be okay? Ralph was much calmer than the other two. He was quite old, in his late 50s, so he wasn't troubled by death. Well, Ian might not believe it himself, but he's quite smart. His plans always seem to work out no matter how simple and crazy they are, so there comes a point where you have to start believing. The center of their conversation has just exited a cab with a black briefcase in his hand. He was as always wearing casual clothes, the same ones he stole almost 2 months ago, he did make sure to clean them regularly though. He casually walked towards an alleyway and started looking around, this should be it, right? This does look like a trap though, only an idiot would go inside. He was standing in front of a black door as he started knocking on it. He only stopped once he heard the sound of the door lock getting open. Why so much fucking knocking? Just knock once, I have fucking ears. The man who opened the door was in quite a bad mood as he yelled at Ian. The fuck do you want anyway? Ian let out a chuckle, not scared whatsoever. Sorry about that, I'm quite excited about this. I have a meeting with the boss here, so please let him know. Who? The man got a bit more serious, business is business after all. Just tell him the petty one is here, he should understand. The guard raised his eyebrows at that and eyed Ian from top to bottom before locking the door. Ian didn't have to wait for long, just a few minutes which he used to imagine some stuff, death stuff as usual. Come in. The man led him to a small hall where he found a man seated on a one-seat couch. Behind him stood several of his henchmen with guns in their hands. Petty one hey, or petty thieves. I heard a lot about your group. I gotta say, your offer was enticing, especially since you targeted me for that. I'm Frank Falcone as you already know, mind introducing yourself? Frank calmly said while smoking the large tobacco in his hand. Ian smiled and answered honestly, sure, I'm Ian Rose, and well, I'm excited about this deal as well. Frank raised his brows, Ian Rose hey, such a unique name, but I guess you didn't choose it for yourself, or perhaps you did, who knows. Anyway, I hope you don't mind me asking, but where is the actual boss of the petty thieves? I talked to him on the phone, and he's surely not you. And no offense, but you don't look like the boss type either. Ian started scratching his head, seemingly embarrassed, you see, the boss is a bit of a coward. He seems to be proud of that, so he sent me since I'm not a coward. Frank seemed to be baffled because he just kept eyeing Ian for a good 10 seconds, he then let it out, a long laugh of amusement while turning his head to his guards, ha 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 ha, that's funny, like funny funny, can you believe this guy? His people indeed joined him in the laugh and only stopped when he stopped. He only stopped because he noticed Ian also joining them in the laugh, he was truly getting baffled by now. 6. End of the Petty Thieves 2. Chapter 6, End of the Petty Thieves 2. His people indeed joined him in the laugh and only stopped when he stopped. He only stopped because he noticed Ian also joining them in the laugh, he was truly getting baffled by now. You think this is funny? Frank yelled as he picked up his gun, here is the thing that you don't realize. I was already debating whether to eliminate you or not before you even came here and here you are now convincing me to do that. Moreover, what your boss might not have told you is that his plan is just not good enough, I need more. A bunch of store-stealing thieves is not enough. I see, so that's why the boss thought of that, Ian muttered in understanding, just loud enough to be heard. Say what? Frank questioned. Well, you see, the petty thieves have just been promoted from food thieves to jewelry thieves. The boss planned a jewelry store heist and we succeeded just last night actually. That specific store is usually closed this day, so it should only be discovered tomorrow. Wait. First, stop calling yourselves the petty thieves, it sounds weird. Second, you robbed a jewelry store just yesterday? And which one? Ian raised his eyebrows and said, well, the news started calling us that, it's not like we chose it. I also think it doesn't fit and. He wanted to continue with some nonsense, but he noticed Frank had started to lose it, so he got to the main point. We robbed a jewelry store in the west side of the city, and we robbed it clean, leaving nothing inside. It's specifically in the territory of the Dubolts family, perhaps it's their property? Don't know. Ian then placed the briefcase on the table, causing the henchmen in the room to be a bit cautious, their guns were already aimed at him. The briefcase has the true petty thieves' location as well as a small share of the jewelry. We left the majority of the valuables in the base for our deal, and only took a small share as to not make the police too suspicious. Frank strangely looked at Ian while waving his gun around, with little to no care about his nervous henchmen. I take it back, you people seem to know what you're doing. However, what's stopping me from just getting rid of you now, and taking the briefcase? Unless it's empty. Ian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Empty? I didn't think of that, but no, everything is inside. Honestly, it's okay if you kill me now, it's what it is. If you don't, then hopefully we'll have a long fruitful business relationship. We can steal things, but we have no connections to sell them, and this is where you come in. This is something we both need, so I hoped it will go well. Frank nodded his head with a smile before ordering, open it. Ian shrugged his shoulders and did as told, he slowly opened the briefcase. Surprisingly, what he said was true. You're a strange one, aren't you? Frank stood up, and as Ian noticed, he isn't right in the head. Frank circled around him until he stood right behind Ian's couch. But you see, I still feel like you people gave me no respect, and I don't allow that. The offer however is enticing, but Frank without hesitation aimed his gun at Ian's right hand and pulled the trigger while saying, but I have to give a little punishment. Frank's face froze. He had to stop talking because he didn't hear a gunshot sound, he only heard a fainter sound of the barrel being stuck. He still remained a bit calm and pulled the trigger again, and again, yet the same thing happened, and Ian remained just as defenseless throughout the entire incident. He even seemed surprised for some reason. Why isn't it working, hey? Frank finally snapped at his underlings, you. Yes, you tell me why. He pointed his gun at the scared subordinate while yelling, truly losing it. He then pulled the trigger, and everyone in the room froze because a bullet was fired, and into the underling's skull it went. Oh? The gun's actually working? Sorry about that. Frank was baffled for a bit before getting his wits back and fixing his suit up. He turned his attention to Ian, who seemed to still be surprised as he just looked at his right hand. Well, aren't you the lucky one? Go on now, get it back together and get the fuck out of here. I will talk with your boss. Ian strangely glanced at Frank before standing up and leaving. I genuinely thought I'd end up in the hospital like always. I won't die, but getting hurt is common, so what's happening here? Did my power get stronger? But according to what I know, that happens only unless a gunshot to my hand can kill me, but I know that won't happen unless untreated. Ian stood outside for a minute or so before coming to a conclusion, I have no idea, so whatever, it is what it is. He shrugged his shoulders, a common occurrence in his life. Never deal with the problem, just ignore it, whatever. That's something he has the luxury to do because of his circumstances. He put on his earphones and started listening to music on his way back to the apartment, anticipation was apparent on his face. It has only been 2 months since his arrival in this new wonderful world, a dangerous world where death is but a common occurrence. People would usually be surprised if a world-shattering failed to occur every month, though it has been relatively peaceful for him so far. He also knows why. DC is a comic series he has grown up on but doesn't remember that much of it. He deemed that it's still very early in the life of this world, at least, things won't get too crazy too soon, too bad. He didn't bring the apartment kit with him just in case, so he had to knock on the door, and the door was opened by all 3 of his partners in crime. They were both baffled and excited to see him alive, they actually accepted. Ian let out a small laugh, indeed, we're in. We have our connection. Ralph let out a sigh of relief while the other 2 started jumping around in excitement like children, yay. We fucking made it. Now let the fun begin. Even Ian was excited, this way of life isn't bad at all. In fact, he has been continuously thinking about how to make it even more dangerous, and it's finally happening. Ian took a deep breath as he sat on the couch, calmness returned to his face as he ordered, okay, enough celebration. Let's get to the serious stuff. So I have been reading a few crime books to learn more about our craft, and I indeed learned a lot. The trio remained relatively calm with only a few of their face muscles twitching. His absurdity is incomprehensible. However, it all worked out fine so far, so surely he must know what he's doing. Right? 7. End of the Petty Thieves 3. Chapter 7, End of the Petty Thieves 3. The trio remained relatively calm with only a few of their face muscles twitching. His absurdity is incomprehensible. However, it all worked out fine so far, so surely he must know what he's doing. Right? This marks the end of the Petty Thieves. We can't clean the entire place anymore. Ian stated while eyeing the hesitating Barney. Go on, speak your mind. See, can we not? Maybe they won't suspect that we're still out there if we take like 85% of things. I just can't imagine doing a heist and leaving all the other valuables inside. I swear I feel like losing my mind just imagine that. Now it was only Mike and Ralph's face muscles that twitched while Ian looked him with appreciation, immensely proud of the apprentice who surpassed the master in the art of pettiness. Trust me, I understand how you feel. However, what you all fail to understand is how nigh impossible our previous heist was. The odds were entirely against us, and even I believed we'll end up dead, in prison, or in Arkham Asylum. You see, I told Frank Falcone that we cleaned the place up, but I don't think he understood what I meant. I bet that not even once did he imagine that we literally cleaned the entire place. That's how unlikely the heist was. Moreover, we've given up on our organization. The police will raid the base tomorrow and apprehend the true leader of the petty thieves. We can never allow even a silver of suspicion to rise in the good cops. Frank has a corrupt officer in the PD, and since he'll do the arrest and everything, he'll definitely rise through the ranks. That's what he wants, an officer that can become the new commissioner of the GCPD before someone else does it. I know there is an officer they can't but on his way to that position, so do you understand? Granted, the jewelry store they robbed was quite small, one of the smallest in the city, and there wasn't much jewelry inside. It also wasn't well guarded, which is due to basically no one believing anyone would actually rob from a crime family to such a degree at that. Barney was disappointed but nonetheless understood. The other two on the other hand were impressed. Ian however wasn't finished as seriousness surfaced on his face. The most important thing however is, Frank is not to be trusted at all. He is an impulsive, ambitious person whose only goal is to rise through the ranks of the Falcone family. According to what I gathered, he's a long relative of the Falcone family. They don't seem to trust him that much, and for a good reason. Once we do our part, he'll definitely try to get rid of us. Mike gulped with nervousness and asked, so what should we do? Ian released a mischievous smile, we'll fuck him over before he does it. We'll use him as a connection to gain more connections, and gain funds because the money we made so far is nothing. Literally just a few $1,000. I have a nice heist in mind. We also need to get Barney an ID and I as well, mine is still in the wife's house, so might as well get a new one. Gotham has reached such a level of lowliness that people without it are a common thing, and the police pay no attention to it. The poor, beggars, and the homeless, most of them have no ID. They either lost it or their parents never got them one. The level of degeneracy in this city is truly fabulous. I can that it's even a miracle. Perhaps the rumors are true, the city is truly cursed. Just as said, the petty thieves have given up on themselves. One might think that cleaning entire grocery stores and selling the products is worthwhile, but it's not. It was a good starting point, and Ian knew when to adapt. He gave the organization to someone else he specifically picked, a beggar he saw to be impulsive, a bit dumb, and ambitious. They were better talents than him, but he was perfect for the dummy's role he prepared for him. It wasn't long before the police raided the place and apprehended everyone. They ignored the leaders yelling of him having been set up. Criminals always say such things. Or perhaps they ignored that because they work for the Falcones. A small part of the stolen jewelry was missing, which they'll surely investigate. Surely. Frank got the news soon after. He had his suspicion, but he thought that even if they lied, he'll just have them killed. However, there was something that baffled him. The fuckers really cleaned the place. Never mind then, the petty thief suits them perfectly, isn't that right? Ha 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 ha, finally. Alfred, did you investigate what I asked for? The area was dark, but one could see a faint dark shadow in a corner. I did. They were caught yesterday, but... The one to answer him was an old man who just entered the area. Light from the entrance made his face apparent. An old man with very little hair, his hair has almost turned completely white. He was wearing a butler uniform, and his form was nearly perfect for someone his age. But what? The circumstances were a bit off. It seemed too easy to me, and it shouldn't be. Robbing a store one time isn't strange, but robbing several on the row without fail, the robbers must know what they're doing. The leader was also caught, and he seems a bit dumb. I couldn't get any more information about him though. Alfred said eloquently and calmly. The dark figure walked out of the shadows while messaging his head. Not much was apparent under his black mask, but he definitely was unhappy, tired, and so many other things. Frustration was apparent on the seeable parts of his face, barely hidden beneath his bat mask which was complemented by a bat suit. I fought and fought without stop. Yet there was so little impact. Corruption is never ending. Alfred frowned, are you okay? Do you need rest? Bruce or Batman shook his head, I don't have the luxury to rest. I need to take out the corruption from its very core, and only then can an impact be noticed. Only then will they fear me. He took a deep breath, his determination never wavered, there is a lot of weird things happening in the world as of recently. We have a lot to investigate, the thieves could be a side project, but for now, let's focus on the important matters. Indeed, the crime families are the ones who run the city, they spread terror and corruption. They're a significant source of the terrible stench overwhelming the city. Ian is kind of different, he's more on the cleaner side. He was certainly not that clean in his previous world, he was just a collector, and he treated his collections gently. He remained as such also in this new magical world. Most importantly, he has set his sight on something he wishes to collect, quite the gorgeous thing. Well, old Ralph, it's finally time to get rid of your beard. Wait, what? 8. The Unexpected Eye. Chapter 8, The Unexpected Eye. It was an ordinary day in Gotham. The bright sun shone upon its alleyway. However, there seemed to be a shadow that blocks a significant part of that light from reaching the skin of the living. It was the shadow of corruption, fear, and uncontrollable desires. It's also the curse of depravity, sins, and immorality. Yet even under such dire circumstances, there were plenty of people walking through the city's dark streets. Among those people was a short old man with an ugly-looking fedora on his head. He also had pair of gloves on and a small shoulders bag, leather, and classic. His grey beard nearly reached his belly. If the fedora and his glasses were taken from the equation, one can safely say that he's well attired. His destination was right before him, Gotham Bank. Used goods are a common thing in the world, but this bank was used more than every used thing in the world combined. It was robbed, destroyed, fucked by bullets, etc. more than one can count, poor thing indeed. Greed is quite the powerful desire, achieving horrible and miraculous things day by day. Ralph walked into the bank calmly. He was quite old, and he had experienced, so staying calm wasn't that difficult, especially after staying with the absurd death-seeking Ian for months. It has been 2 weeks since Ian spoke the forbidden words, since he became a heretic by telling Ralph to shave his beard. There weren't many people in the bank as it's Friday and it's near to closing time. He made his way to one of the tellers, a specific one. The chosen teller by Ian himself. The timing was perfect, or perhaps pre-planned. He was calm and collected as he reached the counter and slightly smiled at the teller. He didn't speak but just handed the teller a piece of paper as stealthily as possible without acting strangely. He even acted as he was speaking to the teller but said nothing, he can't let his voice be known. The teller looked at him strangely before starting to read the paper. Nervousness and fear appeared on his face. All the paper had was information and a few instructions. That information is what brought fear to the teller's face. His house's location, his wife and children's names, school and work schedule, and a few more personal pieces of information. Too personal. The group has observed the bank from afar, and they chose him as their target. They followed him and watched from afar, they also did the necessary investigation to get as much information as possible. The teller took a gulp of fear before he was able to calm down just a little. He had started reading the instructions. Calm down. Don't scream. Act naturally. Don't push the alarm else action will be taken. If I don't leave the bank in a certain time period, action will be taken. If my partners outside notice any suspicious activity, action will be taken starting with informing my colleagues that are next to your house, and action will be taken. Place all the money in an envelope. No chips. No die packs else action will be taken. If the police are informed in less than an hour, action will be taken. One of the most important things bank workers learn is to comply with robbers, trying to be a hero will simply get you killed or fired. However, there is something called silent alarms which tellers and workers can trigger without the robber's knowledge, thus thieves often find the police already waiting for them outside of the bank without them knowing. There are also die packs, rarely used nowadays but useful. It's a radio-controlled device used by banks to foil bank robberies by causing stolen cash to be permanently marked with die shortly after a robbery. Ian naturally took the precaution of that, which is why he personally wrote the note and made sure to remind the teller of Ralph's partners, imaginary ones. Indeed, there was no one keeping an eye outside, nor was there anyone near the teller's house. Ralph took the envelope and put it in his shoulder bag, then just walked out of the bank, slowly and calmly. Despite having near blind faith in Ian, Ralph still couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief once he saw no cops outside. He then made his way to an alleyway not far away with swiftness. He didn't run but just walked as fast as he could. He walked to the side of a large garbage container, in a well-hidden spot. Everything was already prepared for him as he hid behind the garbage container and picked the things hidden in a black plastic bag. A small container filled with water and a few tools and clothes. Indeed, it's time to get rid of the beard. He started shaving right there and then with swiftness. His goal was to get rid of the beard quickly, thus he naturally didn't do a good job but achieved his purpose nonetheless. He made sure his hair and DNA only falls into the container, which he closed afterward, and changed his clothes, then took off his gloves and put everything in the plastic bag, not leaving anything behind. He even put his shoulder bag in the plastic bag. He then walked out of the alley from the other side with the bag in his hand, as if he has been shopping, and the lucky thing is that the area was safe from cameras, thus his new look wasn't seen. It of course wasn't luck. All of it was planned by the one who believes himself mediocre, not smart, and perhaps he's right. It all didn't need much thinking because he spent most of the time thinking of how to make it more dangerous. Move and you're dead. Not just you but everyone in here. Ian spoke calmly as he stood behind the security guard. It was closing time, and the guards were about to start asking the people still inside to leave, only for one of them to do this. The guard complied, nervous but confused because he was pretty sure everyone knows there are cameras in the museum. The area they were in was isolated and the cameras didn't have a clear view of it, but that didn't matter as it already. Ian added further, I want you to slowly take your handcuffs and put them on your hands, make sure your hands are behind your back. Understand? The guard complied and did as told. Only then did Ian take the guard's gun and basically everything the guard can later use, especially his keys. The guard was then knocked out, though not before taking a faint look at the robber, a blonde guy with black eyes. Those were the last things he'd later remember and what the cops will use to look for the robbers, because directly after that, Ian took a black mask from his backpack and put it on. It was at that point that someone passed by, and Ian could hear someone else telling him to leave, with the former saying he has to go to the toilet. That person was none other than Mike. He passed by Ian and took the keys handed to him, then continued on his way. Ian naturally took care of the guard who followed, so far so good. No one tried to resist, and not one bullet has left Ian's gun since he took possession of it. They actually have several guns, as every store they robbed had a gun inside. The two remaining guards were soon knocked out as well, by Ian and Barney with no trouble whatsoever. That only happened after they knew the cameras were disabled by Mike, giving them ample freedom. Ian made sure to remind Mike to get the hard disks or the memory cards, as even though they disguised themselves, a lot of people in this world would still be able to find them despite that. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to the jewel of the world, the beauty of nature, the Rusty Fetter Diamond. 9. The Unexpected 2. Chapter 9, The Unexpected 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to the jewel of the world, the beauty of nature, the Rusty Fetter Diamond. Holy Christ, it looks beautiful. Barney couldn't help but mutter to himself, his eyes were shining, transfixed by the gorgeous things before him. Never before had he thought of ever laying his eyes upon such a thing. The diamond was placed within what looks like a glass container, though Ian knows it's anti-bullet glass. It's also surrounded by beautiful red fences, people can only look from afar. Going any further would alert every single authority in the entire city. It's all due to the sensors placed all around it. No matter what you do, they'll sense you. In addition, at night red blasters appear throughout the museum, densely packed. If anything moves or if they touch anything, the same thing would happen. We have about 30 minutes before we can start. You guys tied the guards, right? Also, Barney, did you close the museum and brought the duffel bag? Ian asked after seeing Mike joining them. Yes, I also tied down the one in the control room after knocking him out, Mike explained, and Barney nodded as well. Okay, let's take a small tour in the museum in the meantime, and pick what we'll steal. Remember, we can only take 2 other things aside from the diamond. Also, don't touch or even come close to the glass cases. Ian said and started touring the museum at his leisure, observing each and everything inside. Ancient armaments, different types of stones, remnants of ancient creatures, and so many historical things. However, only 10 minutes passed before Ian received a phone call. Old Ralph, any change in plans? Yeah, the police are on their way to the bank. It seems that the teller has acted earlier than we told him. Ian smiled and hung up the phone. He then called both Barney and Mike in a shared line. Let's start. You did choose what you want, right? Yeah. Yes. Ian brought several handgun magazines from the black duffel bag. Barney and Mike already did the same and took them with them, knowing the plan. The police should be near the bank. Let's give it a minute. They should spread out to protect the bank worker's family. Ian stated, his eyes never left the diamond before him. It was like a collection of shining stars, beautiful and distant. After some time, Ian said, okay, let's start, and may luck shine upon us, and death closes its door on us. I wouldn't mind it if its doors were open though. That'd be a surprise I gladly welcome. The diamond was in a case, and the anti-bullet case was on an exquisite stone platform, not large but tall. The trio instantly spurted into action, with the trio doing the same thing. Emptying their gun the glass case. Ian jumped beyond the fence and came closer to the diamond. He didn't have time to appreciate it, so he directly started shooting it. He knew that just him getting closer has already alerted the police, so emptied his gun as fast as possible. He was close to the glass case but not too close, else the bullets might bounce back to him, and so did the other two. Ian made sure to keep a steady aim and shoot at the same spot. He was fairly experienced in firearms handling, his adventurous life required that, though he tends to not use them. It went like that until he emptied the second magazine and started with the third one, only then did the glass case break. Jesus Christ, I even started to doubt. The internet is indeed the all-knowing God of the world. Ian walked up to the diamond, his hands were genuinely shaking. He faced death more times than he can count, to the point that he became numb to it, but still find it the most exciting thing ever. However, here he is now feeling the same rush and excitement he feels in the face of imaginary death. The same rush he feels imagining not how he'd die but how he'd not die even in certain death. He gulped and took the gorgeous thing in his hands, not sure whether to hold it tightly as to not slip away or softly as to not break. His mind wasn't working correctly. Hi! We need to move. It was Mike's scream that woke him up. He didn't notice when they came back. Barney was right next to him, ogling to the diamond, almost drooling. Right. We should move. Get all the stuff inside the bag. Act according to the plan. Take the valuables and lay low. If I don't come back then whatever, just move on. They started walking towards the exit as Ian started to calmly talk, not even bothered by what was coming out of his mouth, by the possibilities of what he seeks to do. The two nodded. They have learned to never question his plans, mostly because they don't have better ones. The group is basically just a collection of people who don't actually know what they're doing, but things seem to always work out. Ian took the duffel bag with him as he ran out of the museum, and as he predicted, there were 2 cop cars outside with few officers taking cover behind them. His plans, however, worked because most of the cops were on the other side of the city, busy with the bank robbery. Even if they decided to come here, it'd take them quite a while to arrive. The second part of the plan was different, and any sane person would consider it stupid because it makes no sense. It can only work with someone like him. Someone who can leisurely run out of the museum and head to an alleyway under the rain of bullets without anyone even coming close to hitting him. The police ran after him and continued to rain bullets at him as he drove away on a motorcycle, one they stole only recently. The cops were somewhat speechless, seriously unsure of what just happened. They did, however, get their wits back, went back to their cars, and tried to follow him. Unfortunately, they couldn't, as he drove at max speed without stop and without care for traffic. He didn't even slow down. A crash at such speed would almost certainly lead to death. It was all a confusing mess and a chance Mike and Barney used to disappear like they were never there. They ran through the dark alleyways of Gotham, ready to change their clothes and truly disappear. However, a cat has set her eyes on them. Well, she had set her eyes on the valuables inside the museum, so imagine her surprise when she was close by and heard the loud alarm of the museum and the gunshots sound. She stalked her prey, deemed who possesses what's hers, and jumped right in. Both Barney and Mike had literally no experience in combat, thus why they didn't even understand what got them. How sweet, getting what I want without having to do anything. What was their plan anyway, and how did it even work? Cops nowadays are. She froze. She searched them again and again, yet found nothing. Where is it? A slap instantly woke Barney up. Well, barely. WTF. Where is my food? Damn it, Mike. Shut up. The cat known as Selena was truly losing it now as she slapped him again, and only then did he pay attention to her. He was still a bit dizzy and couldn't see things clearly, but he can notice her full black outfit and cat ears. A cat. Right, just a harmless cat. Now why don't you tell me where the diamond is? She said as softly as possible. The diamond? Didn't the boss take it? Barney was starting to wake up just as she asked further, and who is your boss? Oh, he is the guy we work for, kinda. Mike says he's insane, but I beg to differ. Wait. Who are you? Barney couldn't help but take a long gulp. Selena's face was twitching as she barely held her temper. Right, you can sleep now. That's the last thing Barney remembered before blacking out again. I didn't tell the cat much, did I? 10. The Unexpected 3. Chapter 10, The Unexpected 3. That's the last thing Barney remembered before blacking out again. I didn't tell the cat much, did I? Here he was inside a strange place, a nostalgic place. Well, actually not at all, they have the place. With him was Mike and their savior Ralph. Directly after robbing the bank and stashing everything, Ralph made his way towards the museum to pick up the two. He did indeed do that, their passed out bodies that is. Thankfully, he was there on time, in fact, he was there quite early. He called Ian directly after that, and the latter simply told him, change your clothes to a beggar's and stay in the warehouse for now, fit in with the homeless ones in there. Ralph understood right away and complied. The possibility of the cat following them is there, so they couldn't possibly return to the base or meet with Ian. Ian was also busy as he himself emptied their base of operation. Now that sounds like some advanced shit, but in reality, it's just the apartment they rented. He also changed to his natural looks. He took out the blonde wig and the black contact lenses. His natural black hair and brown eyes were his favorites after all, and he wouldn't change his looks for anything. And now he is in a shared line with the other three. Let me think for a bit, my brain is quite slow, so I need to think a lot in intense situations. Also, refer to me as anything but my name. And he indeed took his time to the point that Barney couldn't hold his curiosity back and asked, how did you know that she would appear? Ian did after all pretend to give them the valuables when he was planning to keep them with him from the start. Moreover, he took everything from them in a somewhat hidden location, not seeable from the glass windows of the museum. Well, I was actually more afraid of the bat catching. I never saw a cat coming at all. I'm also extremely resistant to death, so I was planning on taking the valuables with me anyway. Resistant to death? I mean you kinda are, wait. You definitely are. Barney seemed to agree while Mike begged otherwise. Nah, I think it's just luck. It's like the world simps for you. I noticed it way back, but I'm even more sure now. We will lay low for like a week. I actually don't know what to do. I mean the last thing I thought would happen is having a fucking cat on my back. It's like common sense is losing it. Also, I honestly feel like I can't think currently. This piece of diamond definitely has some magic spell that muddles the mind, I can't take my eyes off it. I will contact you when my brain starts working again, and don't forget to destroy your SIM cards and use the ones already prepared, I will contact you through them the next time. There was a bit of silence for a while before Mike wondered only in his mind, what if he leaves with the diamond? I probably would if I were in his place. No, I shouldn't think like th. He was interrupted by the crying sound of his best friend, Barney. What's going on? Are you okay? I'm not. I want to see it so much, and I want to hold it forever. It was so close yet that pussy crazy fucking, and $% cat. Mike took a quick gulp, he has never seen his friend be so emotional. Moreover, his expression was kind of scary. He knew that Barney was petty but it seemed to have reached new heights. Calm down, and have some trust in him. He will figure something out. Ralph calmly stated as he took a long smoke. That's something he got into recently. You aren't worried at all? Mike wondered, truly curious. Ralph eyed him before shaking his head, I know what's in your mind but not really. I'm a bit different from you two, I'm old and I just want to live life. What we have been doing. It made me feel alive. Of course, someone would be afraid of what Ian would do. Greed is one of the Gospels in the Gotham Legal Bible, something they're used to, so they wouldn't find it strange if he decided to keep everything to himself. They were patient, and so was Ian. However, only a few days passed before something strange happened. Once Ralph woke up, he found a small piece of paper next to him. I'd like to meet your boss. Tell him to contact me here if he agrees. Written next to that was a phone number, and Ralph instantly understood what was going on. He called Ian right there and then and let him know. Let me think. I have a better idea. I used this time to get myself an ID, and I rented a place. Get a pen and write on the paper he'll meet you on the east side of the city, next to the Monarch Theatre at 10 p.m., tomorrow. I will send you a message with the location of the apartment only when I meet her. Then you can head there. Also, send me the number just in case. Ralph finally let a sigh of relief. He had started getting used to sleeping on a large comfy bed and eating delicious things, so it was a bit difficult fitting in here. It wasn't long before the night came, and the three slept, the same as everyone else in the warehouse. Only then did the visitor come. Someone walked into the warehouse, through the sleeping beggars, silently and slowly as it's her house. The woman was wearing a black latex full-body suit tightly fit around her seductive body, a hood with cat ears mounted on top. She silently picked up the piece of paper and took a glance at it before making her way out of the warehouse, in full understanding of his thought process. I really hate dealing with troublesome people. However, I will get the diamond one way or another, and how troublesome can one man really be? Ian stayed true to his word and indeed waited for her in an alleyway near the theatre. Cats have strong senses, so he knew she'd eventually find him. He just waited while eating a taco in his hand, unaware that she had already arrived. She was just observing him from the shadows, taking his picture from afar. She didn't keep him waiting for long as she walked from the darkness of the alleyways towards with slow seductive steps, already working on seducing him. Well. A sadist or a masochist? Or is your work being a dominatrix or something? What? 11. Naughty Cat. Chapter 11, Naughty Cat. Well. A sadist or a masochist? Or is your work being a dominatrix or something? What? Oh? You're not? Well, never mind then. Ian just shrugged his shoulders. Selena let out a sigh and continued walking towards him, then started circling around him. Ian remained as defenseless as usual, even as she softly hugged him from behind and whispered in his ears, "I'm not, but I can be if you're into that. I can be very rough." Ian raised his eyebrows and let out a chuckle, "That actually sounds nice. I'm into masochists and I don't mind you staying in your dominatrix outfit for that, in fact. I'd love that." The smile on Selena's face disappeared as she started keeping a bit of distance from him. "Troublesome, you don't have it on you. I didn't think you would but I had hoped so." She then lifted her hand with his phone in it. She opened noticing it's locked. Yet, who leaves their phone without a password nowadays, and I bet nothing is in it anyway. She then threw it back to Ian who caught it and entered the password right away. He then sent a message to his pals. "I admit I'm impressed, I didn't feel a thing. I have to wonder though, did you leave someone else to keep an eye on my friends? It doesn't really matter, I'm just curious. I didn't think it'd matter anyway, so I didn't bother." Selena let out a sigh and just eyed him from top to bottom. "You don't look too special, handsome, but careless. Fit but defenseless, so how did you do it? I'm curious. Is this why you wanted to talk to me?" "Well, I'm indeed careless, weak, and not even smart. I also wonder how I do the things I do, but I never got an answer." Selena let out a chuckle, thoroughly amused. "Not smart? Right. Anyway, I have a target and I'd like your assistance. We'll of course split the harvest. What do you think?" Ian stared at her strangely and started using his brain to the best of his ability. "I think you want to seduce me to give you the thing or steal it from me. Cats are quite naughty after all." Selena seductively smiled and came close to him. "Well, why don't you find out if I can? Wouldn't I deserve it if I'm able to do that?" You have a point. I also feel like you'd beat me up to get information from me if I refuse. I only know little boxing after all." Ian casually responded while still thinking about something else entirely. "No way, cats are harmless. I wouldn't do that." I'm so weak-minded in that regard that she might actually succeed. However, if I take the risk I can get some valuable information. According to what I know about her, she has a lot of connections, trusted connections in contrast to Frank. So what do you think?" she said with her hands encircling Ian's neck in a quite intimate position. Perhaps steely is a better word for her intentions. "I've thought this through. Let's do your job together, then I'll give you some valuables we have to sell. You seem way more experienced than me, thus you probably have more connections. I will set the price for the things I want to sell. If you can sell them for a higher price, you can keep that extra. I will give a reasonable price, so you should make ample profit. Of course, there is the option of you keeping everything to yourself. I don't really mind, but just know I won't be selling the diamond." Selena retracted her hands with a strange look on her face. "That was easier than I thought, and you're certainly a strange one. I want to see how you work, so I'll tell you my target and you plan the heist." "Oh, you think I can actually plan heists? All the ones I pulled were from books and movies. I just made them worse, and that's how my planning usually goes." Ian was even amused by how his brain works while saying that. Selena was a bit speechless. The meeting wasn't going as expected at all. However, this was a chance she can't miss. Even if I can't get the diamond, I can use him to accumulate cash. There is definitely something weird about him, I can smell it. He does smell nice though. Her cat senses drove her to doze off for a bit. He had to wake her up. "Tell me about the job." "Ah, right. The job is something I can do alone quite easily, but the problem is after the job. The bat always finds me and takes back what I stole, rarely do I succeed. My target is painting in a mansion on the south side of the city. I'll tell you all I know about it, and you formulate a plan to avoid the bat's pursuit. By the way, you three were lucky since you didn't encounter him." Ian shook his head. "It's not luck. He was probably looking into the other robbery and just didn't have enough time to arrive before we left." Ian then narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. "You say he almost always catch you, yet you're still here. Care to explain?" "Oops, it slipped right past my lips, but you have nothing to worry about. We have a complicated relationship, but we're certainly not allies." Selena hid her mouth while letting out a small laugh. "Hopefully I don't end up in prison. Arkham Asylum sounds like a more interesting place, so I don't mind going there. Anyway, I think it's time for us to introduce ourselves. I'm Carmela, just Carmela." Selena sweetly said. "Oh? Probably not your real name, but I will be kind and tell you mine. Zeus, nice to meet you," he said with a yawn, already getting bored and sleepy. Ian gave her a single glance before adding, "I will send you a message, then you can send me the info about the job. I will contact you when I have a plan in mind. Also, I already hid it somewhere far away, so don't bother following me." He then made his way to the apartment where his dear friends were excitedly waiting for him. Something he expected is the cat following him, they're quite naughty after all. Ian hugged the three before he opened the door to them. They entered the apartment, and before he could say anything, Barney excitedly said, "See, can I see it?" Ian shook his head, "Unfortunately it's not here. I hid it somewhere else because I was sure the cat would follow me here, so hold it in, Barney, and be patient, you can do it. I believe." Barney took a deep breath before running to the side, he then started to cry like a child despite being a middle-aged man. "Ralph, I have some new plans. You're more experienced than me in this regard, so I want you to go to the warehouse and recruit some trusted people there, doesn't matter who they are or how they look, I just want loyalty and talents." Ian took off his coat, then took a seat on the couch and continued, "We've made $4,250 from the bank, and we'll try the same thing on different banks every week. We'll use part of that money to continue to rent our previous apartment, let them stay in it. If they don't have an ID, contact Frank's connection to make them one. That's how Ian's ID was made. Frank introduced them to the one who does such a thing, and they started contacting him directly. Act quickly because we don't have much time. Also, hand me one." Ian spoke calmly as Ralph handed him a cigarette, the latter lit it up for him before saying, "We don't have time for what?" Ian took a rare smoke as he closed his eyes, "It's better if you don't know. I feel like my adventures have been too safe recently. I need to add a little spice to my life. Anyway, don't mind my nonsense, I'm quite tired, so I'll have some sleep now." That. Ralph was speechless for a minute before he just shook his head, "That indeed sounds like something I don't want to know." 12, okay? Chapter 12, okay? Why don't you just tell me your plan? I will feel more confident that way. Selena softly said to Ian through the phone. "Just be patient, you have nothing to lose either way. When I send you a message, do what you do best." Ian responded with a simple answer before hanging up. He then continued to make his way to the meeting. He had black gloves on and even plastic ones beneath them. He had a black suit shirt and pants, looking formal. He had a small black bag in his hands, and he was unnaturally calm as he thought to himself. "It should be easy. I will have to do it sometime in the future anyway, this world requires such a thing." He had almost reached his destination when a strange feeling started to surface throughout his mind and body. "I'm nervous." "Well, that's a welcomed feeling. It's been such a long time. I wonder though, how would I feel when I do it?" His destination was a certain nightclub, to be specific the alleyway behind it. It's a back door to the club whose ownership belongs to Frank himself. His steps were calculated as he only walked through alleyways and streets that don't have any cameras, if they do, he made sure to avoid them. He found two guards standing in front of the back door, he walked up to them, and they directly allowed him in. What surprised him wasn't that though, since one of the guards is someone he had met before in the first meeting, so he must have recognized him. What truly surprised him is them not searching him and taking any firearms or dangerous things he has. Either Frank is that careless or he looks down on him to that degree. Well, that doesn't matter. I should act quickly. I wonder though, is this above what my ability can handle? Will I die here? Who am I kidding, I survived worse situations though none of them involved guns. Ian walked into that same hall he was in not long ago. It seemed fancier to him with plenty more decorations and artwork. Frank himself looked more well-dressed and perhaps happier. Moreover, there were plenty of his henchmen in the hall, nearly 12 of them all with guns out. "My nameless friend. Welcome back. Your boss said you have a business, so let's get right to it." He seemed quite excited about whatever Ian had to say. Ian smiled and placed the briefcase on the table. "We did something recently, but well, we don't have the connection to sell it as you didn't give us one." Frank let out a small laugh. "What are you talking about? I'm your connection. That's not a problem, is it? I will of course take a cut, and my other connection will also take a cut, but this is how things work." Frank narrowed his eyes and added, "However, I'd very much like to know what you stole and who you stole it from. It couldn't possibly be what I'm thinking of, could it? I heard about that, but we aren't at that level yet. Anyway, why don't you see for yourself?" Ian said as he started opening the briefcase. He put the code and showed them what was within. "Take a look at this one first, and tell me how much it's worth," Ian said as he brought one of the two black cases in the briefcase and handed it to him. Frank eyed the other black case before he focused on the one in his hands. He opened it, and instantly, a smirk surfaced on his face. "Quite the fancy thing. I don't really know much about things such as these, but I'm pretty sure this is extremely valuable. Things such as these aren't usually found in jewelry stores, but I swear I remember seeing something similar in a museum." Frank stood up with the necklace in his hand. It was gorgeous with an even more captivating amethyst inside, perfectly shaped. "This is exactly what I need. I didn't think this would happen so soon, but sorry, it's what it is. Now tell me, where is the diamond?" He didn't seem to be able to hold his emotions back as excitement was apparent on his face. A gun was in his hand which he aimed at Ian. Ian shook his head with a chuckle. My boss thought something like this might happen, so he sent me with this hoping you would change your mind. If not, then it doesn't matter, I am expendable anyway. As he said that, Ian casually reached out to the other black case and opened it. Within were two objects. A velvet jewelry box and a gun. The box was quite exquisite. It was the one he took from the museum, the diamond was inside of it, comfortably sitting in it while it's open for the world to see. He, of course, didn't forget to take it. Frank wasn't even bothered by the gun in the case though his underlings were already aiming their gun at Ian, any wrong move and he's dead. Frank gulped as he reached out to the small box. Is it inside? He didn't wait for an answer as he opened it directly after that. It was empty. What's the meaning of this? Do you think I'm a joke just like the rest? Ian slowly took the gun into his hand and stood up, not in a hurry. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath ignoring all the extremely loud sounds around him. He opened his eyes to the weirdest scene he had ever seen so far. Nothing even came close, and only then did his brain start to comprehend all the sounds that started occurring the moment he picked up the gun. The moment he picked up the gun, almost everyone in the hall opened fire at him without a second thought, yet not a bullet touched him. From handguns to rifles, bullets were flying everywhere, and the stunned Frank finally started to get his wits back. Only then did he start to notice the anomaly of the situation, the elephant in the room. Ian was right before him intact with his eyes closed, yet his men were falling one by the bullets of their own people. Their bullets somehow reached everywhere in the hall but him. Stop! Frank whimpered with a voice barely heard by his own ears. His hands were shaking as he aimed at Ian, ready to shoot. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to pull the trigger as he found his brain almost entirely destroyed by the massive chandelier that fell on him. His body fell on the ground, his fingers still moved for a second or two before life left his dead body. Ian opened his eyes and strangely looked at his surroundings, dead bodies everywhere, blood flowing like a river. Only one other person was alive in the hall, one of Frank's henchmen. He was shaking while looking at Ian as if looking at a monster. Seeing Ian's brown eyes looking at him brought even more fear into him as he screamed, "Stop! Don't come close!" He tried to aim and shoot at Ian again, his brain didn't seem to be working correctly as he stumbled backward with his head colliding with a sharp part of the ground. He was no more. Okay. 13, whatever. 11 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 13, whatever. Okay. Ian was baffled. He had never faced a situation like this in the literal sense. Even in his previous world, nothing this extreme ever happened which might be due to a situation like this never happening. He did take gun lessons but never actually used them against a human being. He did use them when hunting, and some strange situations did occur, but this. However, like every other time, he had the same reaction, well, whatever. He then picked up the necklace and the two black cases though he left the diamonds box in its place fallen next to Frank. He picked up his briefcase and left, and only then did he send a message to Ralph, a simple one start. He then called the cat, and before he could talk, she spoke first, "Oh, Zeus? Tell me the good news." Ian's face couldn't help but twitch. He told her his name was Zeus as an obvious joke, but when she called him like that, it sounded a bit, "Don't call me that." "Why not? You said it's your name, don't tell me it isn't." He could detect from her tone just how much fun she was having messing with him. He shook his head, knowing it's not time for messing around. "Ian, my name is Ian Rose, and as I said, start. I will be there soon." What a lovely name, and don't worry, I have already started, but we can talk while I perform my dance. I'd like to know more about you, you don't mind, do you? Her tone was full of interest and curiosity. "Oh? You didn't investigate me?" Ian wondered. "Of course I did, but I only had your pictures, and I found nothing about you. I guess now that I have your name, I will surely know more, right?" She saw no point in hiding that as she was sure it's something anyone can expect. However, she wasn't sure if Ian was actually his real name. "Ian is my real name. Also, you weren't able to get info with my pictures because I just forged a new identity just recently. I was a beggar, so I never actually had an ID." He casually explained without trying too hard to think of a better lie. "I almost want to believe you, well, I actually don't." She then hung up. Ian shook his head again. "I can see a great future working with her. I know she can do some insane gymnastics shit to reach places I can't. I can plan things and act as a meat shield that never dies. Just imagining the crazy things we can steal excites me so much, but I don't think her vision is the same as mine." He took a deep breath and thought about the real problem. "I thought I'd have to kill today, but this doesn't count as killing, does it? I have no control over my power after all." "Yup, it's definitely not my doing but my powers." He threw all the responsibilities to his non-sentient power and moved on with his life. He needed to send a message to someone with haste though, so he did that right away after changing his SIM card. He then destroyed it and threw it in the garbage. The police sirens were ear-blowing, sounding throughout the street and its surroundings. Many police cars were parked everywhere as the city has witnessed a not-so-rare massacre. Why? That's unnecessary as I'm already here. Well, why take the trouble? I already took the case. Listen, we'll talk about this later. Gordon then hung up, frustration was apparent on his face. He was in the middle of a horrifying case, yet his colleague wants him to leave and let him take the rest, that made no sense to him. He didn't have time to really think about that, he was ready to go back and examine the scene, but he noticed an anonymous message has been sent to him. That's already strange enough to attract his attention, your competitor is corrupt. He works for the Falcons. There is proof inside. He found himself frozen in his place, comprehension slowly started to surface on his face. He still didn't trust the message, but there is an easy way to verify it. He started a thorough search of the nightclub, specifically the main office, and all the rooms to the side of the hall. He found several documents of Frank's illegal deals, but he still found nothing of significance, though he still needs to take a close look at the evidence. That only leaves one thing, Frank's phone. Gordon went to the hall and searched for Frank's body. He already had gloves on, so he just moved the chandelier from on top of his body and searched him. He kept hesitating for a minute, but in the end, he still took the phone with as much discretion as possible and put it in his pocket. He knows it must have a password, and he can't leave it to the PD to decrypt it because if what the message said was true, the valuable info in it will be gone. He will let the only person he knows that's smart enough to be able to get the job done and also the person he can fully trust, his daughter Barbara Gordon. He then made his way to one of his fellow officers. What did you learn? It's messy and confusing. Their leader seemed to have died due to the chandelier, and another one died due to falling down. The rest died due to bullets, but there are bullets everywhere, so we're not really sure what happened or who the killers are of the bodies here. The officer responded. Gordon frowned. I want to say it involves some kind of gang shootout or fighting between crime families, but I guess we won't be sure until further inspection. Ian was of course innocent, he had done nothing wrong, and he kept convincing himself by the fact he hadn't pulled the trigger of his gun yet. Perhaps he is insane because he had yet to feel even a sliver of guilt towards his actions. The reason was his ability, he had experienced so many things that made his emotions numb, and his thought process bizarre. How did you do it? Or what did you do to get the bat off me? Selena was curious. She did trigger the alarms the moment she took the painting, and she knew that'd happen. She also had no way around that as that wasn't her specialty, and she would have never felt the need to avoid that if not for Batman. Ian looked fresh with different clothes and no briefcase in his hands. He had to change his clothes as they had a bit of scattered blood on them. Their meeting place was actually the roof of his apartment complex under the darkness of the night. Ian brought 2 chairs with him, he took a seat on one and signaled for her to do the same. It doesn't really matter, does it? May I see it? He was talking about the painting in her hands, it had a black piece of cloth on it stopping him from seeing the value of it. Sure, Selena handed it to him. She was even more curious about what he had done. She reached out for her pocket, pulling out her phone after feeling it vibrate, a smile surfaced on her face afterward. Ian took a close look at the painting. He seemed to be contemplating something for a while before he confessed, yeah, I absolutely have no idea what this is, but I will take a picture to search later. And he indeed did so. He never really had much desire to collect paintings, he's more into shiny cool stuff. What? Ian questioned, noticing her giving him a strange look. Is your name really Ian, Ian Rose? I've investigated the name, but there's no one by that fits your description. It's my real name, but my identity name is different. You know how forged identities work, I can't order any name. The names come with the package. I am also not willing to go to some kind of government office to change it. Ian stood up after that. He handed her the painting. He then brought a few stuff from his pockets, namely a necklace and a few other jewelry pieces. Since we've just finished our first job, I'll trust you with these. I'll send you in a message the expected value of each of them, and well, talk to your connection. To say Selena was surprised would be an understatement, so soon. She took them and before he knew it, her arms were already around Ian's neck as she said that, her lips were almost touching his, could it be that you fell for me so soon? Ian didn't answer but simply closed the distance further, their lips coming in contact with each other. He stole a quick kiss, feeling her red tender lips before she jumped backward. What was that? Ian was kind of surprised. Oh, why the stutters? I thought seduction is your forte. Selena frowned. She ignored him and started jumping from building to building, like a cat escaping a dog's clutches. Ian took a deep breath then left with a last thought, I almost lost, she's too fucking good, but what was that? Why did she escape? Could it be because of that? Well, whatever. 14, we've finally made it. 11 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 14, we've finally made it. What have we got here? Boys, we've made it. Ian said with a smile, excitement was apparent on his pale face. He reciprocated the high five he got from Barney as the latter shouted, "Hell yeah, we did." Everyone in the apartment was happy, excited even. Barney was jumping everywhere like a kid, which seemed to light the fire of youth in Mike as he followed suit. Ralph on other hand was just smiling and smoking the most expensive cigarettes he found in the store. In the middle of the apartment was a small duffel bag that seemed to be filled with something. Ian walked to it and opened it, finding it almost completely filled with hard raw cash. "How much is it?" Ralph took another smoke and answered, 137k and some jewelry. "There are also some other things that seemed valuable." "Not as much as I thought, but I guess he isn't that high in the Falcone family, and most of his funds should be in the mob banks." Ian thought for a bit before adding, "Give each of the recruits 1k, but let them know of what to do and what not to do." The message sent to Ralph after Ian left the scene was to let him know of the start of the true goal of his actions. He needed a lot of funds to start going into the legal stuff. Ralph led the 5 recruits into the messy hall. They scattered and scavenged everything they can before hastily leaving. Mike and Barney kept an eye on the cops, on the Gotham police station to be specific, and warned Ralph of when to leave. The recruit was of course from the warehouse of homeless people. Ralph picked people he already knew long, and he did so carefully. "I already told them the rules, and I think they will comply with them perfectly after witnessing what was inside." "What happened in there? Did you do that?" Ralph was a bit nervous while asking that. He wasn't sure whether that's a question he should ask, but the mess inside was beyond his imagination, so curiosity got the best of him. "What happened? Something I should know about." Barney jumped to them out of nowhere and questioned with curiosity. "I'm actually not sure myself. It's kind of complicated, but it's the doing of something else. I had a different plan in mind, but things worked out in the end." Ian lit up a cigarette of his own and started smoking with them. "It's after all an event worth celebrating. We'll lay low for a while. I made a deal with the cat and will be working with her for a while. She's still not trustworthy though, so be warned if she approached alone." "Wait, what? She stopped from living with my dear. It's her fault. Why should we work with her?" Barney instantly got worked up at the sound of the cat. "Your dear?" Ian wondered, confused. "Wait. You wouldn't be talking about the diamond, would you?" "The diamond? No way, he isn't that insane, right?" Mike tried to come to a logical conclusion, but seeing Barney nodding made him speechless. "The fuck are you smoking? She's mine. You took the emerald necklace, and that's enough for you." On a serious note, "I handed the cat the amethyst necklace and the other jewelry to sell. She has trusted connections, and she's good at what she does." Ian changed the subject, and he wasn't done just yet. "It's time for us to start legal businesses. Every mob has they, and that's for a good reason. They're a good front. A nightclub? It seems like a lot of mobs own those." Ralph made a logical assumption. Ian shook his head as he crossed his legs together, sitting more comfortably. "Nah, I've thought it through long ago and did some research. I want to start a coffee shop business." Barney scratched his head in confusion. "Does that sound like a small goal only to me? I mean, we can do better, right? If we wait for the cat to bring us our profit, we'll have more money to do better things. However, that may not necessarily be the correct decision. A nightclub sounds like unnecessary trouble. The mobs will probably target us as it will be under no one's protection. This is just one of the many troubles we might face." Ian started stroking his chin and added, "A coffee shop, a safe and simple place to manage. In Gotham, the city of crime, a peaceful place like that can have extremely high attraction if we can provide that safety." Ian lifted his index finger with a mysterious smile. "I'm not done just yet. I already have a place in mind, a store that just shut down recently. It's near Frank's nightclub, and with the things that happened there, its price is bound to go down. Moreover, the area there is already known for its high crime rate, so its price was already low. I'm sold." "Wait, you're not done." "I am not. The place for sale is not just the store but the entire 2 floors buildings. If we revamp it, we can make ourselves a franchised sit-down coffee shop, and we can live on the 2nd floor. There is plenty of room for even more PEOP. Say less." "I'm sold. I don't exactly understand everything you said, but I'm 100% sold. When are we moving in?" Ian strangely eyed Barney. He seemed to be losing it. Ian however can't say his mental stat is in a better shape, so he ignored that. Ralph failed to hide the excitement on his beardless face as he asked, "I'm sold, but how much money are we spending? Like, we can't already have the money for that, could we?" "We don't. The last time I searched for the price, it was worth about 250k, but we can negotiate, especially with the recent incident. I'm sure the owner is also wanting to get rid of the place." Ian stood up afterward. "All right boys, we have a lot of honest work to do. Ralph, the property will be in your name as you have a legal ID, and you're the least sus person of us. For now however, let me get some sleep. The world continued to orbit around itself as usual, and the gears of time continued to move as the night was where bats move the most. He's back. Ra's al Ghul. Just what is his goal this time? A man attired in a black bat suit spoke with a raspy voice. Only his face was apparent, he seemed healthy, which is strange considering what he does. He seemed to be in some kind of cave with all kinds of complicated technological stuff, and he was standing next to a metallic desk with numerous pieces of paper on it and a large computer screen. And this, it's definitely something supernatural. Is it also his doing? It's a massacre that doesn't make much sense. It also took account for my interference, the place was clean of people when I arrived, not just of the killers but also of anything of value. The massacre must have happened in a matter of minutes for them to have time to clean the place. It's either Ra's al Ghul or someone just as dangerous. He was looking at the info of the incident that Ian definitely wasn't responsible for. He then looked at the info of another incident, feeling his head ache, and is this your doing, Selina? Is it just timing or is it planned? He took a deep breath before saying, whatever it is, I need to hasten my plans against the crime families. For that, I might need help. He then laid his eyes upon the picture of someone attired in a cop suit, James Gordon. It was not just the bat that stayed up all night, the cat also did. Her real name was Selina Kyle and she lives on the east side of Gotham. When she doesn't have her suit on, she's just a beautiful woman who had grown up in the unkindness of Gotham, a hard life that led her to her current path. She found herself unable to sleep, just lying on her bed with barely any clothes on, showing her sensual body. Her hand was on her lips as she thought to herself, it felt so nice. Too nice, and I've just met him. Did he do something to me? Some kind of drug? There is definitely something strange about him. Selina looked at her phone for a moment, nervousness was apparent on her face. The incident. Was it his doing? Was I on the brink of death this whole time while I was with him? Even he had yet to understand how his power work. He knows that it can do more than meets the eye, but the extent is unknown even to him. Sometimes, his power even reacts to things around him in ways he simply can't comprehend, just like how it reacted when he came in contact with her, but well, he has all the time in the world to find out how it works. 15. I lost. 11 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 15, I lost. I envy you. You've come so far from when we first met, and things seem to always work out for you. Selina softly said. She was seated on the roof of a building, a nice-looking two-story building. An exquisite sign was at its front spelling Cat's Rest. That was the name of Ian and the group's coffee, and in contrast to what one might assume, the group came up with the name just to make Barney mad. Mike was especially hellbent on picking that name. Ian was seated next to her, carefully examining a dark red ring in his hands. It seemed to be made fully of some kind of gem, a ruby, right? There are also some nice engravings within. I guess it's worth its price. That was their newest harvest. It has been 2 months since their first job, and they have pretty much been doing a job every week. Ian was mostly responsible for planning the heists with the information provided by Selina, while she was responsible for the execution. He also acts when needed or if things got out of hand. Annoyance was apparent on what was visible on Selina's face. He always seems to ignore her in situations like this. To be fair, he was paying full attention to the antique in his hand. I don't like it very much. You can sell it. This has been an ongoing ritual for him, deciding whether to keep the harvest and pay Selina her cut or let her sell it. It all depends on if it's worth joining his collection. As for what said, you should envy me because I somehow have better decision-making skills than you. How do you lose all your money every time? You must be cursed. And he finally responded to what she said. Selina's not real cat ears started to twitch in annoyance. What? It's not my fault, I'm just unlucky. Something unfortunate always happens whenever I become even a bit well off. Ian stared at her strangely for a second before responding in the calmest way possible. Right, it's surely not your fault. Sarcasm. Like, can you stop and give me some advice here? Please. Selina was a bit desperate at this point, and she wouldn't have been if she didn't see the uninterrupted success of Ian. She was used to everything not working out for her during her entire life, and she got used to it, but Ian seemed to have unintentionally awoken her from her terrible decision-making. Ian moved his face closer to hers, looking into her gorgeous green eyes. Your eyes are beautiful. Now that I think about it, I never got to see the face beneath the mask. Selina instantly moved her face backward. Ian could almost swear he saw what's apparent of her cheeks becoming flushed for a second. Please stop, I'd like to keep my identity a secret. Ian frowned and stared at her for a while. His mind was overloading as he thought of what she was planning. As I thought, you're acting weird. You've been acting weird for a while now. What are you planning? Weird how? Selina asked, even she was unsure, which made him look with an even stranger look. You've been keeping distance from me, and well, you've been quite timid, nothing like the bold and cool Catwoman I first met. Is this like your new plan to seduce me? Selena frowned and contemplated his words for a while. You're right. I haven't been myself recently. She let out a small laugh, at herself. I guess I'm having middle-age crisis. Ian picked up his cup of coffee, he almost forgot he brought it with him. He took a small sip before putting it back down. I forgot about it again until it got cold, I will definitely remember next time. He stood up then turned around and faced her, his face was serious. First, tell me your real name. It's about time, right? She didn't hesitate much. He had put so much trust in her for the past 2 months that she started feeling bad for not telling him. Selena. Selena Kyle. A smile surfaced on Ian's handsome face. What a lovely name, it suits you. Yao told me your name, so why is it a problem to let me see your face? He asked with curiosity. Selena was silent for a few seconds before she shook her head. It's complicated, I'd rather not say. Okay. Ian was a bit confused, so he went with the whatever rule and moved on. Stand up and face me. Now I want you to seduce to give you the diamond. Do your thing, let the cat out. Selena was also confused. Why? I will be okay, I just have to think for a bit, and everything will be fine. Ian let out a sigh before he approached her, stroked her forehead, seemingly scolding her as if she's still a kid. That's called escaping the problem. I want you to be you and let the cat out right now, right here. Only then will I tell you how to succeed and stop making terrible decisions. Also, I will encourage you further. The last time you tried to seduce me, you almost succeeded. I'm that weak, or you're that good. Selena held her forehead and just stared at the smiling Ian who was waiting for her. She was seemingly stunned for a good 10 seconds before she got her bearing back. Then don't blame me. She said that, but she was still a bit nervous as she approached him. She had already realized that the nervousness isn't like her at all. She started by stalling for a bit as she circled around him, trying to get her confidence back. I've never felt nervous when I was working with Batman, so why am I now? Am I just afraid of getting close to him? She approached him from behind and hugged him while whispering in his ears, are you perhaps just using this as a cover but in reality, you miss my touch? Ian felt a hot breath tickling his ears, and felt the 2 gorgeous balls of softness on his back. He took a deep breath. Holy fuck man, you're not a virgin, calm yourself down, but damn if she isn't special. Selena clearly felt her effect on him as she got bolder, even more encouraged. A mischievous smile surfaced on her face as the naughtiness in her spurted out. Her lips found themselves sucking on his neck, finding enjoyment in that. Okay. I know I said I'm weak, but I'm actually losing. Well, whatever, Ian just let things take their course, and just enjoyed the moment. He's the kind of guy that if the world was gonna end tomorrow, and he has the key to save it, he'll just ignore it until the last few seconds, or he'll just forget about it. Selena circled around him and stood before him, green eyes staring at his pale brown eyes. Now I'm starting to wonder why I found you so difficult in the first place. She placed one of her arms around his neck, and she started caressing his cheek with the other hand. She spoke softly to his ears. Now imagine what would happen if we go further. The question is, how badly do you want that? She gently caressed the side of his lips, and before he can say anything, she licked his cheek, too close to his lips, but she never reached them. Just who can survive such temptation? Okay. That escalated quickly. Ian wanted to believe that he can hold himself back, sadly he couldn't as he said, that was kinky, but I like it. Perhaps you forgot yourself in the process but I'm too weak to hold back. His left arm was already around her waist and the other was on her neck as he pulled her face closer to his and went for the kiss. However, this time it was a long sensual kiss, and Selena didn't resist not one bit, she allowed him to take control. Their tongues were in a battle not for domination but simply for pleasure and intimacy. A good minute or two passed before they stopped as Ian said with a smile, I guess I lost though I don't mind it. Welcome back. Selena took a deep breath and a step back with that. She looked at him for a few seconds and softly said, glad to be back. Also, please don't misunderstand, I'm not interested in a relationship at all. Ian nodded not surprised by that, yet I figured out that much, my goal was just to build a friendship with but what can I say, you're too good to the point I ended up taking it one step further. However, I believe you should have more trust in me now and I also feel like I can trust you a bit more. Now I can talk to you about a few of my plans, or our plans. He then extended his hand waiting for her to take it which she did. A handshake of pure innocent friendship. Right. She then started walking away leaving him with a few words, since I won, you'll have to tell me of your secrets, I also want to keep my hard-earned money in my pockets, but let's leave that for tomorrow. She then started jumping from building to building like a cat, swift and silent. Her movement was almost inhuman, yet she didn't move far before she found herself lying on the roof of another building, seemingly exhausted. Her cheeks, no, her entire face was flushed, her breathing was heavy. What are you doing to me? I am the one who lost. 16. Progress. 11 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 16, Progress. Ian walked down the stairs from the roof. He went to the building's first floor, the coffee shop. It was late at night at this point, so the workers were already preparing to close it. He found the trio of his group already waiting for him around a table. He took a seat with them and asked, "Any trouble today?" Ralph shook his head as he signaled for one of the workers to bring them coffee. "No, as you predicted. The Falcone family has given up on the area, and very few other crime families try to get here. At this point, it seems they're more scared of us than of Batman." "Well, that's the result of having thousands of beggars under your hand." Ian couldn't help but let out a chuckle. He was sure Batman has already started investigating his group, but he didn't care at this point. "I admit when you spoke your proposal then, I thought you've become crazier, but seeing how things worked out makes me think I've gone crazy," Mike added, still just as baffled by how far they've come. "Yet, who thought investing a few tens of thousands of bucks every month in the homeless of Gotham would create such force of venomous people?" Barney might not have noticed it himself, but he sounded envious while saying that, leading the group to eye him strangely. They've become extremely rich at this point, yet Barney still wishes to keep everything to himself. That's what investing is, putting money into something with the expectation of profit, and we're already seeing a profit. We've basically taken over the entire street and are expanding to its surroundings without doing much. We still can't take over the crime alley as that will bring too much attention. In fact, the only reason we didn't get much resistance from the crime families is because of Batman. He seems to be quite active recently. It's fascinating what a bunch of people could do for a piece of bread. They could literally crawl themselves to the depths of hell for a steady source of food, which Ian gladly provided. The warehouse he lived in once was empty, as pretty much every beggar moved to Ulster Street not just for the food but also because of the 2 large warehouses Ian bought for them. The warehouses had numerous beds within and any daily necessities they might need. There isn't much privacy as everyone will be sleeping close to each other, but they're used to that by this point. Of course, Ian had to spend quite the sum of money to make that happen. He pretty much sold everything he ever stole, and he has been stealing with Selina, leaving only the diamond. He also provided them with new clean clothes, spending even more money. However, it was all worth it. He had an army of people at his disposals. He even hired some of them to work at his coffee shop. This many people would in theory lead to an increase in the crime rate in Ulster Street, but it was the opposite. Ian established a protection system in the area. Indeed, he went with the protection fee trick, except in Gotham it's a welcome trick. If the shops and stores wish for a safe environment, they'd pay the fees to Ian and the group, then the beggars themselves would protect themselves, and there is nothing more ferocious than a bunch of homeless people in need of money and have nothing to lose. The homeless will then be paid by Ralph as he oversees them. Of course, they'll get paid a small sum of that money, and in the end, the group ended up making much more money than they were spending. That wasn't the only benefit, as seeing their success, many groups started approaching them for money laundering business. They launder the money given to them and they get a cut, but as with all illegal businesses, there is a risk. The Ulster Street was pretty much taken over in a matter of weeks in its entirety. A street that was once the Falcones was that no more, and the thing is they could do nothing about it. They are pretty much the largest crime family in the city, and that's why their every move is easily traced and attracts too much attention. The Bat's attention was on them as theirs was on him. It's almost as if Ian planned the whole thing perfectly, to the point that even attempting to take back the street now is simply not worth it at all. However, he actually didn't foresee things to this point, it all just worked out. Ian started stroking his chin. He already sensed the strangeness in the streets of Gotham. Something major is about to happen. Have you thought it through? Ralph asked, as Ian's next decision will basically carve their future in the Book of Fate. I mean, what's there to think of? Every mob family is doing it, so why shouldn't we? It's not that much, but it's a start. Mike voiced his opinion. More money? Sold. I don't see why not. We already did some nasty stuff, so why not dig ourselves deeper? Barney's words attracted everyone's bizarre looks. His way of phrasing things is, well, special. Ian frowned, then shook his head. I've thought it through. We won't be going into the drugs business. In fact, we should stay as far away from it as possible. Their reputation has gone up to such an extent that several groups approached them for collaboration in the narcotics business. Ian brought his phone up, searched for something, and showed them. Do you see what this is? I showed it to you before. That new Flash hero? But isn't he far away from here? Mike wondered. We have someone more dangerous, Batman. The point I'm making is the surge in people calling themselves heroes who work against crime. Going into that business will definitely attract their attention. Ian explained. How is Batman more dangerous than the Flash? The latter is all flashy flash, super fast I mean, while Batman doesn't seem to be special. Doesn't he just wear a batsuit and jump around? Barney's focus was elsewhere as he spoke all the nonsense in his head. Batman has survived so far in a city like Gotham and even brought fear to its sinners. That in itself is a great accomplishment, but this isn't the topic of focus today. Batman must already have an eye on us, thus we should be careful and prepared for the worst. I absolutely see no benefit in involving ourselves in that business, so as always, I have a better idea. Oh, what is it? His words got their full attention. Ian mysteriously smiled. It's the art of screwing people over, or in this case, the crime families. Say what? Mike was baffled. They just talked about not doing something dangerous because it's dangerous, yet here he is talking about doing something suicidal. Just be patient, I will explain. It's actually quite simple, all we have to do is to screw them over, perhaps let Batman do the work, and then take all of their hard-earned money. Imagine just how much those old crime families have accumulated during the decades of their existence. Ian was passionate about his plans, but the same couldn't be said about the rest. But won't we just die? I know you don't mind, but I do. Mike spoke his mind and Barney seemed to agree as he said, I haven't even seen my dear yet, so I really don't want to die. Ian smiled further, seemingly about to speak the Gospels, the words of wisdom, that's the point. We might die, isn't that exciting? Ah? And no. He stood up, it's okay, I mean it's just death. Anyway, I will be doing the majority of the work, you guys won't really have to do anything. You three just focus on our organization and the expansion. If any of you wish to pull out, you're welcome to do so right now, otherwise, let's have some fun. Ian left them to do some thinking. They already know that working for him is dangerous, but it has been working out so far, so they were okay with that. Ian felt the responsibility to remind them of the risks. Perhaps he exaggerated a bit there, but he really needs them to know that he'll never change, death will always follow him, protect him, and perhaps harvest the lives of those around him. He went to sleep and woke up the next day quite early. He usually woke up at 10 p.m., but today was different as his phone started ringing, which either means business or the cat had come. What? Ian muttered lazily. As lazy as always, and who thought someone like you can rise so high? A mischievous voice sounded from the phone. I'm just lazy because I can be, you would have had this luxury if you don't always lose everything, Ian casually responded as he stood up. Selina was silent for a second before she playfully responded, why be so harsh? But you're right, so why don't you teach me how to be like you, teacher? I assume you're on the roof, wait for me to put some clothes on. Ian hung up directly after, failing to hear her next words, tempting ones, but she was just being naughty. Ian put on a long-sleeved black shirt, black clothes, and casual shoes. He then made his way to the roof, finding it empty. However, just like always, she was hiding in a place not visible from the roof door, and she moved swiftly once she saw him as he found her standing behind him. Too bad you're always in your costume, else we'd take a walk around the city. I've somewhere to go today anyway, Ian remarked as he faced her. Oh, is that a date? Well, I have a better idea for a date, why don't you follow me? And make sure you keep up, you're quite fit, so I am sure you can do that. She gently whispered in his ears before she started walking towards the edge of the roof. Oh? That sounds kind of dangerous. I'm in. 17. The Mix of Colors. 11 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 17, The Mix of Colors. Oh? That sounds kind of dangerous. I'm in. That's how easy it's to get him to do anything. The sound of danger and the possibility of witnessing his power in action is something he will never say no to. Ian kept his eyes on her as she started running to the edge and jumped to the nearby building's roof like a feather. The distance between the buildings was only about 2 meters, so it looked like nothing to her. Ian hesitated not one bit as he followed after her, jumping after her as fast as he could. He continued to follow her from roof to roof, through the complex and tight buildings of Gotham. Oh, the theater. It's a favorite place of mine, I always come here when I want to relax. This jump is a bit harder, so be careful. Despite her saying how hard it is, it looked like a walk in the park for her, as if gravity ignores her existence. Ian, however, never hesitated as he again ran to the best of his abilities and applied what he knows about jumping to reach the nearby building, as far as 4 meters but a bit lower than the one they were in. He landed and performed a roll, minimizing the impact on his legs. It's been quite a while since I've done this, but I still got it. Oh, you have experience? I expect to have a laugh at your expense, but I guess not. Ian nodded. Of course, I'm quite the adventurous type after all. I've pretty much have done most things that can get me killed. Could it be that you get off on danger and deadly situations? Selina frowned as she asked, now it makes sense why you did what you did in the museum heist. Kind of, Ian simply answered, not explaining any further, for what he gets off on is seeing how he'll not die rather than the opposite. Selina frowned further, seemingly hesitating before she just shook her head and ignored the subject. They made this way through another roof into a ladder, and then into a glass opening on the top of the theater. I used to come here all the time when I was younger, but I don't have that luxury now. Ian let out an amused smile. You've been a thief from your early days? I bet you've yet to pay for a movie ticket. Selena slightly blushed under her mask and turned her head away in shame. Oh, of course not, I paid for it like one time or two. Ian let out a small laugh, quite amused. Right, I believe you. The sarcasm was obvious to all. Selena let out a pout and just ignored him, jumping into the theater while Ian took a deep breath to calm himself down. I swear she might have the bloodline of some kind of insane succubus bloodline. It's definitely not because I'm weak. Shush, and follow me, Selena muttered quietly as they stealthily moved through the hallways of the theater into the section of the theater auditorium. They circled through the theater until Selena found an empty auditorium. The movie was playing despite that. Empty, that usually means it's a shitty movie, right? Ian wondered as he took a seat. Selena took a seat next to him, usually, but there are some hidden gems here and there. None of the other auditoriums had many people, the theater doesn't seem to be doing well, yet it's still open in this side of Gotham. Ian curiously questioned. I heard it's funded by Wayne Enterprise at a loss, but they still do so. I heard that the Wayne Corp owner's parents died around here, so that's why he's probably still supporting it. Selena explained. I see. Now, let's get to the main topic. How did you lose all of your money? Ian was kind of in disbelief. They have been doing jobs together for months, making tons of cash, yet she lost it all. Well, it's Compellicat. She didn't get to speak any further as a loud explosion sounded throughout the surroundings, so loud it seemed to reverberate throughout Gotham. I have to go. Selena instantly stood up and started running from whence they came. Lucky or unlucky? Whatever it is, it sounds like an opportunity. Ian smiled as he stood up and made his way out of the theater's main door, just casually walking out by its people. No one paid attention to him as everyone was either running in to hide or running out to see what was happening. I knew it. I felt the sin and darkness of the city rising lately, too many colors mixing together to form a mess. This is the mess. He can see it from the east end of the city. In the most central part of Gotham was a massive cloud of fire and dark smoke, then the mess needs just a little bit more mixing for there to be darkness. Sounds like fun. Ian started walking back to the Cat's Rest until it dawned on him, wait a minute, the mess is a distraction. So many things to take without a sliver of security. He picked up his phone and called Ralph. Listen carefully, gather about 10 of the most trusted boys and prepare the radios, and do exactly as I say. Leave Mike to keep control of our territory and keep an eye on Barney not to do anything stupid. Do this first as quickly as you can, then we'll talk. Ian then went to his car and started making his way to his own secret personal apartment. He brought some stuff from and started driving to central Gotham without ever touching the brakes. He seemed to be the only one heading there while the rest of the people were escaping in the opposite direction. His driving was straight up suicidal but efficient, leading him to his destination before Ralph's call came. What do you need us to do? Even Ralph was nervous because he had never heard so much urgency in Ian's voice. Do you remember the heist plan I told you about a month? Yes, we'll be moving it ahead, and by that, I mean now. Wait, but you said the plan is for like a year later, and it wasn't even a plan, you were just speaking your mind. Ralph was perplexed as the plan was basically a death sentence. Trust me and do as I say. Get the guns and the truck and go to the Falcone warehouse in the crime alley, you can handle the situation however you like, this is your chance to shine. Ian's voice was tranquil and almost hypnotic, giving Ralph all the courage he needs. Ian saw this as more of a test for Ralph, he wanted the egg to hatch. He could see the potential in Ralph, someone who just wants to live life and doesn't necessarily care for death. He still needs just a little step to get over the natural fear of death humans have. However, I can't bear to let you take all of that risks, so let me give you a hand. Ian let out a sigh before changing his direction to a place not far away, quite close to central Gotham. He parked the car right before the door of a huge mansion, put sunglasses on and a wig in his car's glove box. He then exited the car, hearing the mansion guards yelling at him right away. Who are you and what are you doing here? Never mind, leave right away. The guards were strict and there were many of them. You either have an appointment with the owner of the house or you don't. My first kill is kind of to help a friend? Hey. Ian completely ignored them and just shook his head with a smile. Just as he was about to pull his gun out and shoot, a gunshot sound reverberate throughout the surroundings, what seemed to be a high-caliber round which left a sizable hole in the guard's head. Okay? A sniper. This was certainly not within his expectations as he looked around while a sequence of sniper shots sounded, making all the guards fall to the ground. Ian scratched his head for a moment before he just shrugged his shoulders and brought the already prepared grenades from the car. He then threw them at the house. There was a long silence after all the guards fell to their death and no other gunshots sounded until he was getting into the car. At the same point, the grenades exploded, then a sniper bullet passed right by his head, but he didn't see it nor did he hear it due to the explosion. The purpose of the grenades was just to attract attention, not just of the mansion owner but also the rest of the police, but especially the attention of the Falcone family, for the one who owns it is none other than its leader Carmine Falcone. Someone else is targeting the Falcones? I wonder why they didn't shoot at me though? Oh well, this is better anyway, I guess taking a life is just not destined for me. Not far from the mansion on a specific roof were two people, both attired in the same black outfit. One was standing frozen in his place, he was carrying a sniper in his hands, preparing to put in a briefcase next to him. His partner was the one who was lying on the ground and seemingly aiming at something. Why you missed? The standing assassin questioned with bafflement. Why yet? His partner answered, confusion was apparent in his tone. How? I don't know. It felt like the explosion distracted me, but that has never been a problem before. The head won't be happy about this. At least we have an approximate description of the man. He was definitely not one of the Falcons, but that matters not. Just be ready to accept your punishment. That didn't deter the partner one bit, his eyes were seemingly emotionless as he's but a tool for killing, I understand. For now, let's inform the head of this, then continued on our next targets. So many pieces were moving in Gotham, each with their own goals, agendas, all at the same time, to the point a few sleeping heroes had to wake up. I've been back for just one day and Gotham is already being Gotham, a certain man said before adding, Bruce might need my help, I guess I need to be his sidekick one last time. Another admirer of the Bat was already near the massive explosion's location, someone who had worked with him many times, Batgirl. 18. The Mess. 11 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 18, The Mess. Something grand was happening. Strange things were happening throughout the city all at the same time. The Gotham City police found themselves confused on what to do, too many crimes were happening on the same day. The new Gotham Police Commissioner, however, was quite capable. He's extremely experienced and has been in the force for decades, though he only recently attained his current position. It's commendable for a good-hearted, uncorrupt officer to reach such a position in a city like Gotham. He started by spreading the PD forces throughout the city but focused more on the most major thing that happened, the massive explosion in central Gotham. And central Gotham is the place Ian was currently in. His purpose wasn't to get himself into trouble but just to scavenge things. He noticed many strange incidents and gunshots on the way. It was like the city was dormant, and it has just been awakened, becoming quite lively, though not in a good sense. The center of the events seems to be the building before Ian, with most of its top utterly destroyed. The cops were already surrounding the place, though they were staying far away from the building in fear of it falling crumbling down on them. I guess I have to go cat style, Ian muttered to himself before making his way to an accessible roof of a nearby building and started jumping from roof to roof without alerting anyone. He entered the building from its back door and directly headed to the elevator. He noticed it was already used and it was heading up, not down. He waited and just watched the elevator number change until it stopped on floor 19. He waited for a bit before calling the elevator back and going to the same floor, a mess of a floor. Most people have already escaped the perimeter, but those that are still inside are either dead or close to dying, with the exception of a few strange bunches. The 19th floor was a bit different, as it appeared to be a calculated massacre, not by the explosion but by guns and swords. Ian just had to walk deeper into the floor to discover the individuals behind the dreadful deed. Oh, she's here, Ian muttered to himself, noticing 5 people in the hall, Catwoman and another girl dressed in a bat suit, a man endowed in a similar black suit with a blue eagle symbol on the chest part, he seems to be Nightwing. Facing them were 3 strange individuals, each stranger than the other. A man with a hook for a hand, another wearing some strange black suit with red lines, and some kind of robotic thing? They noticed him just as he did as they turned their head to him, though Nightwing remained vigilant, paying attention to the other enemies before him. What are you doing here? Did you follow me? Selina questioned, a bit confused. Batgirl frowned as she eyed him from top to bottom. You know him? Is he like you? Ian assessed the situation, having a sudden realization. I was curious, so I came here, but it seems that this was a distraction. Nightwing narrowed his eyes. What does that mean? On the other hand, the hook guy frowned and whispered to his partners, don't let him leave. You know, I'm the master of distraction, so I know exactly how it goes. The cat there will attest to that. Nightwing questioned, can he be trusted? He asked despite not trusting her either. Selina nodded with a frown. So the main thing should be happening somewhere else, Ian thought to himself, finally comprehending the perpetrator's plan, or part of it at least. Anyway, it seems that you guys are busy, so I'll leave you to it. He then turned around, ready to look for possible opportunities in the middle of chaos. You're going nowhere, the enemy with a hook for a hand called Hook spoke as he lifted his hand to shoot Ian. Ian was basically defenseless, and his reaction time was certainly not fast enough to evade it. However, Nightwing was, as he also lifted his hand using a small portable grapple gun on it to rescue Ian. And he did indeed, as the grapple gun pulled him into a wall to the side, and he caught Ian on the way, somehow avoiding the bullet. Both were rolling on the ground until they slammed into the wall. It was however not so easy, as Nightwing was unresponsive to the new threat close to him, the robotic enemy Rictus. Its speed was incredibly fast, as it seems to be made solely of metal and advanced technology. Its hands were clenched ready to punch the duo. Neither Cat nor the Batgirl was fast enough to do anything, yet they found themselves baffled at the scene before them. It was the scene of the floor roof falling down on Rictus, and even the ground beneath it crumbled. The fire of the explosion that was devouring the upper floors was the cause, despite the convenience of the situation, or at least that was what the people in the hall presumed. Okay. Ian muttered under his breath, still not used to how effective his power had become. It was nowhere near this level in his previous world. This is the effect of my power, right? If so, doesn't that mean? Thank you, but can you let me go now? Ian said to Nightwing, getting the latter out of his bafflement. He got his bearing back and said, leave right now, I'll have a word with you later. And Cat. Nightwing then started making his way to his opponents, ready to act at moment's notice. We should deal with this as quickly as possible, Batman might need us. He said to the duo, and then the fight started. What has happened to Rictus made it much easier for them, giving them an advantage, though Nightwing didn't think that'd last for long, as that plump of metal wouldn't be so easily solved. Ian on the other hand seemed to not have heard a word, as he was just looking at something in his hand. I've used something similar when rock climbing, but never one this advanced and small. It's quite interesting. What was in his hand was Nightwing's grapple gun. He did wonder how it's fallen from Nightwing. It looked like it was tightly attached to his arm. Then he used the whatever rule and just ignored the thought. I wonder how it works. Ian muttered as he walked to the massive glass windows of the hall. He pulled out his gun whilst ignoring all the ruckus and the ongoing fight right next to him. He attached the grapple device to his hand, then shot the glass window before him, attracting everyone's attention. They even stopped their fight just to see the insanity unfolding before him. Ian lifted the hand with the grapple device, aiming at the side of the closest building. Let's see, it should work like this. He pressed the button at its center just as a loud shout sounded. Wait! Stop! The yell of Nightwing fell to deaf ears as Ian was fully focused on the grapple spurting from the device and flying to its destination. He thought it was cool. Ian! The anxious and confused shout of Selena woke him from his stupor. Cat? Be safe, okay? And see you later. His grapple device pulled him right at that moment, bringing a long shout from him, one of excitement. Even the villains in the hall were confused about the suicidal move of the man. Grapple guns don't work that way, right? For him, it does, as he was pulled right to the side of the building, barely avoiding colliding with it. The distance the grapple device had to pull him was simply too large for him to remain flying in a straight line. A change happened. He felt like Spider-Man, seemingly moving around buildings like a feather as he yelled in excitement. The grapple device seemed to stop working at some point, and Ian was just falling to the grapple tip was still attached to the building, and that allowed for something peculiar to happen. The grapple rope got stuck on a light pole, making him circle around it, lowering the gravitational force applied to him until he almost gently fell to the ground. It all seemed to work out just enough to avoid his death. Okay? That was. Ian took a deep breath and stood up. He then started pressing the grapple buttons until the rope was retracted. Holy fuck, wasn't that exciting, though it did hurt a bit? But that's better than all the broken bones I've had to deal with previously. Ian started observing his surroundings, noticing a peculiar thing not far away. That's 19, the words. 12 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 19, the words. Ian started observing his surroundings, noticing a peculiar thing not far away. That's. Not that far away was the train track that passes through central Gotham. A train was passing by at an alarming speed. Its destination seemed to be the Wayne Corp building. Ian could see two dark figures that seemed to be fighting. The speed of the train was no obstacle for them. They were but a dark spot in his vision as they were that far away. He frowned. It seems that I'm late. As I thought, this should be the sonic bomb incident. I really wanted to acquire it, but if I am to take advantage of the future chaos in the future, I need to be prepared before it even happens. Ian shook his head as he started heading back home. Disappointment was apparent on his face. I really wanted it. I also wanted the Batmobile. It's so cool. Too bad, I'm sure the Bat had many security measures in it anyway. At least the jump was cool. He then called Ralph and asked, how did it go? It was easy. There were only a few guards there, and we caught them by surprise. We're almost done transferring everything, but... Ralph's tone was a bit shaky, as if he had yet to get his wits back from what he had just experienced. But what? We lost someone. He was shot down by one of the guards after hesitating in following the plan. The other ones had no problem killing people, but he did, and I didn't notice. Ralph muttered under his breath, seemingly in regret. Ian heard everything, so he offered his wisdom. You did well, but you made a mistake. Just make sure to never do it again. We have set sight on a position that forces that on us, but know that if you so wish to pull out, just let me know. Never be afraid of letting me know how you feel, and you yourself make sure this is what you truly want. Let the boys know of that as well. I don't want to see you guys regretting this in the future just because you've not thought it through. Alright. It's not like Ian has no compassion, he does, he just finds it hard to show it under his numb emotions. Moreover, he never saw death as a problem, it's what it is, the natural flow of things. Death was never a fear of his, if it happens then whatever. He was however looking forward to a change of perspective, perhaps it will happen in a world such as this. No, I already decided, I want to be a part of this, Ralph responded almost instantly with determination in his tone. That brought a smile to Ian's face. Okay, let's meet up in the coffee garage. That's the safest place for us. Ian made his way to his car under the radar of cops and made his way back to the coffee. He noticed plenty of people circling around it, each one of them is one of the former beggars now protecting the area, their home. The coffee was open as always, it was pretty much safe haven for the Ulster Street's people. Nothing bad ever happens around it. That was why there were so many people inside, taking sips of their coffee with no care whatsoever, though everyone was still paying attention to the coffee TV for the news. Ian then made his way to the garage. It was quite large. Ian made sure to destroy a few walls in the renovation process to make it bigger, and within was a simple white truck. The boys were also inside. Barney was sitting on the ground just staring at the insides of the truck and Mike was next to him. Ian glanced at Ralph, noticing a bit more life in him and perhaps more determination. He nodded at him before taking a look at the things in the truck. Guns, cash, bombs, and narcotics. Ian frowned as he spilled the last word. And we found this in a safe, Ralph said as he handed him a black pouch. Oh? Is that what I think it is? Ian took it into his hands and clearly felt those little things inside bringing a smile to his face. He opened the pouch and poured a bit of the thing inside on his hand, a waterfall of crystals, beautiful little things. Ian remarked as almost 10 tiny diamonds fell to his hand, and there were more. Where that came from, the quality is subpar I guess, but the quantity makes up for that. He then just shook his head and put the things back in the pouch. Who am I to complain? I only spent little to nothing to get them. And boys, well done. Ian then glanced at Barney. Are you okay? Barney, who seemed in a daze, woke up and mumbled, yeah, I'm fine. However, we have so many things, like I'm in disbelief of how far we've come. Ian raised his brows at that. He meant something else when he asked the question. I meant are mentally okay. Do you want to stop? I can assign different jobs for you where you'll never have to use a firearm. What? No, I want to help as much as I can and go as far as you go for the jobs. Barney instantly shook his head as he stood up. This seemed to have become his passion, and Ian didn't think he would be able to do anything else more than this from the look in his eyes. Ralph voices his observations. It's okay, he took it even better than me. Ian let out a small laugh, brought a single diamond from the pouch, and threw it to Barney while saying, that's the Barney I know, and for that, you deserve this. Don't worry, it won't be counted in the final cut, so enjoy. Barney barely caught the diamond and just stared at it afterward. Ralph didn't let him get anywhere close to them beforehand, so the opportunity to hold it in his hands was. I can really have it. Ian nodded, leaving him to his celebration. He turned his attention to the absurd amount of drugs in the truck. Now let's get rid of these, burn them in their entirety. What? Why? We don't even need to distribute them ourselves, we can just sell them to someone else. Mike couldn't help but voice his opinion, then added. This is so much free money for all of us. It's what every crime family in the city does. Ian remained just as calm as gave a gentle genuine reason. I don't like drugs or anything that takes one's free will. It can be as simple as that, money doesn't really matter that much. Mike however didn't really see the genuineness in his tone. What? We stole and did so many things, so why stop in this? Moreover, do we have no say in this? I can even manage the whole project myself. Ian turned his full attention to Mike, staring at him with his pale brown eyes, calmness never leaving his eyes. He kept at it for a full minute, making not only Mike nervous but also everyone else. Mike started to realize that perhaps he overstepped his bounds, perhaps the desire for money got to him, something common in Gotham. No. After a while, Ian finally started making Mike confused. No what? Ian released a sigh. He wasn't really staring at Mike but just zoned out contemplating a few things. No, you have no say in this, not one bit. I will not change my mind, and everything you all wish to do under the name of Cat's Rest will have to go through me. I can trust Ralph to make the right decision most of the time, but you two, not at all. You disappoint me, Mike. Even Barney, who we all know is Barney, didn't let all of this get over his head. Do you know what happens when you let greed control you without having the ability to bear the consequences? You simply die, cease to exist. A single bullet is all it takes. Ian approached the timid Mike and continued, whose bullet you might say? Crime families, the heroes who kill. The moment you put yourself in that position, you accept the consequences. Do you think a family like the Falcone won't be able to trace their stolen drugs if they're out on the street? Do you take a family that ruled Gotham for decades for a joke? Ian took a deep breath. I lost myself there for a second. But that all doesn't really matter. what matters is that I don't want to do it, thus it won't happen. He took one last glance at the shaky mic, giving him one last chance, get yourself back together. Letting your desires control you is rarely a good thing. An advice I do not abide by, but I have that luxury, not everyone does, he thought to himself. Ian then started walking away. Ralph, follow me, we have a few things to discuss. He went on to set up a plan with Ralph, a major one that'll decide the future of the Cat's Rest. 20. The Mind of the Deathless. 12 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 20, The Mind of the Deathless. Why? Ian asked, confused. His left cheek was kind of red as if he had just been slapped. Before him stood the seemingly angry Selena, who seemed to be getting madder by the second. Why, you say? I am the one who should be asking that question. So tell me why. Ian raised his brows. Could it be that you're talking about what happened yesterday? I was just curious, so I did what I did. Curiosity, you say? Ha ha ha, how are you so clueless? Selena was fuming, which made Ian confused until she added, was it also curiosity that made you jump to your death, or do you just wish to die? Oh? You were talking about that, yeah, kind of. I just wanted to try the device and see what'll happen. His casual response drove her mad to the point that she tried to slap him again. He was however prepared as he jumped backward, barely evading the nimble cat's reach. You're avoiding me now, hey? Her madness was certainly unexpected for him. What the fuck is happening? Is she mad because I might have died? Was it that big of a deal? She still tried to slap him again, and he started to see the worry, anger, and fear in her eyes. His common sense wasn't that broken after all. He just approached her instead of moving backward, which caught Selena by surprise. He pulled her to a hug, a tight one, not allowing her to do much anymore. Calm down please, I'm sorry, all right. He hugged her tightly and started caressing her hair gently. She tried to hit him again with her hand, but his hold on her was simply too tight, so she just let it go and rested her head on his chest. I'm sorry, I don't know what got over me. Death is so scary to normal people. It appeared to be something she hates and fears. I guess my numbness to death has gotten to such a degree that I never see it as a problem, even if the people close to me die. I always knew that this isn't normal, so what am I? Where did my gift come from? He set aside his contemplation and just focused on her. No, it's my fault. We've become so close, yet I'm still so insensitive. I didn't think about how you'd feel at all. I guess I can tell you, you will figure it out sometime in the future anyway. Tell me what? Selena softly asked. Ian took her hand and started leading her somewhere. Just follow me, I will show you. He led her to his car while avoiding the prying eyes of people. He then started driving in a certain direction, all in silence. He stopped right as Selena regained some of her calmness. His goal was the top of a building right next to the Gotham Museum of Antiques. What are we doing here? She wondered, a bit confused, though a possibility did surface in her mind. Ian said nothing as he pulled her with him to the edge of the roof. Come to think of it, this is the first time I told anyone about my power. Wait, what if I tell someone extremely dangerous and smart to find a way to kill me? That sounds so entertaining. Who should I hire? It'd have to be a villain. He tried his best to keep calmness on his face as he got lost in his thoughts. Darkseid should be able to do it right. What if I stay on a planet and he destroys it? What'll happen? It was like the opening of an entirely new universe to him, as if he has opened his third, fourth, and fifth eye. So many possibilities and infinite years with little to no boredom, just exploring the extent of his gift. Talk about being insensitive. I am not really being insensitive, right? I mean, I can't die, so it doesn't really matter. Even if there is something that can kill me, I will just think about it then if I can after death. Ian convinced himself that he was actually not fucked in the head and turned his attention to Selena. You must have noticed some irregularities around me by now, didn't you? Just assume that they weren't due to luck and you should understand. Selena frowned, noticing the seriousness in his eyes, and truly thought things through. Your plans are always dangerous and could lead to your death? Isn't that just because you get off in dangerous situations? Unless you're talking about how it felt when we kiss. Never mind. She thought about it so much that she almost slipped it out, but Ian caught that anyway. He just ignored the apparent blush on her face and asked, "Oh? How did you feel when we kissed?" Selena became even more embarrassed as she stuttered, I said never mind. Okay. No, I really want to know, it's important. Did you feel weak? Like you're going to pass out?" Ian emphasized that quite a bit, his face still just as serious. "Why yeah, I felt weak. It was strange to the point I thought you drugged me or something, but I would have smelled it if you did, so I didn't think much about it." As she spoke, her embarrassment started fading as she had a clear picture of what he was insinuating. "I witnessed a few supernatural events, and even fought some with Batman long ago. Could it be?" Ian's thought process was on another point. You felt weak just from a kiss? It was nowhere near that bad before, so I've never worried about it, but now. What if I was absorbing your life force? That would explain why you felt weak, but that doesn't explain why it happens only when I am in intimate situations. His unending mumbling got to Selina's nerves as she shook him out of his thoughts. Please calm down and explain. She also stopped him because of embarrassment. She simply couldn't find it in herself to tell him that she felt that weak because of how good it felt, too good for it to be normal. Ian was still frowning. The thought of him actually absorbing the life force of women he's intimate with is certainly not appealing. I was never really trying to hide it, so I thought you would have figured out something by now. You remember how I just ran out of this museum under the rain of bullets yet I was intact. Think back on how dangerous are the jobs we did were under my planning yet we always succeed. Selina nodded. She indeed found those things strange but never gave them much thought. Luck was one of the most important factors for criminals, one they don't actively think of but wish for. She also knew she wasn't much of a planner, so his plans always sounded good to her, and since they worked, she never really doubted them. Indeed, there seems to be a lot of people like me in the world, so it's not that strange, but my gift is a bit special. My plans have always been under one rule: make a plan as dangerous as possible to the point of certain death for me, and my gift always does its job and reverse that to a certain extent. My gift simply allows me to resist death, though I've come to understand that it's much more than that. I see, that's why things are always strange when you're under dangerous circumstances, and you brought me here to show me how it works by jumping off the building, right? Selina stated with a frown. Exactly. Can you imagine what'd happen if I jumped off the building? What miraculous thing will occur to resist death? Ian was amused just imagining that. Don't do it, and I don't want to imagine. She spoke, annoyance was apparent in her tone. Why? I just told you that I can't die. Ian was genuinely confused. What if someday your gift fails to work? What if you die? How do you think the people who care about you will feel? Selina was understandably quite worked out. Despite all he said, the possibility of death was her only focus. If you wish to live your life like this, a step away from the gates of death, then why are you getting close to people? Why drive them to care for you thus fear your death? She was almost shaking with emotions. This was certainly not how Ian pictured it go. I need to calm down. Then she just walked away. Ian didn't stop her, he just took a seat on the edge of the roof, too much into the edge. He could see very few cars coming and going even under the night sky as he murmured, except I never tried to get close to anyone from the start, things just happen because I can never act in a way that I am not. Ian closed his eyes as he rested on the edge, thinking of something actually serious. If I actually absorb the life force of those I come in contact with, then that'd be a problem, especially with how effective my gift has become after my arrival here. I should keep my distance and perhaps always have gloves on. He opened his eyes after a while, and eyed the massive distance from where he is to the ground, feeling not a sliver of fear. I simply can't resist. Perhaps I am insane. And then he simply moved just a tiny bit, starting a free fall that'd certainly lead to certain death. For a normal person, that is. 21. Triangle of War. 12 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 21, Triangle of War. Someone actually dared to go after us. Not only that, their goal seems to be a takeover of the city. A middle-aged man spoke with his raspy voice. His tone was filled with anger, yet he kept his rational side. His hair was almost entirely white, a symbol of his old age. He had an exquisite black suit on, Italian style. He was looking out of the windows as he spoke, and behind him were about 11 people, all with similar outfits. Their face was tense as they knew the current state of the bosses when he's the cruelest. I want to say that we can just find and get rid of the rats like it's nothing, but my years at the top told me otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, we might be facing a dangerous enemy this time. His tone was that of a leader, and a leader he was. They were a bunch of rats. We didn't even get to see what they look like. Like fucking rats, they just hit and run. One of the people behind him yelled in frustration and anger. Keep calm. All of you. The leader named Carmine Falcone spoke, and everyone obliged. I got a tip that the bat was quite active yesterday. He fought someone who I presume to be the leader of the enemy. Did he succeed or fail? In capturing him, I mean. I am not sure yet, but that told me everything I need to know. The enemy's main plan was stopped by Batman. I'm not sure what it is though. That also means we were a secondary goal, or the main goal was a just distraction, and in reality, their goal was taking over the city's underworld. Carmine took a smoke, still looking just as calm. Only he knows the rage held within. Numerous locations were hit around the city, not just our family but several others. However, there were 3 particular spots where the enemy fully extinguished its forces. 2 of those are ours, and the other is the Sicilians. I presume none of them are actually there. They emptied the East End warehouse and now must be hiding somewhere like rats. Excuse me, I lost myself for a bit there. The important thing is that we know what they look like. The Sicilians were quite helpful in that regard. One of their hidden cameras caught sight of them. A bunch of people attired in an assassin-like outfit. I have already sent the pictures to all of our connections for information about who they might be. For now, call the entire Sullivan family and spread them throughout the territory. And it's time to use the assassins. Everyone in the room gulped, not only in nervousness but also due to the tension. If Batman wasn't enough, now they have a mysterious organization on their back. The mysterious organization they will come to know as the Society of Shadows. No matter how much the latter tried to stay under the radar, their involvement in the world made that impossible, and Carmine truly used all of his connections to acquire that information. The Falcone family had after all been maintaining a stranglehold over all of Gotham's crime families. It basically rules most of Gotham and has territory in every part of the city. So while the east end of the city is, in reality, the Sicilians' territory, the Falcones still own a part of it, a small part of which was under the leadership of the dead Frank Falcone. However, it was lost to the homeless of Gotham, and the Falcones had no time to take care of them under the watch of the Bat, especially after learning of the ferociousness of the homeless. You've all worked hard to protect our home, far beyond my expectations. We were all once the residents of the slums. And now we're no more. Ian spoke in the most tranquil of manners, making sure to show his confidence in the tone of his voice. Some may say we stand here because we walk a dark path, but what it is that we can do to rise in such a city. Even Batman walks in the dark, so why shouldn't we? Enough of that, the simple truth of our situation is our greed, our desires. From the thousands of people in our street, I chose only 20, and it took a long time with how high my standards were. I chose you all because I see potential in you, I see that just perhaps you all can control your greed and not let it control you. However, I understand if some of you do not wish to walk this path, so just stand up and walk away like this never happened. Our support will still always be with you. Ian started eyeing them all after he finished. He needs a stronger control over the homeless, and that requires him to delegate control, a pyramid scheme of sorts. A smile surfaced on his face. Perfect. There is a lot to do, especially in the situation Gotham finds itself in. We have an advantage, and we'll make sure of it. What Ian dearly needed are more connections and information, thus why he started his next sets of plans, ones he used a lot of thought processes for. He had to because he wasn't directly involved in all of them, thus his ability will not be that effective. His underlings will be the ones doing most of the work, therefore he needed to really think about things to minimize the risk of their death in contrast to his normal thought process where he increase his risk of death to increase the chances of success. Boss. What is the name of the gang? I mean, are we a gang, family, or what? One of the new trusted underlings curiously asked. I don't know. Ralph, any ideas? Ian gave that not a single thought, but he saw why it's necessary. Yeah, I've actually been meaning to bring that up, but I'm not sure if you'll like the name. The Rose family. Ralph wasn't sure. He thought the name was suitable because he understands that their entire group stands on the shoulders of Ian, he does most of the heavy work. Most importantly, Ian was the one that started it all, and he is the web that holds it all together. At least, that's what Ralph firmly believes. He was the only one who truly saw how much Ian cares about them. He remembers Ian asking them so many times if they want to pull out, and that he'll give them enough money to live for the rest of their lives. That is especially strange because it was Ian who spoke those words, someone who seeks death yet tried to keep them away from death to the best of his ability. Ian however knew that there is so much he can do, thus staying away from him is the best choice. Rose. It sounds nice, I guess, do what you see fit. Ian's last name never meant much for him, his parents both died before he could even speak, perhaps I can make it mean something here. 22. The Rose Family. 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 22, The Rose Family. The circumstances of Gotham have been quite strange for the next 2 months. Many could feel the tension in its streets. The rest felt the tension due to the massive increase in violence. Gunshots and explosions were a weekly occurrence, daily even. That wouldn't have been too strange if not for its massive scale. An ongoing war was happening in the shadows of the city. The heroes of the city knew the most about that, they knew the severity of the situation and knew exactly who is responsible for what was happening. Batman was the most familiar with them because he had faced the Society of Shadows many times before. He fought their leader several times, yet the latter always survived just like he did this time. And war has started between the crime families of Gotham and those who walk in the shadows. A one-sided war, when the Society of Shadows hit, they do so swiftly and brutally. The only ones who have a chance against them were Batman and his crew, and they were somewhat successful. The crime families, not just the Falcones, every crime family suffered a lot. The loss of men wasn't so important to them, what's truly painful is the loss of their weapons, narcotics, and cash. That naturally led to an increase in aggression, unaware of the perpetrator of the heists, or perhaps some were aware, they just chose to keep a blind eye on their actions. The Rose family has been quiet recently with not much activity. Their new name has already spread on the east side of the city as they somehow took over 2 other neighboring streets without doing anything. The Sicilian family's eyes were on them because despite the Rose family doing nothing, more and more of the homeless were making their way to Ulster Street, seeking a home and support. However, a time came when the Rose warehouses became filled, thus Ian took to the kindness of his heart to buy other warehouses in the neighbouring streets. The homeless moved in under the personal overseeing of some of the 20 Rose members, and well, the family was new, and Ian is picky, so there are still only 24 members in it so far. That spread and concentration of the homeless that are under the command of someone led to the silent takeover of the family. Many of the shop owners and residents sought the Rose family's protection, all due to their spot-clean reputation. Friction started to rise between the Rose family and the Sicilians, but the latter had plenty of things to deal with, not only from Batman and his crew but also from the Society of Shadow. The Rose family's income was thus stable just from the territory ownership and protection fees, though its main source of money was always the heists. Ian did most of the work in that regard as his partnership with Selina continued. Their relationship was perhaps a bit more distant, not just due to Selina but also due to Ian. He had to keep a bit of distance from people until he figures out how his power acts when in contact with other people, thus he started to always have gloves on. The major thing and the most beneficial thing about the establishment of the Rose family is its new information gathering system. Ralph oversees everyone while Barney manages the family warehouses. Ian saw it fit to give him that position just due to his pettiness and love of valuable things. Mike was responsible for the protection system, overseeing the income from protection fees and helping in managing the workers, specifically the ones responsible for the protection. Still, Ralph basically manages most of the things. He has more experience, and he is wiser, thus Ian specifically told him to oversee everything. Ian on the other hand was just being Ian, planning things and thinking about the future. Definitely not about amusing ways to die, or at least trying to die. Anyway, regarding the information system. It was something Ian saw as a benefit since long ago. You pass by beggars regularly, yet most often find yourself forgetting that even happened, or your brain simply deletes that information. They're everywhere, they can be everywhere, and they're the least suspicious people on the planet. That's the life of a beggar. Wouldn't a system of information gathering built on that be as good as it can get with the provided circumstances? Well, Ian muttered as he eyed the man standing before him, Nightwing, formerly known as Robin, but he seems to have graduated. Go on, speak. Yet Nightwing remained silent and just stared at him, leading Ian to say, okay? This is getting weird. I'm not interested. I don't swing that way. He said, even he was not sure if he was being eyed that way. Nightwing tried to keep his face just as emotionless, but Ian could clearly see it twitching even from miles away. It seems that I came to a conclusion too fast. If not that, could it be that you're trying to scare me? He wondered before adding, forgive my bluntness, but you're nowhere near as intimidating as you think you are, though I could guess why some would be afraid of you. I guess. We're watching you. We know of what you do. Stay in line with the rules and know that if you do anything bad, we'll be there to stop you, and send you where you belong. His twitching face simply couldn't handle staying there any further, so he used his grapple device to leave in the blink of an eye. Somehow he made it weirder. What a weird guy, the weirdness was so intense it almost. Ahem. He refrained from thinking about that any further and focused on the serious stuff. My ID is fake, which is illegal. I refuse to believe Batman doesn't already know that, and there are several reasons why he should have already investigated me, yet he chose not to take action. It couldn't be. A sliver of light passed through Ian's brown eyes, seemingly understanding something. He's smart, so he can probably find a way. However, he doesn't kill. Well, whatever. He halted his thoughts as he noticed another visitor has arrived. The Cat's Rest's roof has become a meeting place of special people by this point. The new arrival was none other than the cat herself. It's rare for you to contact me yourself, but I happen to want to talk to you about something anyway. Ian nodded and said, we need to be in private, follow me to my room. Oh? Being naughty now? What might we do in your room? Selina let out a small laugh, being the mischievous cat she is. Ian walked with her to his room. It's the closest to the roof for obvious reasons. I have a job in mind, a beautiful little thing. You do? This is a first. I used to always set targets just because you didn't want to, but this is better, perhaps. Selina was surprised, glad but also afraid. She knows just how dangerous he makes everything, so wondering just what his target is drives a chill through her. This will be quite dangerous, so feel free to leave now before I say anything. He spoke those words as a formality. Stealing was more like second nature to her at this point. Perhaps she can give it up for some special circumstances, but those have yet to appear. Our goal is another city. Metropolis City, specifically its museum. Everything we get will be mine, and I'll give you your cut. I assume you don't mind traveling to another city. Selina frowned, contemplating his words. I don't, but what is it that you want? What is its price? Stones? Just a few stones. There is no particular price to them. Worthless even, but I want them for my collection. He responded. It couldn't be that simple, right? Selena believed none of it, his eyes must have caught something valuable, else why would he go through the trouble? I was talking about their known price, they're nothing too valuable. Of course, the stones being useless in someone else's hands doesn't mean they're worthless in mine. Ian looked through his phone and opened the museum's official page, he then showed her some pictures. Here they are. I want you however to be silent about this, no inquiries, nothing should ever get out about this. Can I trust you with this, Selena? She could swear she had never seen him be this serious. His seemingly harmless eyes told her that she won't like the consequences of betraying his trust. I promise. No one will know of this. Ian let out a light smile. Perfect, so what is it that wanted to tell me? I'll tell you about my plans later. Right. I already told you before that I've worked with Batman just like how he asked for my assistance for what happened 2 months ago. I've helped him long ago, thus he feels indebted to me. That's why he never handed me to the authorities despite catching me in the act of theft many times. As long as I don't do anything excessive, of course. Perhaps she went to over-explain things and she realized that. She just didn't want him to misunderstand despite already deciding to keep her distance. Her emotions were betraying her despite her loathing of death, and the latter is Ian's friendly companion. What I want to say is. He contacted me and he wants to work with you. I don't know how or why, but you should be careful if you decide to proceed. Well, isn't that interesting? 23. The Stones. 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 23, The Stones. I can only hope Superman doesn't show up out of nowhere. The guy can see through buildings and even hear the distinct voices of the entire city, for Christ's sake. I on other hand am just a normal harmless guy, a bullet can kill me, so death, grace me with your blessing and keep your gates closed, and luck, continue to be the bitch of death. Not a bad prayer. Ian had his eyes closed as he recited his prayer in his mind, a new set of prayer. He then took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Are you finally done? Selena couldn't help but ask, letting out a sigh of relief. His rituals and behavior were certainly strange. She still had the same costume she always wears, the Catwoman suit. A whip was attached around her belt, and her gloves has extremely sharp claws at their tip, seemingly able to slice anything. Ian's clothes were simple, just black clothes and gloves. He also had a mask and a belt with a few tools. I'm done, let's start, Ian said as he started opening a duffel bag by his side and pulling something from it. I honestly don't know why I'm still working with you. It's like you're trying to get me killed every single time, Selena voiced her complaints with a pout. Ian let out a small laugh as he eyed her. I know why. It's addicting, the touch of those new fabulous things, the cute little gems. The flow of easy money and the rush of acquiring something new, and well, I'm a great company. As he said that, Ian aimed the grapple gun in his hand at his target. In contrast to the one he borrowed from Nightwing, this one was much larger because it functions more like a hook. He then pulled the trigger, sending the hook to the target building, a faraway building and at a lower level than the high building they were on. He established a path between the museum and the building he's on. He then attached some kind of device on it. Let's move and don't worry, I've read a lot about this, it works like 1% of the time. She was utterly speechless, but she didn't have time to respond as he had already hooked the rope to a pillar beside him and fastened the duffel bag to his back. He pulled Selena by the waist and said, hang to me tightly. And she did, she clung to him like she was vying for her dear life. And she is. He was used to rock climbing and using similar gears, so he wasn't exactly new to this. He just tied the ropes of the device to himself and started sliding into his destination. Once he was almost there, he activated the device to trigger a brake mechanic, and so he stood on the roof of the museum. He let go of Selena, collected the device and put it back in his bag, then pulled something else. Sometimes I wonder why museums love to have glass for a roof. It's like they're begging us to take what's inside. Selena remarked. It's excusable in a city such as Metropolis, but it's certainly weird in Gotham. Perhaps there is a certain design purpose for it. Not sure. He attached the device to the glass ceiling and started doing his work, forming a large enough hole with the glass cutter. He took his time, remaining cautious as to not trigger any alarms. He handed Selena the end of a black rope. It's your turn. He noticed Selena was still a bit shaken up by the experience, so he asked, you're still not used to this by now? I thought you'd be used to things like this before we even started working together considering your criminal history, but you're still like this even after all this time. Well, in contrast to someone like you, I actually fear for my life. Preparing myself for death is one thing but facing it is another thing altogether. Ian could not only see that she wasn't speaking the whole truth but also knew it, her fear of death was too obvious, and it wasn't just the normal human reaction, it seemed too deep. Selena avoided eye contact with him and just took the rope, she then attached it to her belt. Let's get to work. I swear if you pull some kind of prank, I'll kill you. Don't let me go. Please. Her tone went from a threatening one to a soft begging one after seeing his actions. That confused him because he just glanced at her and shrugged his shoulders. Why would she assume he's planning something just by that? He would never ever do such a thing. Right? Selina put on a night visor, held onto the rope, and jumped down into the museum. Ian slowly let go of the rope, part by part until she almost reached the ground. They both had radios in their possession, so they could communicate. Ian couldn't see the insides of the museum clearly due to the darkness, so he just listened and waited for her word. Everything was already planned for him to drop her in the location closest to the stones, but she couldn't touch the ground. While the security in this museum is quite lax in comparison to Gotham, that doesn't mean it's gonna be easy. At night, the museum ground becomes a sensitivity sensor, anything touching it will alert the authorities and perhaps some of the heroes, his chances of getting away thus become zero. Ian started the next phase of the plan, which is simply shaking the rope left and right while Selina also did the same, allowing her to reach her goal. Her legs were clutching tightly to the rope while she was upside down, making her reach much larger. To her left and right were two open cases with a few stones in them. Indeed, very few cases in the museum were closed with anti-bullet glass, and the same was for the paintings within. Selina used her superhuman nimbleness to reach out and take the stones, one by one until she emptied both cases. I acquired them all. She told Ian through the radio. Can you reach the other things or specifically the thing? Use your cat powers or something. Despite Ian once telling Mike to control his greed, he himself doesn't always adhere to that rule. He isn't as mature as most people think him to be. Of course, if we set aside the fact they were his main goals, the magical stones were also his goal, but he desired those things much more, and he won't leave until he gets them. I don't have any cat powers, but sure, I'll give it a try. A smile surfaced on Selina, somewhat enjoying this. Start shaking the rope in a circle. And Ian did, using all the strength in his hands after saying, be careful with them, all right? I'll try my best, but lower your expectations to about 1% success rate. Her tone was that of a mischievous cat, trying to get back at him. Her answer made Ian's face twitch this time. He never felt so tense and nervous. I'm actually so nervous I might let the rope slip. I'm not even joking. He wasn't. I was just joking. Selina somewhat believed him, as she should. Then she got to work and acquired the seemingly useless pieces of paper in the case. 24. Kryptonites. 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 24, Kryptonites. I was just joking, Selina somewhat believed him, as she should. Then she got to work and acquired the seemingly useless pieces of paper in the case. The movement of the rope allowed her to reach the pillar to which the case is attached. She clutched to it with two of her fingers and started her work. Her claws were that of a cat, small but sharp. Somehow they were able to cut through the 3-inch anti-bullet glass. The luxury of having connections is acquiring things such as these. She carefully picked up the pieces of paper and gently put them in another pouch beside the one that has the stones. Ian then carefully pulled the rope up, slowly but surely. His eyes were fixed on something, the pouch on her belt. Really? No, well done. Selina complained in annoyance. Oh? I didn't know you have a praise fetish. I can certainly accommodate that. Ian casually spoke as he took the pouch right off her belt. Selina tried to suppress her anger to the best of her ability. She couldn't. Childish, you're almost in your 30s yet you still behave like this. Ian eyed her strangely. Was that supposed to be a roast? I like acting childish sometimes, it's fine, but when I need to act mature, I do. Besides, at least I'm mature enough to know how not to lose all my money. Selina was speechless, and she had nothing to say to that. It all seemed like a curse to her. Wealth never stays long with her. It just fade away in the blink of an eye. Ian attached the duffel bag to his back after putting everything in it. He then pulled Selina into his embrace. Let's move, I'd feel like shit if I lost it. Selina just shook her head. That's what you're worried about. She then closed her eyes and rested her head on his chest. Well, there is nothing right to worry about. The rope connected with the museum, and the other building was still there. He brought the end closest to him and tied it to his belt. I'm not much of a mathematician, but I calculated this, and I'm 100% sure that this will lead to our death, so you have nothing to worry about. He gave her no chance to respond as he clutched tightly to the rope and jumped off the building. It was way past midnight, and it was fairly dark even amidst the street lights. Very few people were outside, vehicles could be seen from time to time, and with their dark outfits, they blended perfectly with darkness. Ian cared not for what was beneath. He just jumped and let his ability deal with the rest. He clutched to the rope as it led him to the building with a gravitational force so high it would certainly lead to his death. He would have certainly died. Yet again, strange things happened. Ian was sure he tied the other end of the rope tightly to the pillar at the building's top, yet he clearly felt it's loosened. He wasn't falling in a semi-orbital motion anymore. However, that was only for a second as the rope got stuck on the building maintenance unit leading him to start swinging again, the rope almost slipped from his hands due to that change. It also continued to slip little by little until the end of the rope started falling from the top and Ian found himself facing the building wall. At some point, his legs touched the ground almost gently. However, the accumulated force still forced him to run for a bit until he was centimeters away from the wall. Ian was confused. I don't get it. Is that how physics work? I wasn't aware, but that was kind of anticlimactic. Can you get any more boring, babe? Selena opened her eyes after hearing his words and looked around in confusion. Who are you talking to? Death, or I guess my ability. We have a love and hate relationship. Sometimes she's so boring I hate her to death, but other times she gives me welcome surprise and I love her to death. He spoke in an almost poetic tone. Amusement was apparent on his face, seemingly in remembrance of beautiful memories. Selena's mouth opened and closed several times. She tried to speak but nothing came out until she got her bearing back. I was just wondering if you are actually insane, but you really are. Ian raised his brows at her then just shook his head. Sure, whatever you say. He then put the rope that fell right beside him in his duffel bag. Anyway, let's head back. They avoided the security cameras on the way and arrived at the hotel. They've already booked a room, so they just headed to it directly after changing, or rather only Ian has done that. Selena's words were exactly, just keep the window open. And left, not leaving Ian a chance of asking why the trouble. She has yet to show him her face, perhaps to her, that is the last fortress of her defense. Ian just sat on the couch and started looking through the things on the couch. Ian. I know you like to mess around a lot but please don't screw this up. I will definitely kill myself if that happened, so babe, activate your bullshit power and let luck be on my side. Perhaps he really is mental, speaking to himself as if speaking to someone else and yet again speaking to his ability. He meant every word he said. However, it worked, he felt calmer and his hands stopped shaking. He first placed the stones on the table, his gloves were still on. Gorgeous little things. Ian muttered as he took a closer look at them. He knew he couldn't speak their name in fear of the all-hearing Superman taking them away from him. Kryptonites. Rocks from faraway planet, miraculous little object. Too bad the museum only has 2 types, I remember there are plenty of varieties of kryptonite. There were 7 stones before him, 5 bright green stones and 2 bright red stones, red and green kryptonites, the latter is the one that makes all crypto people lose their strength. That's what they're called, right? Don't remember, so whatever. The red one on the other hand has varying effects. I faintly remember it gives people abilities or adverse effects due to exposure, but it mostly gives them negative effects. Ian's eyes shone with a bright light as a brilliant idea surfaced within his mind, or at least in his mind it was brilliant. What will happen if I touch it? I won't turn to a dragon, will I? That sounds cool, thought. And so he did, he touched the thing without a second thought. His power must truly hate him. When he needs to think he does, and he thinks a lot. However, most often than not, he doesn't bother to, thus leading to stupid actions such as these. He took off his gloves and picked one of the red kryptonites, engulfing it with both of his hands perhaps to accelerate the process. Nothing is happening. Perhaps it takes time. I will leave it to later. He halted his thought process for before him, the red kryptonite disintegrated into dust then into nothingness, but why? 25, Dead Hell Scroll. 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 25, Dead Hell Scroll. Nothing is happening. Perhaps it takes time. I will leave it to later. He halted his thought process for before him, the red kryptonite disintegrated into dust then into nothingness, but why? Ian stood up and took off his upper clothes, taking a closer at his body. I feel the same, nothing changed. Could it be? Babe, did you do this? You fucking bitch. His tone was calm, but he was seething inside. Wait a minute, I shouldn't come to conclusions too fast, perhaps it just takes time. Ian convinced himself it was fine, and ignored the worst case scenario. It's fine, something will definitely happen by morning, the stone definitely didn't go to waste. He opened the other pouch and started placing the pieces of paper on the table, carefully and slowly. He put his phone by the side and started looking carefully at the picture of those same pieces of paper arranged in a certain way, how they were arranged in the museum, the right way. He completed the arrangement but the piece has yet to be done. There seemed to be some pieces of paper missing, a few more pieces of the puzzle. Dead Hell Scroll, quite the exquisite thing, speaks of heaven, not in a good way and speaks of hell in a worse manner. It's said that the piece was never completed, thus the picture was never whole. In fact, the other pieces were never found. It was written in ancient Greek, but there are several unidentifiable letters, seemingly the combination of 2 languages, one of which remain unknown. Obsession shone within the depths of Ian's eyes. It was such a fascinating thing to him. I know the extent and magicalness of this world, so perhaps, just perhaps, it's more than it shows. The National Museum of Metropolis was one of the greatest with plenty of antiques, valuables, and historical items. The scroll however wasn't too valuable in comparison to other similar things due to a simple reason: scientists researched it, and through radiocarbon dating found out its age. It surprisingly wasn't old despite looking as such, just a few hundred years old while the civilization of ancient Greece emerged into the light of history in the 8th century BC. Normally it is regarded as coming to an end when Greece fell to the Romans, in 146 BC. So the timing just doesn't make much sense. It's still considered as a valuable piece of art despite that, just not as valuable as it would have been if it was actually that ancient. Ian started looking through his phone. This part of the scroll was already fully deciphered, but there are parts of it that make no sense because of the undiscovered pieces. He read through them again and again as he had done many times before until he was interrupted by the knock on the window. He frowned only to remember Selina's words. He opened the window for her who was hanging on the wall like a spider, clutching to it with her claws. "You never remember, do you?" Selina complained in annoyance. "Sorry, I was rather looking forward to this day, so my mind was busy thinking of this than what you said." That wasn't much of an apology, and Ian wasn't done just yet. "You should honestly just take off your mask instead of going through all the trouble. You know I won't take it seriously." Selina frowned and just watched him run back to the table and go back to his work, his attention focused solely on those pieces of paper. "But I will take it seriously. That's the problem," she murmured under her breath. Her voice was so low he would have been barely able to hear her if he was next to her, let alone now. She made her way to her room and took off her suit before going to sleep. Never in her mind had she doubted he would try to peek on her face, and he didn't. If she wishes to keep her face hidden so much, then who is he to deny her that? Perhaps he would have if not for the limitations he put on himself in fear of the side effects of his power. He still has yet to figure out why people become weak when in long contact with him, specifically only intimate contact. For now, his assumption is still life force absorption. Heaven and hell. Moreover, the majority of it is written in Greek. It's definitely related to the mythological gods. The puzzle is the unknown letters within, that should paint the whole pictures. Ian started doing what he does best, and that's thinking. He knows he isn't smart, but he also knows of his wise nature. What he lacks in cleverness, he makes up for in thoughtfulness. It's something he loves and appreciates about himself, and he certainly enjoys the process. Many smart people failed and fell. Many achieved nothing. Yet it's rare for the wise to fall by the hands of others, they most often than not crumble through their own choice. He also knows he can be wiser, and he can achieve more, but he doesn't bother to. He likes to take things slow, and using his mind too much isn't his thing. However, in situations like this, it's a joy and a rush he can't say no to. It's almost as if the writer of the scroll has a grudge against heaven, but hates hell to his core. The unknown letters seem to be more of a stain to the scroll, as if the writer despises both. He looks down not only on the writer but also on what he speaks of. Ian started stroking his chin in thoughtfulness. A third party was involved. No, the third party acquired the scroll later and left his touch on it, but why? Afterward, Ian started searching for some Sanatic and sacred rituals to perform on the scroll, anything no matter how outlandish it's, as long as it doesn't destroy the scroll. There are some he can't do right now due to unavailable resources, but those he can do when he goes back to Gotham. His obsession didn't allow him to sleep as he remained awake the entire night until he was distracted by something in the morning. The TV turned on by itself with an intimidating voice reverberating through the room. "You are not alone. My name is General Zaid. I come from a world far from yours. I have journeyed across an ocean of stars to reach you." The voice stopped as Ian took the TV power off. What a terrible acting. His mind simply didn't process what was happening due to his focus on the scroll. He didn't even think about how the TV turned on by itself, nor did give a single thought process to the words. He simply considered the voice terrible acting because it interrupted him, and thus he continued with his most precious work. 26. Absolute Menace. 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 26, Absolute Menace. "Why you didn't sleep?" Selina questioned, seeing Ian sitting right where she left him, though he doesn't seem to be exhausted. I was busy, I will sleep later." Ian casually responded, his focus was still on the scroll. Selina walked up to him, made him look into her eyes. "I rarely ask you to do anything, so please listen to me, gather all of your stuff, and take the plane back to Gotham lest you miss the flight, and make sure to sleep well in the plane. Remember, you have all the time in the world for this, so take good care of yourself. Please." Concern was apparent in her tone, and he didn't have in himself to refuse her. He also realized that perhaps his obsession took the better of him. "All right. And thanks." Selina smiled, seemingly in a good mood. "I'll be going now, we'll talk in Gotham." Afterward, she left. Ian did indeed gather all of his stuff and double-checked to make sure he didn't leave anything behind. He also placed the Dead Hell scroll in a small case to make sure nothing happens to it. It's quite frail after all. He then made his way to the airport. Just like when they came here, they arrived separately, and it was the same now. He was quite sleepy, so he didn't notice the strange atmosphere outside. Very few people were outside, it was unsettlingly silent. He took a taxi, one of the very few outside. You're also leaving Hui? The times we're living in, right? The driver said after hearing Ian's destination. Ian raised his brow in confusion. I'm just going back home. Did something happen? Why you don't know? The taxi driver asked. He was understandably a bit speechless. No. Well, I guess I can tell you. Apparently, there are aliens, and they want to destroy the Earth or something. They also want to get their kid or something. I'm really not sure what's happening, but I believe they want Superman. You know, the strong heroes who's known for fighting crime. The speaker of the driver started running as he spoke to no end. I spoke to my fellow drivers in the morning, and they said that it's just a government conspiracy or something like that. I honestly just want to go on with my life with no trouble. Go to work, get paid, and come back to my family, but the world is getting crazier and crazier as of recently. Oh. Wait, that sparked his memories of just this morning, General Zod, right? I thought he was some kind of terrible actor. Why did I think that? Ian started comprehending just how bad his obsession was. He remembers a lot about this world from his past one, yet he forgot someone as known as General Zod. No, I didn't forget, I just didn't process the information. Well, whatever. The cab driver was again speechless. What a weird person. He thought just as they reached the airport. Not many people were around, everyone that wanted to leave had already taken the flight first thing in the morning. Ian paid the driver and then took his duffel bag from the trunk. Just as he was walking into the airport entrance, he heard a loud sound near him. He turned his head and saw a falling body and rebels scattering everywhere. He could also see a faraway faint figures, seemingly fighting. He ignored those and focused on the figure that has fallen close to him, and another object right by his side. Ian crouched and picked up the dagger, an exquisite dagger. Cold to the touch with complex engravings all over it. He then started walking towards the person, a woman with dark hair clouded in heavy dark armor. She seemed to be dizzy as Ian crouched next to her, ignored the screams and panic of everyone around. People fled without looking back. Are you okay? Ian questioned, seemingly worried about her health. The woman faintly eyed him as if looking at an insect as she started to get her bearing back. Give it back and get away from me. She spoke talking about the dagger, she even thought about killing him right there and then just out of annoyance. It's quite the fabulous artifact. I'd really like to add it to my collection. How about leaving it me for memory's sake? You have that huge sword anyway, so it doesn't matter. Ian started mumbling non-stop, preaching to her about generosity despite knowing of her being an alien. Shut up. She had none of it as she bellowed and got ready to punch him to oblivion. However, she found herself stumbling and falling to her knees, powerless. What's happening? Could it be? She lifted her face, staring at Ian with trepidation as he pulled something out of his bag, a small piece of green kryptonite. Phew, I almost died, but you seem to be generous enough, so don't mind me. He spoke as he placed the kryptonite just a few steps away from her. He then approached her and took her sword as she shouted in anger, "Don't you dare! Do you think it's this easy? I will find you, and I will make you suffer." Ian smiled at her, "Don't worry about it, everything is going to be fine, now let me see what else you have on you." His shamelessness was reaching new height as took some kind of necklace from her. He then put everything in the bag and barely managed to squeeze part of the sword inside. "I'll unfortunately have to sacrifice this, but I'm at least giving you a chance." He was speaking about the kryptonite that was making her weaker and weaker by the second to the point she could barely move her muscles by this point, yet he didn't think that was enough. "Let me move it just a bit more away. Surely you will be able to crawl your way to it." Ah, she was fuming like never before. General Zod's wife and a being capable of destroying mountains has never in her life thought of experiencing such a level of humiliation. Ian walked back to the cab under the dumbfounded taxi driver's eyes. "I changed my mind, how about driving me to another place? I will pay you double. You'll be kind enough to do that, wouldn't you?" His tones and words were almost too menacing for the driver to bear, and thus Ian got what he wanted. He acquired himself a car through unnatural means and drove to Gotham instead of taking a plane. He knows that perhaps a camera has caught what he has done, thus he has to keep a low profile. Luckily, his identity is forged, and the government doesn't have his picture and ID, so all they'll find with the footage is an unknown face. However, Ian knows that it's only a matter of time before his traces lead them to Gotham. He was not only an absolute menace to society but also to the new arrivals, the Kryptonians. Luckily, they were stopped by Superman. However, Ian's actions still attracted the attention of a few individuals, whether good or bad attention, only time will tell. 27. The Collection. 13 chapters in advance on Patreon.on. Chapter 27, the collection. It took 3 months to complete, and I spent basically all the money I can spend on it. It houses my babies after all. Ian spoke as he opened the door to the room. Not just any room and no just any door. The security of the small compartment almost rivals those of bank vaults. The door not only requires a code but also facial recognition and fingerprints. The metallic chamber lies deep beneath Cat's Rest, and only Ian can access it if we exclude the gods and superpowers that can shred reality. Even the D-Diamond? Selena asked, her tone was that of confusion. Everything, but that doesn't say a lot considering there are only a few things within. My collection is still a bit empty due to my high requirements. Now that Ian thought about it, he realized that his requirements got much higher since his arrival here. He had to up his game in a world as magical as this, otherwise, the chamber would have already been filled up with useless stuff. Yet I'm here. Why? Do you really trust me that much? I am after all a criminal, and who's to say I wasn't just deceiving you all along? Selena couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked several questions. I just don't care. If it happens it happens, it's not the end of the world. I will retrieve all of my things no matter what, so I think taking anything from me is a bad idea. He spoke casually as his eyes brightened at the sight of what lies within the room. The Kryptonian sword, dagger, and pendant were all at the side. Several pieces of small diamonds exquisitely positioned next to each other. Their queen was placed in a higher position, the Rusty Fetter diamond. Not far from them were all the kryptonites he acquired. Yet strangely none of those were at the center of the room. The guest of honor of the chamber was a scroll, or more like several old pieces of paper forming a scroll. Where did you get those? And what are they? Selena asked about the Kryptonian sword and dagger after staring at the diamond for a few seconds. Alien technology. I accidentally acquired it back in Metropolis after you left. You did hear about the aliens that were looking for Superman, right? Speechlessness was an understatement when speaking of Selena's state of mind. She just had to ask, aren't you telling me too much? Even if you don't care, aren't you being naive here? I hope you aren't telling just about anyone this. Despite the strictness of her tone, it was apparent that she was just looking out for him. Having such a thing will certainly lead to some unforeseen negative consequences if known. Ian smiled at her and shook his head. I certainly wouldn't tell just about anyone, but even if I did, I just don't care. This is just how I am. What's the worst that can happen? Dying. He couldn't help but let out a small laugh at the end of his words. I see now why you are who you are. I guess living with a power such as yours can shape a person to not care about many things, Selena softly muttered, not knowing whether his power is a curse or a blessing. Perhaps, Ian murmured, not explaining any further. Sometimes he thinks that he was born like this, uncaring about many things. That is why he dearly desires to know what he is, or at least the source of his power. Ian already had his gloves on as always, so he didn't mind picking up the diamond. The golden rule of diamond handling is to never let it touch the skin lest it loses its sparkle. Don't worry about me, I am just like any other human being, there are things I care about, just not as much as everybody else, and I care not for death. That's all. He of course noticed the concern and perhaps sympathetic glances of Selena, but he needed none of that. He might hate his power sometimes, but never once had he considered it anything but a blessing. It's the sun brightening his every day just like the sparkling of the diamond before him, beautiful little things, isn't it? Selena decided to let go of the subject after his words. She understood that perhaps she didn't understand him as much as she thought. She smiled as she approached him, it is. Could it be this is my reward for our latest job? Would you be so generous? She was just being the mischievous cat she is and didn't actually expect anything, so imagine her bafflement when Ian took her hand and placed the diamond in it. It's yours. I don't have much interest in it anymore. Wait, what? Selena still didn't quite comprehend what he just said, understandably a bit confused. It's yours. I had a lot of fun adventuring with you, so I saw it as a fitting show of appreciation. Your seduction was successful, you could say. Ha ha ha. Ian couldn't help but let out a laugh after saying that. He simply couldn't hold it back simply because there was little to no seduction to be seen. The seductress was afraid of seducing him. Selena however didn't that funny. She was still lost in bafflement as stared at the diamond in her hands then at Ian, not knowing what to say. On a serious note though, I'd advise you to leave it here. The danger of selling it is too high, and you'll easily be traced if word spread around in the black market. You should know who set the diamond in the museum in the first place, the Penguin, a dangerous crime lord of Gotham, and I heard a lot of whispers about his unending search for the robbers. Ian pinched Selena's cheek, seeing her absent-mindedness. Did you hear anything I said? Just wait until I get rid of the Penguin, then you can sell it, all right? Why yes. She barely got her bearing back, but she at least comprehended what he said. She did feel a bit embarrassed for acting like a child among other things. Just don't do anything dangerous, okay? After seeing Ian nod at her, she went ahead and placed the diamond in its original place. She felt even more awkward being around him, he had done so much for her without him even realizing it, and now this. She felt like keeping a distance from him and not accepting his dead wish tendencies is kind of. However, Ian managed to evaporate all that awkwardness without him realizing it. Now to business. Do you happen to know of any demons, devils, Satan himself or some kind of angel, god, mythological god, or just someone supernatural who knows of supernatural stuff such as these? What are you talking about? She'd like to think he was just joking, but his face told her otherwise. Well, I'd like to decipher the scroll, but I'm missing a few pieces and some information. Of course, I am working under the assumption that it was actually written by some supernatural entity. Ian explained. And what led you exactly to that belief? Couldn't it be just like any other ancient scroll, the doing of ancient people? She questioned, still not understanding his thought process. I mean, just a few days ago, aliens descended on the earth, and they could literally destroy mountains, so something like this isn't so far-fetched. Moreover, his manner of speech somehow gave birth to anticipation in her. Moreover, I just got a feeling. Ian eloquently answered. That's it. I mean, that's usually good enough for me, and don't mind that, just tell me if you know anything regarding that. Unfortunately, I know nothing of such things. But Batman might know. He had been in the city for a long time fighting against crime, and he might something about that. I told you before that he required your assistance in something. Perhaps you can ask him about that then? As a price for helping him. And thus the cooperation between two strange people started. One could even say two insane individuals, just one crazier than the other. 28. The Batman. 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 28, The Batman. Ian put a black sweater on, followed by black pants and a pale brown coat going well with his brown eyes. He already had gloves on as usual. He then put on a belt and made sure it was as tight as possible before putting a few guns on, hidden under his coat. He walked down to the coffee, noticing quite a lot of people around. Gotham has been relatively peaceful for the past week, so people could at least let out a sigh of relief. It's still just as much of a shithole as it ever was, but it was a shithole they were used to. Boss. The middle-aged woman who bowed was one of the Rose family members. She was also responsible for overseeing the coffee. Layla, Ian nodded at her, the weather seems nice. Perhaps we have a very nice day ahead of us. I'm sure we do. Anything I can do? She gently spoke. She is a simple woman who had to scavenge for herself her entire life. The life of homelessness was certainly cruel to her, yet she prevailed. She is extremely patient and understanding, which is why she found herself in her current position. Tell Ralph to meet me outside. Afterward, he started walking outside while yawning, so sleepy, who likes to have meetings this time in the morning? Does he even sleep? His complaints brought a laugh to Layla. She then hastily did what he ordered. Ian waited until Ralph stood next to him. Don't even hesitate to use it if you see it fit. I'd prefer little to no casualties on our side, so hit them with our best if possible. The consequences don't matter. Just do what you have to do if the situation requires it, and remember. Get the crime alley no matter what. A smirk surfaced on Ian's face as he spoke his next devilish words, a tactic used by many nations across history. A front everyone sees but none can fight against. And it works. Another thing, our goal isn't war. Our goal is to give the homeless their home back, and their freedom. This is definitely not for personal benefits. Convince yourself that, and our people will believe it. Ian then made his to the airport. He had his duffel bag with him and also his guns, yet he just passed by the back door without the guards paying attention to him, seemingly expecting him. He just drove into one of the airport's personal garages where he noticed a private plane. Ian directly went into it, finding two people inside. One was the Batman fully attired with his black suit, not far away from him was a gorgeous woman, her silky ebony hair was falling to her waist. Is this who you were waiting for? He doesn't look so special. The woman remarked with surprising bluntness. Ian on the other hand just observed Batman, ignoring the rude woman. Speaking of rudeness, the suit is perhaps too much, but I can make light armor with it. Nah, I will just keep it in my collection. The question is, how do I get it? He adapted to his new world quite quickly and seemingly forgot the days he read about Batman and enjoyed those fabulous stories. It was as if meeting him now wasn't so much of a big deal for him. Ian rose. Nice to meet you, finally in person this time. I'm an admirer of what you do. Oh? Perhaps it was a bit of a big deal for him? You are? I never imagined such words coming out of the mouth of a criminal. Batman spoke in his usual disguised raspy voice, seemingly unimpressed. I mean, if not for the other criminals' fear of you, I wouldn't be able to reach where I am so easily. Perhaps not. His bluntness overshadowed even that of the annoyed and ignored woman. Ian knew there was business and discussion to be done, so he sat face to face with Batman. The latter was also interested in continuing the conversation. You should have already read all the information I sent you, and we're both smart people, so such tricks are unnecessary. This is only happening because I am testing you. Interesting, Ian raised his eyebrows in surprise. I thought as much, but I didn't think you'd be so blunt about it. However, you overestimate my cleverness. I just think and use my common sense. I think. Batman ignored the last point and asked, first, who are you? Ian clearly felt the plane has started moving as he answered, Ian Rose. That's my real name. What about you? Any name to speak of? Batman, that's my name. Both of them didn't lie. It was all the truth, mental gymnastics between two strange individuals. Batman then added, what's your goal? Money and things I like I guess. Ian answered as if he wasn't entirely sure, what's yours? Fight against crime. Ian's eyes showed seriousness for a second as he asked, do you think you can succeed? You've been doing the same thing for years. You've brought down several crime families and brought terror upon the criminals, yet Gotham is still as it ever was. In fact, it's just getting worse. Whatever expression was on the Bat's face, Ian saw none of it. Perhaps the mask was there for a reason other than hiding his identity. The Bat remained silent for quite a while. No matter how long it will take, I will succeed, someday. Slowly but surely, I will leave my trace on the city. Ian started stroking his chin, not quite understanding the last part. In what way are you actually testing me? Just understanding your character. You're talented in what you do. You do bad things but mostly good things, mainly for selfish reasons. I don't know how far you'll go for those selfish reasons. Batman was surprisingly honest and blunt. Something Ian didn't expect. This is Batman after all, one of the most secretive heroes of all time. I see, Ian muttered under his breath before answering, I've never killed anyone, not yet at least. I don't do drugs, never will I ever participate in a business related to narcotics. I have established my family, and I'd like it to work on the basis of respect and fear respectively. I feel like that's the optimal way for a criminal family to work, so I am therefore bound by those rules. Ian also appeared to be honest. They both did, but only they understand the massive dosage of mental gymnastics they're dealing with right now. I believe I understand what you're getting at, and why you turned a blind eye to my actions lately. Ian ended his speech with that. Of course, he understands that Batman has only figured out a small percentage of what he did, else he wouldn't simply let him go. We'll talk about that when we come back, Batman spoke, finding the conversation overall pleasant, which means in his mind that he should elevate the danger of the man before him a few more degrees. There was a long silence afterward. Ian seemed to hesitate for a few seconds to say something while Batman was waiting patiently. At last, he said, I am curious, you can just ignore my question if you wish. Are you gonna remain like that the entire trip? Like what? Batman was understandably confused. Ian was the one confused this time as he thought what he said is understandable and is a matter of common sense. The suit? You're going to remain wearing it the entire way? Is it actually comfortable? And then there was silence. Batman seemed to be speechless. He just shook his head and stood up and walked to one of the private rooms. It was an exquisite and incredibly expensive plane. Ha ha ha, I was wrong, you're special aren't you? Perhaps that little laugh was enough to get rid of the woman's annoyance. I guess. Ian turned his attention to her. She's certainly beautiful, but he could faintly see the snaky aura around her, almost as if she's bad news. Ian wasn't able to remember the last time that stopped him from doing what he wishes. In fact, bad news was the sweet candy of his day. 29. The Tomb. 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 29, The Tomb. Ian wasn't able to remember the last time that stopped him from doing what he wishes. In fact, bad news was the sweet candy of his day. And who might you be? Oh, excuse my rudeness, I am Talia, an associate of Batman. She responded with a smile. How do you like the private jet? Oh, it's yours. Ian of course understood their little scheme, but he chose to go along with it. He wouldn't want them to know he already knows who Batman actually is. Are perhaps funding him? I always wondered how Batman gets his resources, especially that cool black car. Talia nodded. You needn't know of why, but I am indeed funding him. The Bat wouldn't have been successful without a force supporting him. Fighting crime is certainly not easy. Lovers? You don't have to answer, just excuse my rudeness if I'm being too personal. Ian asked in a strangely pleasing manner. Maybe, it depends. Her answer was quite vague, not that Ian expected an answer in the first place. So how about gifting me a similar car, you know, as a show of appreciation, or I guess a gift of our first meeting. Ian finally got to the main point, his expression was just as stale. The shamelessness of his words. He's learning from Barney. Talia's face almost twitched in speechlessness, realizing just how special he was. Let's say I do that, I give you the gift under the occasion of our first meeting. What gift can you give me that can satisfy my taste? Ian raised his eyebrow at that. Right, that's how it works. Anyway, it's quite early and I am still sleepy, so I will take a nap until we reach our destination. The shamelessness is. The flight took a relatively long time, about 10 hours. Not that long of a time for a flight to Egypt, so Ian had plenty of time to sleep and discuss a few other things with Batman, and that includes their plan. It's hot, I really didn't think this through, did I? Ian complained and took off his coat just as they exited the jet. It's Egypt after all, a land dominated by desert, hot and dry weather. You didn't. Talia couldn't help but laugh. He was kind of amusing and she let out an even louder laugh once she noticed Ian eyeing Batman with glances of pity. The tight black suit must be a hellish prison for him. Stop acting like children, especially you Talia. Batman was in his full Batman persona, thus he wasn't interested in jokes. An off-road car was already waiting for them in the seemingly abandoned airport, and now one was around. Everything was prepared beforehand for the journey. Batman started driving towards their destination, seemingly in the middle of the desert. All that was around is golden sand, numerous dunes of lovely sand. I forgot to ask you, but what exactly is your specialty? How are you gonna help in this fight? Talia seemed to be quite the talking person as she has yet to get enough of asking questions despite asking many before. I can use guns, I am good at it. But I am average at hand-to-hand fighting. Yeah, I won't be too helpful. Ian tried to convince himself of his value, but he ended up giving up, despite being efficient at many things due to his adventurous life. Perhaps he felt a bit rusty. Talia didn't pray any longer, understanding that perhaps this is a part of Batman's test. We're here, Batman muttered. They have reached their destination, a structured hole in the middle of nowhere, all that can be seen is sand. The sand was still faintly falling into the hole as if it had just been opened. How was this found? In the middle of nowhere at that, and it seemed to have been buried by sand. Ian questioned. Well, our target found a map, or more like two maps allowing him to decipher the location. Talia vaguely answered. Let's move, and be alert. Tread carefully, the way must be filled with traps, so follow me closely. Batman warned. The hole wasn't deep. They just had to jump into a large rocky step leading to downward stairs. They walked carefully for a long time, the stairs were seemingly infinite, going way too deep. The area was dark but Batman was ready for that, he had a source of light. The stairs led to a dark hallway which also led to several pathways. Splitting up is a bad idea, so let's look through the pathways one by one until we found our target, Batman spoke and Talia agreed. However, the ancient tomb didn't seem to like that option. They triggered a lot of traps along the way, but Batman pretty much took care or avoided them all. He was the one leading the group, and he was keeping a fair distance from Ian and Talia. It wasn't long before he triggered a trap that did something he didn't expect, or he couldn't react to and save them both. The ground beneath them crumbled almost instantly as if the foundation keeping it together ceased to exist. The last thing Ian saw before falling down into darkness was Batman jumping as fast as he could, catching Talia before using some kind of device to clutch to the wall. He did try some kind of device to perhaps save Ian, but it was too late. The man has fallen to what appears to be his death. Or not. Fucking hell! Ian shouted as he climbed himself out of the water. A large pool of water was behind him, deep enough to save him from the fall. The fall however was long enough to hurt his legs a tiny bit. The collision at least wasn't enough to knock him unconscious. His strange ability did the rest as strangely he didn't fall on the massive stone bricks in the pool nor did the rebel fall on him. Phew, at least it isn't so hot now, Ian muttered to himself, thank God my phone is waterproof. The only reason he was able to leave the waterhole is that he used his phone as a light source, and he used it again to observe his surroundings. The phone flashlight provided him with all the light he needs to see extensively. Is this perhaps an ancient shower room? The waterhole is the bathtub. Ian was confused by the structure and how he ended up here, so he just shrugged his shoulders and made his way to the only gate in the room. Egyptian symbols all over the place, quite the fancy place. He was always into collecting stuff and he loved strange and ancient things, thus he learned a bit of ancient Egyptian history among other things. What he found after the gate was an exquisite but old hallway with several rooms to the side. Is this what they call a blessing in disguise? Ian thought with anticipation apparent on his face. He started carefully looking through every room, one by one finding most of them empty with only a bunch of gibberish in them. However, there was one room that is different, the only chamber that had a wooden bed in it. Among other things, what the actual fuck? 30. The words. What do they mean? 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 30, The words. What do they mean? However, there was one room that is different, the only chamber that had a wooden bed in it. Among other things, what the actual fuck? Scattered throughout the room were what seemed to be the remains of the dead, ugly old hair and old dry flesh or skin, yet there were no signs of worms and bones anywhere in the room. I smell like nothing. Just old things. Ian noted. The smell supposed to be overwhelming around the dead was nowhere to be seen or smelt. Ian cautiously walked inside, careful not to step on any of the dead flesh. He observed the room and naturally picked up the most conspicuous item in the room, a tablet. He picked up the stone tablet and observed it closely, and softly lest it breaks down, its frailness and ancientness were apparent. Old Egyptian? This. Ian's hand almost trembled at the thought, but he forced himself to calm down. The tablet was more like a stone painting, the painting of a young beautiful lady and two devilish tigers around her. It wasn't exactly as detailed as modern art, but its value could reach millions if not tens depending on its age, and several other details. Thankfully, Ian brought with him a small bag just in case. He couldn't bring the duffel bag for the inconvenience, but the back bag was perfect for this. He carefully covered the tablet with a soft cloth before placing it in his bag. He then took a deep breath, looked around a little more but found nothing else, and only then did he continue his journey through the hall. If my memory serves me right, she is some kind of demonic entity. The dead flesh and hair in the room is a clue to prove that. She should at least know something about it. Ian brought out his dagger, the Kryptonian dagger. It had a dark grey hue to it, and the black engravings made it that much more exquisite. He also got his gun ready for any confrontation he might face. His opponent might be some kind of god or demon, but a bullet can surely affect them, right? If not, the alien dagger can perhaps do the job. He walked and walked through the long hallway, only finding empty rooms until he reached what appeared to be a balcony of sorts. The view was that of a large hall, and Ian made sure to be stealthy as clearly felt the ancient structure rumbling as if it was about to crumble down. He took a single look at what was happening in the massive hall before just resting on the ground and closing his eyes, hidden from whatever it's that lay there. I am quite lucky, am I not? I've been born with such a blessing, and while it might have messed my mind, it also made me who I am and allowed my life to be as bright and exciting as it is. He placed his right hand on his chest, seemingly in prayer. I've never been interested in why it works as it does since I know it's still something far out of my understanding, but for God's sake be a bit consistent, you fucking bitch. You got me used to never getting hurt in the last few months, yet here we are. I was fine with broken bones before because it was the norm, so now I expect the norm to be something else. Please, babe. He hoped his honest prayer was answered as he just rested there, waiting for the confrontation beneath to end and for an opportunity to surface. However, the rumbling only continued to escalate further, and it was only a few minutes before the place came crashing down. The entire tomb was crumbling upon itself, a structure that stood for thousands of years has fallen. Ian, who was at the center of all of this, remained seated with his eyes closed. He could feel the dust basically overcoating him, and making breathing a bit difficult. He also felt something falling on his left leg, not too hard, and he only felt a little pain. The thick combat boots did help in protecting his toes, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep for years to come just because of the pain everyone has experienced sometime in their life. You fucking bitch! Ian muttered as he opened his eyes. He noticed the thing on his leg was but a small piece of rubble. He took it off and started looking around, barely finding a hole to climb out through. I really didn't think this through, did I? However, he was able to climb through the rubbles to his destination. He made sure to remember the direction, and the area around his target was relatively empty. The most conspicuous thing in it was a massive statue that has fallen onto what looks like a pit with a dark green liquid. Ian could faintly see that it has fallen on something. What looks like a body, an extremely old body. He could see its skin, which seems to be stuck on its bones, pale dead skin. The body barely had any clothing on to hide its dreadful appearance. That wasn't just it, there were many similar bodies, all were dry as if their life was sucked right out of them. Corpses were scattered everywhere, but that one was special. Ian calmly approached the body after a little reconnaissance of his surroundings. His dagger was still in his hand, ready to act at any moment. However, the body was lifeless and motionless despite his presence there, and he knows exactly who the body belongs to. Fortunately, I got used to wearing gloves all the time, Ian muttered without stepping into the pit. He happened to know what the dark green liquid in it was, or the pit in general, Lazarus Pit. A mysterious fluid-filled pit with some miraculous effects, notably the pits would regenerate and even revive the dying and kill the healthy, though with some side effects, most famously bouts of insanity. Ian remembered that, so it was only natural he would take off one of his gloves and put his hand in the liquid to see what would happen. I'm healthy, so will it kill me? He either has blind trust in his ability, or he has no regard for his life. However, nothing happened. The liquid seemed to be boiling with bubbles spurting everywhere, yet it felt cold but heavy. Ian frowned. He was even more sure about a theory of his about his power, you win some you lose some, I guess. He put the gloves back on and approached the body. He stretched his hand to what appeared to be the head and gently lifted it, finding himself faced with black abyssal eyes, staring at the depths of his soul. Do, what? I say. Help me, out. And she spoke. The rest of her body must have been completely destroyed by the stature, yet here she is still alive. Not only that, her skin was clutched to her bones as if she has no flesh or blood. She shouldn't be alive in the first place. Such a fascinating thing, no matter how disgusting you are, you represent the extent and magicalness of the world, the expansion of my horizon. Ian murmured, ignoring her plea, and then he noticed something. You, still disgusting though. He remarked, feeling her skin slipping out of her head in the area he's holding. I'll have to throw away my gloves. The lady seemed as she hissed and spoke with some unknown language. As time passed, however, she realized that whatever she was doing wasn't working. Ian realized that as well. He smiled at her as he brought his phone up to her bewildered face, showing her a picture of an old scroll, a seemingly incomplete scroll with a few pieces missing. Now be a dear and tell me what these words mean. Trigon. Say what now? 31. The Weakness. 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 31, The Weakness. Now be a dear and tell me what these words mean. Trigon. So I am not sure what I was thinking when I put Mephisto. I guess I got DC and Marvel mixed, and the thing is that I was already planning on putting Trigon, but I forgot. I swear sometimes I am forced to believe against all common sense that bees have a better memory than me. On that note, I used to believe that goldfish's memory sucks, but that's actually not true at all. Bees on the other hand have the worst memory of only 2.5 seconds, definitely didn't see that coming. Say what now? Her face was that of horror and fear, one that soon turned into anger. Her rage blinded her as she screamed and hissed, "You're one of his dogs. I will kill you." However, try as she might, she couldn't lift her hand, for they were destroyed. She was struck, unable to move despite her overwhelming desire to. Someone once worshipped as a god was in such a state. The answer is quite simple, you're no god, hey. A demon? A devil? Or perhaps a human cursed by Trigon? However, a smile surfaced on Ian's face, one that soon turned to laughter, loud laughter of elation, happiness, and excitement. I might not be giving myself enough credit, I was smart enough to detect the peculiarity of the scroll. Nah, it was probably just luck. He didn't let happiness blind him, and got his usual self back. He then looked at the demon before him and whispered, "You see, I have an interest in the scroll and would appreciate it if you tell me what these words mean." Her fury, however, only got stronger as she trashed around to the best of her ability. Ian frowned before adding, "By the way, I don't work for Trigon, else I wouldn't be asking you about this, so speak." However, she got even more worked up as she bellowed, "Lair! You demons are all liars. Why don't you just die? I thought Keepera am the master of life and death, yet again. This is happening again." And then she started trashing even more, in a crazed state as if she has lost her mind. So her power or whatever doesn't work on me, understandable. However, just what has Trigon done to her to make just the mere presence of his name drive her mind into insanity? Sounds like a dangerous entity. Yeah, sounds like fun. Her power failing to affect him didn't surprise him much, he was counting on that. Her mastery of life and death allowed her to live for thousands of years and harvest the lives of many, just as she sucked the life force of all of those who had entered the tomb before. He saw no hope of her getting her sanity back. He could see it in her eyes, she was too far gone, so he just gave up. "I've got enough information to work with." Just as he was about to stand up, he noticed something else that became more apparent with her trashing around, an exquisite gold collar necklace. At its midst was a black scarab beetle jewelry that seems to be made of some kind of dark gorgeous mineral. Like the gentleman he is, he crouched near her again while saying, "Don't mind if I do." Then he took the necklace for himself, driving her even crazier. Her throat was almost entirely dry as she screeched, "Just kill me." Ian froze in his place for a second, seemingly in contemplation of something. "That's actually a good idea, wouldn't want you coming after me later now, would we? That sounds like fun though." "Nah." Ian pulled out his dagger and swung at her neck without hesitation. The dagger was Kryptonian, so it wasn't surprising for it to slice her neck like a knife through butter. It was surprising even to him, it was as if her bones were as frail as flesh. Perhaps her extremely old age had something to do with it. Ian had to make sure, so he picked up the head after seeing her body has stopped thrashing around. It's after all the Lazarus Pit, and perhaps it can heal her. Just as he was about to throw the head as far as possible, its eyes flared open while letting out a menacing screech. "Ah, fucking hell!" Ian instantly let go of the head in fright and kicked it away. "Holy Christ! Just die!" I almost died in panic. He took a few deep breaths to get his cool back. That truly frightened him, so he went ahead and kicked the head a few more times away, ignoring its even madder screams. "For Trigon's sake, I was only doing what you asked. Can you be any less grateful?" Ian then ignored her and started looking for an exit. He heard a bunch of steps a while ago running in a certain way, and he knows who they belong to. He had taken a glance while the confrontation was ongoing, and he saw the Thoth sucking the life out of a middle-aged man. He also saw Batman and Talia trying to save him. Ian climbed through the rebels and used a few pieces of equipment he brought with him to no avail, for he was faced with a dead end. Every way was one way or another closed due to the debris of the fallen tomb, leaving Ian in silence, a long silence before he murmured, "I really didn't think this through, did I?" He brought out his phone only to notice no signal, thus he can't call anyone, specifically Batman, since he gave him a number to contact him by. Whenever a situation such as this or similar happened, Ian always does the same thing. He just sat down, closed his eyes, and started thinking. He never let panic overwhelm him, as it will only hinder his reason. He just thinks and thinks until a solution spurts in his mind. He stood up, pulled out his gun, and started shooting around randomly. He had a silencer on it, so he made sure to take it away before doing that. He hoped the sound would be loud enough to alert the bat. He didn't just fire there, he did it all over the place. His goal was making the sound upward. He then just started touring the area while contemplating his life decisions. "I remember my legs getting stuck while climbing Everest, and I had to fend for myself for 2 days in freezing cold weather. It was hell, and I only survived because of the preparations I did beforehand and the climbers that came my way. At least, it's not cold in here, but it does stink. The stench of the dead." He did bring a few handgun magazines with him, so he continued to fire throughout the day. He rested his head on his backpack when he got tired and slept for the night, though it was always dark down there. And that went on for another day. All he had is a small bottle of water he slowly drank across the day. He wasn't too worried. He believed in his power, surely it won't let him starve or die of thirst down there. Well, it did let him wait another day before he started hearing a loud sound above him. And it wasn't long before some of the rebels were pulled by something, clearing an exit for him, thank fucking God. "Are you okay?" the bat asked. His expression was as usual hidden beneath his mask. "Nah, I am starving and tired. I just want to go home." His manner of speech was a bit sloppy, but he was nowhere near as affected as Batman thought he would be. Ian just ignored all the wreckage and the massive truck or machine outside responsible for saving him and just headed for the car. "Here," Talia handed him a water bottle, already waiting in the car. Ian took it and almost emptied clean with how thirsty he was. "Thanks, and I assume you were responsible for clearing the way. You have connections in Egypt to get that thing in such a short span of time." Talia smiled and responded, "Something like that. I thought you died when you fell, but you seem to have 9 lives, almost like a cat." "Yeah, whatever, I need some sleep." His words made her eyes twitch. She wasn't even sure if he heard or even paid attention to what she said. 32, Home Sweet Home. 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 32, Home Sweet Home. "My payment before I go?" Ian asked. However, he received no response as Batman just stared at him for a few seconds. "What? I don't swing that way, and I thought you two were together." Batman shook his head in exasperation and handed Ian a bunch of documents. "Here is your new ID with the same name, fully legal, and your friend's ID. Now that I gave you this, I'm to a certain extent responsible for your actions, so know that I'll be keeping an eye on you." Ian nodded, knowing it's not time for jokes. Getting an actual identity approved by the government is extremely hard. The ID he had only worked as a symbol. If anyone really looked into his information, they easily figure out it's fake. That was one of the reasons none of the Rose family properties are in his name. Everything is in Ralph's name. Perhaps Ian just trusted him with that, or he just didn't care, but what option did he really have? The only thing that really mattered to him was his babies, the collection in the underground chamber. "Alright, just contact me if you see value in our collaboration." After which Ian went back home, and he really missed that word after being stuck in a tomb for days. And that says a lot considering the place he calls home is in Gotham, but it was a breath of fresh air for him. That only continued until a few minutes later when he took a bit more of its scent and remembered just how much of a shithole it's. "Why? I still don't get what's special about him. Are you actually considering a collaboration with him? You think he's valuable for whatever you're planning?" Talia couldn't help but question, because he had done nothing to help so far, and there must be something more to him than his charisma and success. The bat hesitated for a second before saying, "I've yet to confirm anything, I just deduced something. I am still unsure." "Oh. He's hiding it even from me? Then he must be quite special." Talia kept her thoughts to herself and didn't question him any further. Batman's mask, however, was hiding a big frown because only a few minutes ago, he received an interesting piece of news. The Sicilian family has fallen. Batman had a few precautions about what was going to happen while he was away, so he left Nightwing and Batgirl to look after the city in the meantime. However, what happened was too sudden. He even predicted Ian might be planning something, but he did surpass his expectations and did something he can turn a blind eye to. Ian walked through Ulster Street, noticing just how clean it is. There is almost no crime within. It's simply peaceful but prosperous. However, Ian can sense the tension in the area and he can see the many Rose family workers patrolling around, and he was sure some of them have guns, all due to the charity of the other crime families. The moment he entered his coffee, he was met with the welcoming head nods of his boss, boss. All as a show of respect, and the customers in the coffee weren't weirded out by that. It was a common thing as pretty much everyone in the street and its surroundings know of the two bosses, Ian and Ralph. Ian walked directly upstairs to the office where he found the boys already waiting as per his instructions. He gave each of them a hug before lazily resting on the office couch. I am really glad to be back. The trip almost gave me PTSD. What happened? Barney was kind of waiting for that. Ian traveling somewhere means something cool is about to be added to the collection. I was stuck in a tomb for like 3 days. Now that I refresh my memory about it, it was really hellish and boring. Ian responded before letting out a laugh, but it was worth it. Barney couldn't help but gulp. I am sure it was. So what did you get? Please show me. His thirst seemed to be getting bigger and bigger by the day. Ian smiled at his never-changing friend and pulled out something from his backpack that made the group almost too stunned, an exquisite golden necklace. This is my find, the necklace of a crazy queen that lived thousands of years ago. According to my estimate, it should be worth at least $1 million due to its age and significance, possibly tens of millions. He explained as he observed the dark beetle stone on it, something he wasn't able to do on the way due to the watching eyes. Barney was speechless, but that didn't stop his hands from extending in plead of the necklace, his eyes almost mimicking those of a puppy. Ian laughed in amusement before handing it to him. Now, let's get to business. I know nothing of what happened due to my circumstances, so tell me everything. You said things may happen differently than you expected, and they did, Ralph muttered before glancing at the silent Mike. He seemed to be absent-minded, something Ian noticed. Go on. The criminal known as the Penguin followed the script but took the liberty to cause more chaos. He believed the information we leaked, that the Sicilians were the ones to hire someone to steal the diamond, but that someone kept it for himself. And as predicted, the Sicilians denied the whole thing, and he didn't believe them, thus war started. I don't think he had a lot of henchmen, but he had a lot of bombs that he set off in the Sicilian territory, specifically, the Sicilian properties. So what went wrong? Ian frowned, unsure as everything was predictable so far. He started targeting us, as in the Rose family. He started with the surrounding streets we took over and destroyed a few properties and Mike used the weapon. Ralph's lips were almost trembling remembering what's happened, the absolute and terrifying power of the weapon. On what? We got word of a scheduled meeting between the Penguin and the Sicilians. I came to the conclusion that perhaps he figured out something, so Mike improvised and used the weapon there and then. Ian eyed his facial expression, noticing he is not done yet, however. However, the Penguin survived somehow and sought revenge only to be caught. I don't know how or who caught him, but I presume it's Batman. Ralph made the only logical assumption he could make considering he doesn't know of what Ian was actually doing in his collaboration with the Bat. He didn't know of the Bat's absence. The Sicilians? Ian asked. I have yet to hear of any survivors, from the main family at least. Ian turned his attention to Mike and asked, Are you okay? He understood that killing tens of people would be a shock and a traumatizing experience for most people, and Mike is still not that used to this lifestyle. Perhaps greed had driven him to some hasty decisions before, but Ian's words brought him back a bit. Yeah, I am okay. Mike instantly responded, seemingly calm, but Ian can see more. His words were almost as if they were rehearsed. This is a bit hypocritical, but it may make you feel better, so hear me out. The crime families have been ruling the underworld for years, if not tens of years. They have very little care for human life and only God knows how many people had died by their hands, but I can assume it's in the thousands if not tens of thousands. Even more lives were ruined because of what they do. We're nowhere as extreme as them, but we might do worst at times for our sake. At the end of the day, I targeted them not for the people but for myself. Just know that they're not people worth weeping for. I guess we're also like that, aren't we? Ian really tried to make him feel better, but some words couldn't help but slip out of his mouth, leading to an opposite result of what he desired. Ian let out a sigh. I am so bad at this. Just know one thing, you did it for what? For the family and yourself, so we'll bear the guilt with you, the same as you'll bear ours someday, or how you were there for Barney when he had to go through something similar, all right. Mike lifted his head and glanced at all of his friends, and seeing their encouraging glances. It was all he needed as he nodded at Ian. The latter of course knew he should still give him some more time to calm down, so he changed the subject. He stood up and walked towards the object placed on the table, the Kryptonian sword. Where did you get that thing? Ralph couldn't help but ask because that's definitely not something even the military is capable of creating. Charity. Ian instantly answered, not willing to delve into the subject in front of Mike. The sword wasn't merely a sword but also a straight-up cannon. He didn't test it before, but the news of the explosion should tell him of its capabilities now. Ralph, we'll speak more about the matter in a little bit. Ian then went back to his room after taking back the necklace. He still needs to empty his duffel bags and backpack. He then put all the new things in the collection room before receiving a message that brought a smile to his face. He made his way to the roof where he was caught off guard by a tight hug from the cat herself. She spoke with a soft tone, "I am glad you're back." 33. About time, or is it? 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 33, About time, or is it? He made his way to the roof where he was caught off guard by a tight hug from the cat herself. She spoke with a soft tone, "I am glad you're back." Ian hugged her back. "So am I. This was a welcomed welcome, I guess. Why did the job so long?" she asked, getting a bit too comfortable in his embrace. "It's complicated, but I was basically stuck in a tomb for a few days," Ian casually responded as if it wasn't a big deal for him anymore. Are you okay? It didn't go well?" Selena asked with concern before realizing he was before her, healthy and well. "No, it went well. I got what I want, so I am satisfied with how it went." Ian gently caressed her cheek before adding, "Why, you're acting differently. Did something happen?" His bluntness and boldness made her quite shy, and Ian could almost see a red hue on the clear part of her face. "Nothing in particular," she softly answered, basically avoiding the subject, "yet the hug has yet to come to an end. Also, I'd like you to be my boss," she added. Ian raised his brow in surprise. "Gladly, I'm into that kind of play." "What? What does that mean?" That's not what I mean. Can your mind be any more corrupted?" Selena couldn't help but complain, though she noticed him barely holding a laugh back and realized he was just messing with her. "Ha ha ha, I know what you mean. I guess it's about time you stop losing all your money through some kind of magical means? I honestly still don't understand how you do it," almost like an expert in the field. Ian let out a small laugh of amusement after that. In return for his offense, he received a few gentle hits to his chest. "I want to say that hurts my feelings, but it is true, but surely you will solve that for me." Her mischievous self has returned, as she hugged him tighter and whispered in his ears, "I don't have to worry about that anymore. You'll surely take care of me and provide for me, won't you?" Ian let out a breath. Her seductive self is almost too much for him to bear. "You know, you sounded like a housewife right now. Even I have limits, and they're actually quite low, so what do you expect would happen now?" "I don't know. How about you improvise?" she playfully responded, barely able to hide her shyness. She felt like she was a bit too bold, but she made up her mind and decided to go through with this. My improvising ability is a bit limited right now, but I will make it quick despite the consequences," Ian muttered seemingly to himself before diving in for a kiss. Selena seemed to be desperately waiting for that, as she instantly entangled herself in an even tighter hug as if she sought to melt in his embrace. Her arms were already around his neck with one of her hands on his hair, trying to pull him even deeper for the kiss, and a dirty kiss it was as their tongues danced for domination. Ian's hands were certainly not still. One was holding her waist while the other roamed Selena's body. The battle for domination only lasted a short while before Selena almost fell weakly in his arms, allowing him to take control, but that he did not. He stopped and carefully held Selena in his arms. He noticed her eyes glazed, seemingly unfocused, and the displayed part of her face crimsoned to an almost dangerous degree. It was almost as if she was intoxicated. "Are you okay?" Ian gently asked with a frown. Her seduction might have been way too effective for him to ignore what could possibly be a dangerous part of his power. However, looking at her current state, it didn't seem to him as if he sucked her life force. I'm fine," Selena barely answered while taking a few deep breaths to get her wits back. "It just was too much." "Strange, isn't it? It seems like it feels nice to you. However, I know that my power might have something to do with this. I know of some mythical creatures that such people's life force by pleasure or something similar. Do I have something to do with them? That doesn't make much sense to me." "But..." Selena shut his wandering thoughts with a simple peek to the lips. "It's okay. We'll figure it out, so don't worry about it." Ian frowned but nodded nonetheless. "I will. This world will surely give me the answers I want. However, the last thing I thought would cock-block me was my power, yet here we are. You don't seem to fear death anymore?" he wondered, still surprised by Selena's change of mind. She hugged him again, burying her face on his chest. "I was never afraid of dying. What frightens me is the people I love dying." Did she just? "But it's not time for this." Ian understood the implications of what she said, but instead, he asked, "Who did you lose?" He held her tighter, feeling her trembling as she murmured, "My sister. I lost her a long time ago." "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. We can talk about it later when you calm down." Ian interrupted her, noticing it was getting into her. She shook her head against his chest. No, I want to tell you. I wanted to tell you for a long time. My sister sought her own death, she was like me, a criminal. But she got herself into a dangerous place, all due to her greed. She didn't want to stop, and I couldn't stop her. She just followed her addiction without any regard for her life until she got shot. It was the doing of a small-time gang, she stole something from, and I failed to protect her no matter how much I tried. I saved her many times, but I couldn't look after her all the time. I failed. Your younger sister? Selena shook her head. No, my older sister, but I had to mature before her to take care of her. We had to fend for ourselves since we opened our eyes to the world. And I can't really blame her. I did things just as dangerous, so how can I expect from her otherwise? I just didn't know what to do except for revenge. But it just wasn't enough. Ian just hugged her tighter and remained silent for a bit. He didn't really know what to do. He never had to deal with a situation like this, and he was never the emotional type. He didn't have to say anything as she added, I used to wish to just live in a farm, peaceful without any surprises. The area would be beautiful, vibrant with nature, but you know how my financial situation was. Used to? Ian questioned, to which she nodded and murmured, yes, used to. I like how my life is going right now. I am glad then. He decided to be as natural as possible, something he would do, and he just continued to hug her tighter until she calms down. 34. Who might you be? 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 34, Who might you be? Ian waited until she calmed down, then held her hand and started leading her to the collection chamber, but not before sending a message for Ralph to meet him there. As your new boss, we have a few things to talk about, a lot of things actually, and what better place to do so than in the luxury of my collection. He tried to lighten the mood, and he succeeded to a certain extent in taking her mind off that at least. What are those? Selena asked with curiosity, noticing new things in the collection. It's the new harvest from the tomb. It's beautiful, Selena remarked as she touched the golden collar necklace, something that would steal the limelight at any place. Let's see, Ian murmured as he picked it up and walked behind Selena before putting the gorgeous thing on her. It fits perfectly, especially with the black catsuit. Ian admired how she looked, and it indeed fit her nicely. He brought out his phone and showed her how she looks with the front camera. Looking at you, I am reminded of an exquisite Egyptian statue, one of a black royal cat with a similarly golden collar necklace. If I remember correctly, it was a symbol of the goddess Bastet. She was the goddess of protection, pleasure, and the bringer of good health, I think. Ian strangely eyed Selena from top to bottom. Now that I think about it, it fits you almost too perfectly. Are you blessed by goddess Bastet or something? Ha 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 ha, Selena simply couldn't hold it in as she let out a long laugh. She then took a deep breath as she started getting her usual naughty self back. Oh stop it, you might just make me blush. Says the one who almost collapsed just by a kiss, so much for the goddess of pleasure. Ian struck right back at her, making her flinch. Well, it's too bad, isn't it? It could have gone so much further, and you would have experienced a magical night. It's really too bad I'm such a weak woman that I can't handle you. And did she not strike a nerve with that? She even went as far as to hug him from behind, teasing him of what he had missed. All because of his power. My power is a fucking bitch, isn't she? Ian simply had no way to counterattack, she just spoke plain facts. His power did cock-block him, and Selena just had to open the wounds. But naughty cats don't get any rewards, do they? As he said that, Ian took the collar necklace from her neck, just when she was starting to get comfortable with it. Selena let out a pout before retorting, oh, but what if I act a bit too naughty despite the consequences? Unfortunately, you're so much of a weak woman that you simply can't handle me, as you said. Is that supposed to be a good thing? A retort. For God's sake Selena, just let me heal my wounds. Talk about being the bringer of good health. Ian complained. The wounds were simply too deep, and he still doesn't know how long it will take to heal. Ha 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 ha, the mood has indeed lightened and he could at least see happiness in her eyes. I guess I'll have to help you heal, though I don't mind just ignoring the consequences. And I do, I mind the consequences. My power can be a bitch sometimes, so it could be quite bad. I will solve it soon, so don't worry about it. Ian interrupted her and explained. Just don't do anything too dangerous, alright? That might sound stupid considering your ability, but you should understand what I mean. Ian nodded in understanding. She was just worried about him. Now let's get into the good news. Penguin was apprehended, and he should be locked out for a long time, so you can do whatever you want with the diamond. Yeah, I heard. Selena murmured as she walked up to the diamond, but I am not really interested in selling it. I want to keep it with me for the rest. You know, my sister worked at the Gotham Museum of Antiques for a while, and all she talked about is the diamond. Having it was her dream. What she didn't say however was the important reason. It was after all his first gift for her and an unimaginably valuable gift at that, not just in price but also in symbolism. She just felt like she's gonna overload with sweetness and happiness if she spoke any further. She never felt as relaxed as she was at the moment, as if a huge weight was taken off her shoulders. It was at that point that Ralph arrived, the perfect moment to arrive. He then closed the chamber door after entering. "Have a seat," Ian stated as he took a seat himself in one of the already prepared seats. "I have some plans, and some guesses to verify." Ian directly got into the main topic and the main thing on his mind. That instantly got the duo tensed, knowing of what was to come, and indeed, danger followed. "I have yet to think it through, but our goal is to contact the Penguin in secret. No one but us can know about this. He should be held in prison now until his trial is scheduled, and he knows something I don't. I don't understand. We just did what we did, leading to his current state, so why go through the trouble? There is no other source to get the information you desire." Ralph was confused, so he voiced his thoughts. "I just don't understand his actions at all. Why did he target us? What was his purpose in meeting the Sicilians? He figured something out, but how? I was very careful and thoughtful about my plan, so I am sure there weren't any loopholes large enough to drive his actions to that extent." It was apparent that Ian wasn't joking. In fact, he was never more serious, so they just waited for his next words. "Someone knows a lot about us, and I don't know how. That some is also keeping an eye on us, and he was setting up some kind of plan or play for us. However, he didn't expect us to have something like that kind of weapon." Ian started stroking his chin in thoughtfulness. Somehow just that made the air several times tenser, and it went on for a while. He really thought and thought about it for a while, more than 10 minutes. "All the plans have to change, and we have to take more risks. We have to be more aggressive to be accepted, because despite us calling ourselves the Rose family, the other crime families don't consider us as such." Ian closed his eyes for a second, thinking further before muttering, "We also need connections in the Gotham police. Selina, we'll talk about all of your connections to see if they can benefit us in any way." Ian crossed his legs as he got to the most dangerous subject. "We'll be spending most of our funds for the next month in the expansion process. We'll be negotiating with a lot of people to acquire as many properties as possible in the east end of the city. I and Selina will be responsible for acquiring information and evidence on certain people so we can have more control in the East End. And yet, we'll be spending so much money, so don't shy out from inviting all the homeless of Gotham. We'll still go with the same expansion plan, just a bit more aggressive. We'll be as unpredictable as possible, or perhaps as predictable as possible. It all depends on what the Penguin tells us, the source of his information." Ian smiled, thinking of something funny. "Someone is eyeing us, and I don't like it, so let's get to work. Starting with bringing half of our explosive stock here. I have a use for them." Well, to the absolute shock of nobody, he's starting big, way too big. 1,275 stones for an extra chapter. You know, to support the novel if you like it. 35, The Crime Lords. 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 35, The Crime Lords. There is definitely something supernatural about him. It's almost as if he's too lucky, and I fear sending him to jail would be a bit mistake. I just have this feeling that jail or even Arkham Asylum would be heaven for him, and just somehow, he would able to make it out of there and cause chaos like never before." Those were the murmurs of the bat. He was speaking to himself in darkness with a frown. "I was only able to trace him once amidst a job of his, so it's safe to say that his plans are effective, mostly consisting of distractions. They work. I think it's a good idea. You already know you can't do this alone, so why the hesitation? You already have a few sidekicks, so more controlled help would be nice, as long as you can trust his actions, of course." "Alfred," Bruce Wayne's butler spoke. "That's the problem. He isn't trustworthy. I am certain that if we work together, his distract tactic will only work better, just like it did in our job in Egypt. I came back to an even more chaotic Gotham, possibly all due to his actions. Neither Barbara nor Grayson could do anything about it because of the other distractions. He's a headache to deal with, especially since Selene works with him. I can only hope they aren't too close. He is, however, the most trustworthy of criminals." Batman, however, was still uncertain. Alfred let out a sigh. He knew changing Bruce's mind was and will always be impossible, but he at least wanted to take some of the burdens off his shoulders. "This is not the first time you've done something similar, it just was never on this large of a scale. Just do what you do best and keep an eye on him. There is bound to be ways to do that." "Why, you're right," Bruce murmured, his voice reeking of defeat, "all because of the never-ending darkness in the city. I just have to control him one way or another." The person they were speaking about, on the other hand, was having a professional meeting with respected professional people. The event seemed to be important because Ian actually wore something professional. He was attired in a perfectly fitted black suit, though he couldn't take the last step and put on a tie. Too professional for him, he said. Perhaps it was a good decision because it gave him a bit of a wild look. The black suit just suited his dark hair too much and gave a certain brilliance to his pale brown eyes. He entered the meeting venue. A butcher shop, though he entered from the back door. There were no guards to be seen, just the workers that paid little to no attention to him. It certainly didn't look like a fitting place for a meeting of such important individuals. He only faced guards when he was close to the meeting room. They thoroughly searched him, only finding a phone and a gun on him. Ian then was allowed to pass. He entered the room, a very large room with a rectangle table in its midst. A lot of chairs were surrounding it and many of them were filled. Different people, different faces, most with cold expressions, some amused. Our guest even has the balls to be late. I told you all he's got balls. That I do, Ian casually responded as he took a seat, and well, nice to finally meet you all as brothers in crime. Getting ahead of yourself now, are you? It appears that there was someone who came a bit more later than him. A middle-aged man spoke as he took the leading seat of the table. You're right. I can only say that after the meeting. Ian just shrugged his shoulders. That confident, hey? Well, matters not. We finally have a breather, so let's start the meeting. Ian knows pretty much everyone in the room. How could he not? They all are the leaders of their respective crime families, and the one who spoke just now is the head of the Falcone family, Carmine Falcone. Well, let's start it by deciding his fate then. You thought you can just show up and become the big bad boy of the East, hey? In contrast to the calmness of Carmine, the short old man who spoke was quite worked up. One can say that he was even fuming. He is the leader of the Ibansko crime family. A small Romanian crime family that operates in the East End, mainly in human trafficking, prostitution, and animal fights. Ian's involvement in the East End and recent actions for the past month is the reason for his outrage. Ian let out a chuckle at that, seemingly amused as he responded, well, I did just show up and become the big bad boy, did I not? So thank you for the compliment. He just had to add that last comment, adding salt to the wound, you son of bitch. Do you think you're invincible? Do you think I can't just shoot you right now? Ian just glanced at him before shrugging his shoulders and responding, I guess you can, all it takes is a bullet, and voila. I am dead. It's that easy. His words certainly sounded strange to the hearing ears, but sarcastic to his, leading Carmine to signal for the Ibansko head to calm down. Doing so will only complicate things further considering he isn't the only leader, and he's unlikely to be the main head, which is why he was sent here. Even if things go south, the Rose family will not suffer any losses, we'll just start a war. When have we ever been afraid of war, for the hell of it? We have to show people that it isn't so easy to rise to our ranks. One of the Russian mafia leaders spoke. Since we had the Bat and his sidekicks on our back. Since we had the group that calls themselves the League of Shadows on our back. They might have disappeared for a while now, but only God knows when they'll come back knocking at our door, and you all know how much of a headache they are. How many of us has Batman brought down so far? Many, too many. He is just waiting for us to act, and he's counting on that. So war is a lost cause, a self-destructive move to the benefit of everyone but us. Our friend here is counting on that, are you not? Carmine Falcone, or as they call the Roman, didn't acquire his current position by doing nothing. He has the mind for such a field, and he uses it wisely. The other crime lords seemed to hold him in high regard, as most nodded, though mostly because of his logic. They're all competitors one way or another, despite the Falcones holding the most control over Gotham. Maybe. Anyway, this is a professional business meeting between professional people, so I assume I was invited here for a deal of sorts, isn't that right? Ian said while observing the people in the room. Only a few were a bit worked up about his recent rise, likely because they operate in the East End. You're still asking after all you've been doing? All we want is for you to stop all the aggression and crawl back to your hole. Then and only then can we accept you as a crime. One of the crime lords stated, though he was soon interrupted. Yeah, not a chance. Ian then put up an extremely professional smile and posture before adding, I have a better deal for you all. How about we keep all the territory we already possess? It might as well stay in our hands, you know, for the greater good and such. The homeless people of the East already see us as their benefactor, so it'll really pain me to fail them, so as the decent people we are, let's just stop all the aggression and keep what we already own. Ian could swear he saw every muscle of every face in the room flinch. 1,275 stones for an extra chapter. You know, to support the novel if you like it. 36, The Blood Message. 13 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 36, The Blood Message. Ian could swear he saw every muscle of every face in the room flinch. You're really not afraid of dying, are you? Carmine remarked, a bit baffled by Ian's behavior. You're pushing it. The Ibansko head shouted while hitting the table in anger. Carmine however signaled to him to sit down again as he spoke, "Your family is quite successful, almost too successful. A lot of things happened around the city to facilitate your rise, an example of which is the war between us and a certain group. That's convenient now, isn't it?" Ian smiled and nodded, "It really was. I almost want to thank that certain group for their actions, but they'll probably just take the chance to kill me. If you're insinuating that I work with them or something similar. Well, that doesn't make much sense and I think you know that. You see, I had a glimpse of what they were capable of, and I don't think their goal was actually exterminating the crime families. I am a master of the field myself, so I can guarantee that what they were doing is nothing but a distraction." He was calm and collected as he spoke of his theories. He didn't mind giving them a bit of information as a show of willingness to collaborate. They can only take so many jokes after all. Moreover, the information he gave might not necessarily be correct, but it likely is, especially with the recent mission with Batman. Ian easily deduced that the Shadows leader has acquired what he desired. "Oh? A distraction from what?" Carmine questioned out of curiosity. "That I do not know. I am sure that you'll figure it out yourself if you deem it necessary, you have more connections than me after all," Ian pointed out. Carmine still had a few doubts as he questioned further, "You wouldn't have anything to do with the fall of the Sicilians, would you?" "Of course not, I thought the Penguin was responsible." "You have enough power to ask him a few questions even in prison, so you can verify that." Ah, Ian was so glad he was asked that question because only then can he throw the bait. All it takes is an answer which he was given. "Well, you see. What is strange about this is that he refused to tell me anything. He looked almost too scared to speak. I find that extremely strange because I know what kind of person he is, and what kind of person can make him experience such fear." Carmine spoke while observing Ian's expression carefully. All that he saw is surprise and interest as the latter muttered, "Now that's interesting. I guess I have someone else to thank." Carmine seemed to have acquired all the information he needs as he moved on to the main topic. "You keep all the territory you acquired in the first half of the month while the rest will be divided by us as all things should be. Say less, we have a deal." Ian almost instantly agreed, and Carmine wasn't surprised by that. He was in the field for such a long time that he'd look down on the Rose family if they refuse. It was a good deal, and Ian knew that. There is a set of rules that the crime families abide by, and they take into consideration situations such as these. He was counting on them, which is why the Rose family's expansion was so aggressive for the past month. "Are you crazy? Do you know how much territory they've acquired for the past month? They even took over the crime alley like starving fucking beasts." Someone however was not happy, indeed, the Abanscu head, Dragos Abanscu. Carmine let out a long sigh and spoke, "If you say one more word during the entire meeting, you're dead. The Falcone family has their web spread on every side of the city, so it rarely matters to them who controls the territory. They'll still benefit nonetheless. Of course, as long as their personal territory remains untouched. I guess I should say it now. Welcome to the underworld of Gotham, and may we have a bright future." Carmine then stated once he saw Dragos falling back on his chair in terror, perhaps the latter allowed his anger to control him, leading him to death's doorstep. "And let's start the meeting. We have a lot to discuss starting with the bat problem. This is a question I ask every meeting, do you have a way to get rid of him or find out his identity?" A depressing silence overwhelmed the room instantly, and none spoke. Carmine on the other hand just took a long smoke with his cigar and just observed the absolute shit state of crime lords, all due to one man. "So none again I take it." "Well, I am the same, so I can't fault any of you." Carmine then eyed Ian, "You might not understand since your business and source of income is quite small and not that dangerous, but the bat makes us lose almost half of our income a month. Sometimes even leaves us at a loss, a significant loss, and that sometimes is becoming a common occurrence as of recently, as if he's been elevating his game. Many of us are locked up in jail, and we can do nothing about it because he's waiting for us to move. Trust me, we've tried but ended up paying the price." Moreover, several crime lords fell by his hands. Ian was thoughtful at the sound of the words, so Batman is successful in what he does, but the scale of the darkness in the city is way too big for his action to change its trajectory. What he achieved is already miraculous, but just not enough, and I think he realized that, so. Ian showed no change in expression as he just nodded in understanding. They then moved on to discussing other things, mainly business. Ian staying there means that the Rose family has formally joined their ranks as it should. Some of them might not realize it, but the Rose family is an absolute menace and headache to deal with. Carmine realized just how crazy the homeless can be, people who have nothing to lose but just gain something, they'd fight to the death to keep it. "Boss." However, they were soon interrupted by one of Carmine's subordinates. Carmine took it calmly, knowing that none of his henchmen would even dare to do something like this if it wasn't important. "Speak." "There is a body on the opposite side of the road, hung on the building, and there is something written on it by blood. The henchman spoke as fast as he could out of fear, though he did manage to stutter a bit before collecting himself. Carmine frowned and stood, and so did everyone. Some were wary while others were confused, some even eyed Ian with caution. Carmine was calmer than most as he ordered, "Go bring it down and search it before the police arrive. We'll wait here." The underling gulped, knowing exactly what that mean. If there is a bomb in it or a sniper somewhere, he'll be the one to suffer the consequences, a sheep sent for slaughter. It had only taken a single glance at Carmine's cold eyes for the underling to obey. He really didn't have much of a choice, either certain death or potential death. After a long wait of anxiety to some and tension to others, they received the news they were waiting for as Carmine muttered. So the body was just thrown out of the roof and remained dangled in the air by a rope, naked. The blood message only says "find me." Or. He turned his attention to Ian and asked, "Is it for you? Or to be specific, the Rose family?" Ian contemplated the question for a bit before responding, "We didn't make many enemies since our commencement, so I am not sure. Unlikely." He then started walking out, leaving the group with a few words, "I don't feel safe here after this, so I will be taking my leave, and we'll discuss things later." The others followed suit, each leaving from a different exit with guards surrounding them. Ian didn't walk far before picking up his phone, calling someone, and coldly saying, "Change of plans, kill the penguin, then." 1275 stones for an extra chapter. 37, a riddle to be solved. 14 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 37, a riddle to be solved. The sound of footsteps reverberated in the surroundings, many steps. The walking people came to a halt following their leader's example. Before them were a bunch of refrigerator units. They were in the morgue. The leader was attired in a green suit, complemented by a green hat. He had a golden cane in his hands, which seems to be useless because he seems to be able to walk just fine. Its shape was similar to that of a question mark. "Open it." The man instructed one of his underlings, and the latter obeyed without a second thought and started walking towards a specific unit. Somehow the leader's face contorted into a frown. He just had this bad feeling about all of this despite being confident about his plans. His mind worked on deciphering all the possibilities before he started silently backtracking his steps. Some of his underlings did notice as they did the same. A cue was heard, a faint sound that made everyone in the room freeze except for the leader, who directly jumped out of the room while shouting, "Run!" Then it happened, a loud boom, and the whole building shook by the explosion. No, no, no. Why? This wasn't how it was supposed to go down. I don't understand. The leader bellowed as he tried to stand up, feeling the pain in his leg, an exasperating amount of pain. He was barely able to move his leg, but luckily he had the cane with him. He put most of his weight on it and slowly walked out of the building, but it didn't take long for some of his underling waiting outside to come rushing in and quickly take him out of the area. Unfortunately, everyone else was dead, and the bodies in the morgue were destroyed. Why? I don't understand. I left a bug on him, so why wasn't he asked anything? Right. I need to calm down. The man tried to calm himself down, but the pain thought otherwise. His men just drove him hastily towards their base, still tense because of what happened. He on the other hand just kept thinking back on all that happened. He started targeting the Rose family for several reasons, but he knew he needed to remain hidden, so he did a little bit of manipulation, deduction, and investigation to get what he desires. However, things soon went awry. His manipulation of the penguin went to naught as the latter failed, all due to something unexpected happening. He thought, and the only conclusion he came to is that the Rose family is in possession of a weapon of mass destruction. A weapon capable of destroying an entire building in a second, and he didn't believe for a second it was the result of some kind of bomb. A period of observation then started, and he noticed the Rose family's aggression in the last month and several other actions that led to him believing that somehow the Rose leader have deduced that someone is behind the penguin's strange actions. He realized there and then that he was facing a worthy foe. Someone who isn't interested in fame to the point that even the family name is someone else's, specifically Ian Rose, who seems to be the boss's right-hand man. The man wanted to figure out who the Rose family's true leader is to the point that it almost became an obsession of his, so he used his power and influence to put a bug on the penguin, just waiting for the day the Rose family comes for answers. However, he listened and listened but only heard explosions and useless talk. Once he heard the day of the penguin's transfer to the courthouse as that specific trip was interrupted, and the penguin simply died. No one asked him any question, he was just put down. However, the man still didn't lose hope and listened as the body was transferred to the morgue. He expected something similar to happen, so he planted the bug in an unreachable place despite the resistance of the penguin. And so, the body was washed and placed in the refrigerator unit, and that's all he had heard, so it made no sense to him that a bomb was in that specific unit. Someone saw through my means and expected my every move. I don't even know who is the Rose's leader, and he probably doesn't either. He just played me like a toy, all based on my past actions. He didn't need to know who I am, so he didn't bother asking the penguin anything, he just killed him, but how did he expect I would visit the morgue? Wait. Perhaps his thoughts and the pain blinded his usual vision, but the man only reacted once they already reached the base. Wait. Turn around and leave right now. His screams confused his men as the driver pushed the brakes, coming to a full halt. Not what the leader desires. Why did you stop? Drive away from here. The driver sensed the tension and the panic he rarely sees in their leader, so he did as told, though a bit too late as gunshots sounded from behind them. The driver panicked and just drove away as bullets flew right through the car's back window, nailing one of the henchmen in the head. The driver drove into the base, which appears to be just a worn-out warehouse, and the gunshots stopped. Gather all the men. Be ready to defend. However, nothing happened. No one came but the police and perhaps a dark shadow observing the surroundings. The ones who fired, on the other hand, have already started their next course of action and waited for the final piece to arrive, and he just did. How did it go? We didn't have to do much, so it went perfectly. We followed them to a worn-out warehouse and forced them inside. A shootout against the cops should start at any moment. Mike was the one to answer Ian's question. His face was a bit more stern. A month since the previous incident, and Ian could tell that while he didn't grow out of the guilt yet, he has adapted it to it. Show me the picture, Ian said. The picture was that of his enemy, the green suit man. As I thought, it is who I thought it was. He noticed something else in the picture. It isn't very clear due to the vast distance it was taken from, but he could see that the man was injured. Don't tell me he entered the morgue. Ian was a bit confused, as that was never his intention. He didn't think his target was stupid at all, so he assumed he'd send his men to search the body first. He did. Ian looked at the picture again in confusion. Are my eyes deceiving me? It's definitely him, someone with extreme wits, so why? He's fucked in the head though, so that might be it. I guess I can only ask him myself, and since he's injured, a change of plans is required, Ian muttered before nodding at Mike. They then got to work. The shootout didn't last long as the lurker in the dark interfered, and the group could only look around at the dark corners, waiting for their turn. Damn it. Bat, you two. I just want to ask some questions. Indeed, their leader's mental state is certainly fucked, as he bellowed in madness. The Bat, however, just knocked him out, took a look at his face before leaving everything else to the cops. Only God knows what he was thinking. The ones still living and uninjured from the criminals were apprehended, put into a police car, while the others were in an ambulance headed to the hospital. The patients were transported to different ambulances, and there were several due to the severity of the situation. 2 paramedics brought the passed out green suit man to the ambulance. They got on and an officer followed inside as per normal procedure. Several police vehicles followed alongside the ambulances as the medics inside started doing their job. One of them injected his patient with a syringe, which resulted in the patient waking up, all due to the syringe. The officer next to them remained seated there with his eyes closed as one of the medics muttered, "The Riddler, I believe." 1275 stones for an extra chapter. 38. Let's talk about the harem. It's already been decided. So just skip and enjoy. 39. It was never a riddle. 14 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 38. It was never a riddle. The officer next to them remained seated there with his eyes closed as one of the medics muttered, "The Riddler, I believe." The patient was still a bit dazed, so he just muttered, what? The medic lifted his hand and just slapped the patient without a second thought, basically baffling him and fully waking him up. "You're the Riddler, I believe?" The medic asked again. The Riddler eyed the medic with confusion, barely holding himself from flinching due to the pain in his leg. "How do you know?" Perhaps the pain is muddling your thought process? Allow me to help you." As he said that, the medic brought a different syringe and a vial. He filled the syringe with the solution in the vial and injected the Riddler. "Just relax. This will get rid of the pain." Afterward, the medic waited for a while until the Riddler got his clarity back. He kept eyeing that specific medic, then his surroundings, before his eyes shone with understanding. "You're the Rose's head? You planned all of this out?" "Indeed, and you're the Riddler? The one who has been a headache for the Bat for the last few months, leaving dead bodies with some kind of riddle on them?" the medic specified. An almost obsessive smile surfaced on the Riddle's face as he came to a conclusion. "I see. I understand now. You didn't need to ask the Penguin anything because you already concluded who I am. All due to the body. It was all my mistake. I assumed you'd want to get more information about me other than the name I go by. However, the word Riddler was enough for you." The medic glanced at the Riddler's obsessive eyes in understanding as well, "And I see why your actions were a tad bit stupid. You allowed your obsession to control you. My nonsensical actions were a riddle you wished to solve." The Riddler nodded with what looked like happiness, finally meeting someone who can understand him to this extent. "Not just that, I wanted to know who you are, so would you mind allowing me to know of your name?" The medic had the usual medic mask on as well as a hat basically hiding most of his face, only showing his confused brown eyes. Even you? I swear it's not intentional. Everyone just assumes that I am not the leader despite my last name being the family name. Excuse me. The Riddler muttered in bafflement, his mouth was agape as the medic took off his mask and hat showing his handsome face, silky dark hair, a facial expression of someone he observed for a long time. You're Ian Rose? But how? I want to know why would you think otherwise. I mean, I may not be smart but I think a lot, something very few people do. I'd also like to think I have the charisma to lead and I am talented in acquiring what I desire. Ian was genuinely confused. He could understand the crime lord's thinking that due to how he behaved but... The Riddler's mouth kept opening and closing for a while before a word could come out of his mouth. I guess I expected more. Ian frowned and remained silent for a few seconds, however, it seemed that the roast didn't offend him as he just moved on. Why did you target us? Couldn't you just keep your attention on Batman so we don't have a problem? Oh I see, this is why you're really here. You're like me, you want to know. He mumbled like a maniac before answering, I just saw your potential, someone who leads all of those that are oppressed, a horrible power to have, and I wanted that. Ian narrowed his eyes and contemplated the answer for a minute or so, I don't believe you at all. Why did you target us? The Riddler let out a small laugh, you really do take your time to think things through. How about I answer your question if you answer mine, what's your goal? Ian closed his eyes for a second before letting out a sigh, I guess I really can't get the answers I want from you, but really, I find smart people to be incredibly predictable to a frightening degree. He then looked at the confused Riddler and added, a riddle, that's your goal, you want to use Rose's power to construct a city-scaled riddle. Your actions have already told me that. Then why ask me in the first place? Is it? Yes, I wanted to see whether you'll answer some of my questions, but I guess I have to use secondary means despite them not possibly giving me all the answers I want. Ian turned his attention to the officer. The latter picked up the signal and handed him a plastic evidence bag. I know of some of your achievements. You're really good at what you do, so I gotta wonder, how wonderful is your stash? Your collection? Someone like you will certainly hide somewhere hidden, not your base, that's for sure. Hehe, and you think I'd leave any trace in my phone? From a laugh to a sinister look, the Riddler spoke, you're looking down on me way too much. Ian looked calm throughout the interaction, then, pthahaha, sorry I couldn't hold myself back. Yes, I am looking down on you, and it's deserved, don't you think? Moreover, I only need your identity. Ian didn't have to take off the Riddler's mask to look at his face because it has already been done, he just took a picture of his face. Psychology, a wonderful thing isn't it? I studied it a bit and the rest of what I know about it came from simply thinking and observing. People don't do that much, do they? They tend to ignore things as do I. Until I start thinking and things tend to solve itself out in my mind. What are you getting into? The Riddler asked, his tone sounding a bit fearful. His body was tense, but he simply couldn't move it much. Whatever Ian had done to him, limited his freedom. Do you know why Batman doesn't kill? I do. I also don't think he minds that much of someone killing someone evil as long as he doesn't do that. It's almost as if he's afraid of crossing a line, and I have a very good idea of what crossing that line might do to him. What I'm getting at is that I don't think that applies to me. I've never killed someone, but I am already insane, so can it get any worse? Wait. Just wait, please. You don't have to do this, we can even work together. Imagine what we could accomplish. The Riddler begged for his life, his tone almost reeking of insanity. Ian ignored him and just picked up another vial and a different syringe. I do believe in reformation. I think people can change with time. Then why? I can't go down like this. I expected it something so much more splendid. Ian filled the syringe with the vial liquid and responded, I just believe that more often than not, they'll change for the worse than the opposite. Wah. Ian ignored the Riddler's response and just injected him with the syringe. It had to happen eventually. I had to do it, and what better time to do it than now? Ian then just watched as the man's soul left his body, as life left behind a dead still warm body. Ian hummed to himself then closed his eyes after putting back the medic mask hat, not showing any reaction at all. Time passed and the ambulance arrived at the hospital. Ian and his friendly medic carried the patient into the hospital, following along was the officer. Many other ambulances soon followed and they started informing each other of who survived the way. Many died including the man known as Edward Nygma. Ian then just left, he just walked into the hospital garage and got into a car that drove him and his fellow colleague out of there. Death isn't so bad after all. A hollow experience that just happens. I guess I never needed to hesitate. After all, how much more can an insane person get? Oh, they can get plenty more insane to horrifying degrees. The question is how much crazier did he get? Or perhaps 1,275 stones for an extra chapter. BTW, for the harem thing, I decided I will just go with the flow. If he ends up with just 2 then it's fine, if 5 then it's also fine as long as it's natural. I think this will be better and will make more sense. 40, but why? 14 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 39, but why? The Joker, hey, Ian muttered. Yeah, he's a very successful new criminal. He doesn't seem to be much but he seems to like stealing from the crime families, probably a crazy person. There were even rumors that he was once in Arkham Asylum, but he just escaped. There was someone like him who was operating in Gotham but was caught by Batman, I think? I am not really sure. It shouldn't be hard to find out if we investigate him thoroughly. Mike added before taking a sip of coffee. It makes you think really, how much of a shithole this city is to give birth to maniacs every day. Every kind of degeneracy occurs every day as if it's a common occurrence, yeah, it's freaking cursed. Barney also stated his opinion before taking a huge bite from the massive hamburger in his hands. So what should we do about him? The Falcons commissioned us to find any information about him, specifically his location. Ralph asked. The Rose family network of information was understandably terrifying. What happens when thousands of the homeless work for you, and spread throughout the city, keeping an eye if anything happens? Very few things become unknown to you. And the thing is that the information network is only getting larger and larger, especially since the Rose family came to officially rule half of the East End of Gotham. Keep an eye on his whereabouts, but don't tell the Falcons anything. Let him mess with them for a while, as long as he doesn't target us of course, and he has yet to do that. Ian contemplated it for a bit before instructing. All the boys were assembled in the middle of the night in Cat's Rest. Despite how far they've come, each of them still lives in the same building, the second floor. Ian. Ralph strangely said while staring at his phone, seemingly seeing something bizarre, I think we might have something strange. Oh, where? Ian directly asked, his eyes were almost shining with curiosity. The message has been sent by the 9th group, so it should be near the central city, but still in the East End. Okay, let's see what it's about. Ian didn't bother to ask any more questions, he just started making his way there. Ralph himself didn't have the answers because that's not how it works. He was simply sent a coded message that means something bizarre has happened. The information in the Rose family moves mainly by letters, writings, not through the internet because Ian knows the risk of the latter. So many powers in the world can get access to his entire information network if he were to go with that route. The letters most often than not get destroyed after they've been read, the ones that are too important are saved in the collection chamber. They traveled directly towards a secondary Rose base near the area, and one of the family members was already waiting for them there. He was fidgeting and moving around in nervousness. Ian knows the man and knows his current behavior is unusual for him. That could only mean that what they found was that bizarre. Ian got out of the car, and so did the others, attracting everyone's attention. There were many people around, but all worked for them, it was that late at night. Calm down, and tell me what you found and where it is, Ian stated, calming the man's mind a bit. Well, she's inside. Ian raised his brow in interest, she? Start from the beginning, tell me what's happened. Right. Today days ago, a nearby experimental facility has exploded, I think they were experimenting on some kind of botanist shit or something, I don't really know what that means though. Yeah, get to the point. Right. We already informed you of the explosion and started investigating the area before the police arrive, but we didn't have enough time to find anything, so we had to retreat for the moment until they finish their investigation. You know how the police commissioner is, hardworking and honest, right? Ian's face almost flinched seeing the guy still going on a tandem of unnecessary information, make it quick. I am almost there, so don't worry. Anyway, the police did their fair share of investigation before leaving only a few officers on the scene with the rescue team as they had to take all the wreckage out in search for survivors. He seemed to have no common sense, perhaps because of how he grew up amidst the homeless. Ralph left the handling of the situation to me, so I just used our influence to instruct some of the rescue team to inform us if they found anything, for a price of course. They found several scientists' bodies, and they also found her. Ian followed after the man inside into a specific room. A few underlings were guarding and only he and the group could get in. Her appearance is bizarre to say the least, but the strange thing is what happened when they tried to come close to her. We were only able to transport her here because of Mary. The man further added. Ian got to see what they found right after that. He found Mary already inside. She is one of the core family members and is responsible for looking over their side of the territory, overseeing the airhead next to him. Mary. Ian nodded at her. Boss. Mary seemed to be just an average-looking late 30-years-old lady. She bowed before him and warned, please don't approach her, it's dangerous. Explain. Ian kept his eyes on the sleeping lady on the bed as he instructed. She responds violently if any man even came close to her. She let out a sigh of relief seeing he didn't misunderstand her and started explaining. Isn't she asleep, and what is she wearing? Barney questioned with curiosity. Mary started approaching the sleeping lady while saying, she doesn't let any man get close to her at all, but that doesn't seem to be a problem for women except if they try to touch her. We had to carefully push a stretcher underneath her to transport her here. Her hand then approached the lady, trying to touch her. Before she can react however, she found green vines tightly surrounding her hand but also her neck. Mike instantly pulled out his gun and aimed at the lady only to be stopped by Ian. The latter just watched as Mary slowly retreated and so did the vines. She somehow is able to generate those things from her clothes which I think are created by plants. Mary was strangely not finding all of this that weird. I guess growing up in such a strange world can do that to people. Poison ivy hey. Ian thought as he started approaching the lady. Ralph, take over the situation here and get everything that's found in the explosion site. The thing that turned her to this might still be there, or perhaps some kind of research that we can use. Just find why the explosion happened in the first place. Ian still approached as many more vines appeared surrounding her, just waiting for him to come closer. Boss? Mary questioned, a bit baffled by his actions. Will it kill me? Ian curiously questioned. No. The ones who approached her were just pushed back violently. Only one of them ended up breaking a bone, the rest were only mildly injured. She explained in hope he doesn't do anything unnecessary. She succeeded because Ian expected the opposite, they survived. Too bad, I guess I'd survive as well and end up just hurting myself. If it was the opposite though, I'd be curious to see how my power would reverse that. Just as Ian wanted to retreat, he noticed something peculiar. The vines that were surrounding her started approaching him themselves, slowly but surely. It was like they had a life of their own as they slowly closed the distance, seeming unsure and in hesitation. One of the vines seemed to have gathered courage and reached him all alone. It gently came in contact with his skin which triggered it to hastily surround his hand as if it had sensed something. That was the cue for the rest of the vines to approach him and surround him from all around. Before anyone in the room can act, Ian stopped them as he instructed, don't do anything. Just leave the room. But just do as I say. You know I will be okay. They were forced to leave seeing him frowning at their hesitation. No one wants to go against a fucking maniac. This is certainly strange. What attracted them to act in such a way? Ian was very curious about that question as he observed some other vines act as legs for the lady bringing her to his embrace, and making sure her skin touches his. Okay. But why? 1275 stones for an extra chapter. 41, Answers. 15 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 40, Answers. Okay. But why? Ian was utterly confused. It was as if the plants had noticed something he haven't. However, they were plants after all, and despite how conscious they may look, they only work on instinct, so they understood nothing of what he said. Their only action after that was to tighten the two's embrace and make sure every part of her skin is in contact with his. Unfortunately, Ian was used to leaving very little of his skin shown. He had gloves on, a long-sleeved shirt, and a coat on top of that. The vines didn't try to change that, they were very gentle when in contact with Ian. Ian, what it is that you do when you find yourself confused with something? You just think. He indeed followed his own advice and started thinking, why is this happening? Could it be that I don't actually have life force absorption? Otherwise, why would the plant life of hers act in such a way? It wouldn't actually be seeking its own demise? It would be the opposite. If it's not that, then why did Selena feel that way? My power shouldn't have anything to do with pleasure, that'd make no sense. However, when I had one-night stands in my previous world, while my dates often end up passing out, that'd only happen in like 40 minutes into the action. My dick is big, but not to that degree. I don't have a 2-foot snake Excalibur that somehow ends up stretching their bellies or whatever insane shit happens in people's fantasy. Now that I think about it, they never saw themselves passing out as a bad thing. They just considered it the best night of their lives, and now that my power somehow got stronger, almost causing Selena to pass out with a single kiss. I've abstained from sex for months unintentionally just because of everything that's happening. I've arrived at such a magical world, so sex was the least of my concerns, but what would happen if I do have sex? Can that even happen without my partner passing out in the first minute? The more Ian thought about it, the more his head hurt and the darker his future looked, to the point that he ignored the woman in his arms slightly moving, hugging him tighter as if she found his embrace to be warm salvation for her. Ian let out a sigh before shaking his head, whatever. I will surely be able to live without sex if it comes to it. I hope. Ian did his best to walk to the bed and take a seat despite the lady hugging him limiting his movement. Perhaps that movement was a little bit too much because as he glanced at her again, he was faced with exceptionally luminous green eyes, staring at him with perplexity. Her stupor was soon over as her face paled in the realization of her current position. Her confusion turned to fear, then into anger. Wha? You? Die? Her words were a jumbled mess, all due to the close proximity to him, a man, something she hates. Death however never came. Her power was that of nature, yet her cries have fallen to deaf ears. Oh. So she didn't just gain her power, then what was she doing in the facility? Ian was understandably a bit confused about that, but what baffled him more is why her power didn't work. It was like the vines surrounding them suddenly have no consideration for her commands. She was not only baffled but also fearful, her creamy face paled even further as she ordered again, kill him. Yet nothing happened again as Ian got distracted just observing her, she's real, not just a character of someone's imagination. I guess I didn't give much thought to how I ended up in an imaginary world. I will just think about it later, for now. Ian just observed as she paled in fear though even that wasn't able to hide a red hue on her cheeks. She was almost shaking as she weakly asked, "What have you done to me? Why can't I move or do anything?" It was all too much of a shock for her. She could feel her body's weak state and that strange sensation coursing through her. Her natural assumption was that she was drugged but she knows poison and other chemicals don't work on her, so she was even more bewildered, especially when in consideration that the man before her could just do whatever he wants with her. Ian raised his brow at that, "You can't move? Well, that's not my fault." She misunderstood his words which made her more fearsome of the worst as she pleaded, "Please let me go. Or just kill me, please." It seems that she's quite traumatized by men to the point she'd prefer death over my touch. However, Ian let out a sigh, "Unfortunately my lady, I am the one who should be making that request. Please let me go." "What? Please let me go? Those vines of yours are responsible for all of this, so please order them to let me go or something." "That can't be. You're lying. Just get this over with." Ian shook his head, noticing she was too worked up. Her mind was certainly not in the right place, and he couldn't blame her considering her circumstances. He ignored her and spoke to another thing in the room, "Hi. Dear plants and vines and whatever, mind letting me go? I have a lot to attend you know." And yet again, nothing changed forcing Ian to shout for the people outside, "Ralph. Come in." Ralph was waiting for a cue as he didn't trust whatever supernatural thing the lady was, so he instantly came in, finding himself faced with a strange scene. "What's going on?" It was the scene of the seated Ian with the lady in his embrace, her legs were surrounding him like a koala and her arms were around his neck. He could also see numerous vines surrounding them. "It's complicated, but it should be alright in the morning I hope. Anyway, I will be stuck here in the meantime, so the things I prepared will be left for you. Make sure to follow the exact plan, I will be there for the final steps. Also, if you notice anything strange, don't hesitate to kill." Ralph knew exactly what he was talking about, and he trusts Ian the most, so he didn't hesitate to leave and close the door behind him. The lady started gaining some clarity back. His words led her to believe that just perhaps she is misunderstanding the situation, but the panic flowing through her entire body due to the intimate contact with him still made her a bit worked up. Ian decided to take control of the situation as he ordered the lady, "Command the plants to take off my gloves." "Why?" She stuttered. "Just do it. I mean you're gorgeous and the position we're in is. Well, let's just say I want to figure out something more than staying like this, so do as I say." She didn't hesitate for long before doing as he said, commanding the vines with her mind, and to her surprise, it worked. The vines that were holding them close with little freedom of movement took his gloves off, perhaps because that's also their wishes. Ian noticed that he had a little bit of freedom afterward, he could move his hands a bit. It was as if the vines wanted to see what he'd do. And what he did is simply caress the lady's cheek with his hand, stunning her for a second. Before she could say anything however, he asked, "How does it feel? Why do these things want you to come in contact with me?" "I don't know. Just focus and calm down please." She at least started feeling safe around only to the point she could think clearly. She closed her eyes and closely sensed where her feeling of weakness comes from, how his caressing feels. Ian eyed her weirdly as she got lost in her daze, somehow bringing her hands above his, seemingly to make sure he continued to caress her. Not only that, she tightened the hug on her own accord and sought of more skin contact. Perhaps that would have gone on forever if Ian didn't wake her up. Just what's happening? Hello. He just couldn't enjoy the situation, especially knowing the answers to how his power works are right before him, and that says a lot considering he has a thing for redheads. She almost jumped in surprise at his voice, and only then did she come to a realization of what she was doing, and well, she was quite embarrassed, her cheeks had a blush almost as red as her lovely hair. "Just tell me how you felt, I am curious." Ian gently spoke, his eyes shining in desire for answers. She thought about it and came to a realization as to why this is happening as she eyed his handsome healthy face in wonder. What made her confused is how he isn't a dry corpse by now. She regained a bit of her calmness and contemplated her situation under his patient eyes, and only then did she speak, I don't understand what exactly is happening, but I am sucking your life force. Say what? Ian's face couldn't help but twitch at the implication. He doesn't actually want to die, so that was certainly not good news for him. That doesn't make much sense though. Why would you feel weak due to that? Her face flinched due to his question as she weakly responded, well, because it's too much I think. I am absorbing way too much of your life force, which somehow led to me feeling weak and just weak. 1275 stones for an extra chapter. 42, what that means is 15 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 41, what that means is. Her face flinched due to his question as she weakly responded, well, because it's too much I think. I am absorbing way too much of your life force, which somehow led to me feeling weak and just weak. Ian looked at her strangely and asked, so what you're basically saying is that you're sucking my life force? To which she nodded. And what that means is that when I come in contact with someone, they absorb my life force? He questioned further, and she nodded again after contemplating for a bit. So what sucking my life force means is that you're absorbing my life force or something? He asked further, seemingly in disbelief, and she nodded again. I need to think. Ian took a deep breath and started using his brain in maximum capacity with his eyes closed. Poison Ivy on the other hand just kept looking at him without stopping the skin contact between them. It just felt too nice for her despite how much weaker it was making her. He is the reason I am awake, else I will still be in a coma for weeks. She thought back on her experiment, and the last thing she remembers, coming to that conclusion. She is the queen of nature and she has a good understanding of her power, so she knew it's certainly not her ability, it must be his. A gleam passed in her eyes as her usual snaky personality came to light. Is his life force infinite? What if I control him? An infinite battery of life force will certainly be useful. He also seems to be of high stature, so I can use his influence to make my plans easier. Her sinister thoughts were perfectly hidden by her unintentionally flushed face, and it seemed to become more flushed by the second, making her weaker much faster than before. She realized that, but alas, there was nothing she could do. The vines refused to do her bidding, for her own good that is. The experiment she has done almost left her dead, and her power would barely be able to work if not for him. Ian finally opened his eyes, glancing at her, whatever it is he was thinking of, he kept to himself and remarked with amusement, so I guess I am transmitting you way too much life force which likely caused you to overdose, not sure how that works or why it does but whatever. What is interesting however is the wet thing I feel dripping on my thigh. Do you by any chance know what that is? She instantly averted her eyes hearing that, hiding her shame. Her face was overcome with embarrassment. She was made that way by a man, that was too shameful for her, especially since he had done basically nothing to make her that way. She decided to solve her situation by clutching her lips to his, in a deep kiss catching Ian by surprise. She retreated her head in just a few seconds, her breathing was heavy, and her eyes were glazed as she stared at his still natural eyes in wonder. Ha 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 ha, Ian couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. It was almost like she was trying to seduce him, but got seduced instead. However, he knew better than that as he said, a harmless smile painting his face, you really don't realize how lucky you are. I am just so happy right now, and it's kind of due to you, so I'll excuse what you just did. If you do it again though, I will kill you. Ivy was stunned. She was utterly confused about how he was fine right now. Her kiss was not only poisonous with a mind-controlling drug, but she even went as far as releasing her pheromones that are capable of seducing even the greatest of minds. Yet again, her power failed, or perhaps he's just immune. She noticed his pale brown eyes still eyeing her, somehow becoming colder by the second, driving a chill through her body. It was almost ominous how he still has a harmless smile on his face, yet he still gave birth to such dreadful feelings inside Ivy. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. She didn't know how he knew, but she just felt like she had to respond. Her tone was faint and weak, but he heard her apology. Perfect. Let's sleep for now, I guess they'll let us go once you've absorbed enough of my life force. If that doesn't happen by morning then I'll just set us on fire and see what happens. The vines gave him a bit of freedom, so he took off his coat and sweater, leaving his upper body naked. He then hugged her weak body tighter, just accelerating the process. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Ian responded before she can speak, and her power seemed to agree with him as her plant-based outfit slowly disappeared leaving her naked. Perhaps the vines do have consciousness as they gave him even more freedom, allowing him to lay on the bed with Ivy in his embrace. That freedom also allowed him to bring out his phone and swiftly send a message to Ralph, something she didn't notice due to her weak state. Her large breasts were basically squished on his chest, and Ian had to take a deep breath to resist just how simulating the situation was. He also had to avert his eyes from looking too much at her body lest he loses control. She's just that gorgeous. He closed his eyes and actually went to sleep, defenseless, but what can she do? She can barely move her body, and her power was betraying her, so she just had to lay in his embrace. Embarrassment and nervousness were killing her as she observed his face from time to time, noticing his breathing getting stable. The last thing she expected to ever happen to her was having such close contact with any man like ever, let alone finding it so comfortable and nice. Granted, the man before her is special, perhaps too special for her. Ian has fallen asleep and she followed after him soon after. The picture looked almost too peaceful and sweet, but the people within are anything but that. Ian woke up quite early in the morning, finding himself alone in the room. The lady was nowhere to be seen. He put on his clothes, then went to the bathroom to clean himself with a bit of cold water, bringing clarity to his mind as well. He then walked out of the base, ignoring the scattered bodies within. He noticed no one was dead, but they just seemed to be in deep sleep, predictable, but rude nonetheless. At the forefront of the base, on top of the exit was a big piece of paper with a few things written on it, his phone number and contact me beneath it. This was what the message he sent to Ralph was about, knowing how someone like her would act. Her appearance gave him many new ideas and plans which will make his life that much easier. He called Ralph to let him know of the situation in here, to take care of the mess she left behind. Ian then eyed the sky where the symbol of the Dark Knight shines, a symbol that has only surfaced recently after Gordon has taken the role of the commissioner of the city, likely starting a collaboration with the Bat. A smile was painted on his face. How could he not? He just learned that his power doesn't actually suck others' life force. He also concluded that his life force is infinite or something similar because otherwise, it will be counterintuitive. His power is after all death resistance, a power that can resist death at all cost to the point of fucking with the fabric of reality. Moreover, if he is not mistaken, transferring his life force to others technically means that he can make Selena immortal, so how can he not be happy with that? You know what they say, only after destruction can there be creation, or do they say that? Well, that matters not. Is a city like Gotham, what's a bit more chaos? It's harmless, definitely harmless, so I guess let there be war. 1275 stones for an extra chapter. 43, why? 15 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 42, why? Carmine Falcone never trusted Ian or the Rose family. He considered them to be a temporary addition, a family to get rid of once an opportunity arises. Ian considered his addition to the crime lords temporarily, and he never once had he thought of trusting any one of them, especially someone as smart and wise as Carmine. Ian also didn't trust Batman, not in the least. It seemed that the latter reciprocate that feeling because, despite the Bat conducting a few deals with him, mostly regarding information, he still has yet to accept to collaborate with him. Ian just had thing hunch that Batman was planning something against him, to somehow keep him under his control. He could sense the tension of the city as if something big is about to happen. All due to him. He found all of this to be fun, quite enjoyable. His life always had a sense of adventure even in his previous world, an adventurous soul he was, and he still is. Done, let's go. A man attired with a purple suit and a clown mask stated, pulling Ian out of his contemplation. The latter also had similar clothes. The man already established a line between the building they were on and their destination, so they took the grappling line, attached themselves to it, and glid their way to the other building. The man did most of the work, basically disabling the alarms in some ways Ian doesn't understand, that's just not his specialty. The man let out a long breath, done. Nicely done, Jay, I guess. The Rose family really needed talents like you. Ian complimented after observing all the seemingly magical methods he used, at least to him it seemed that way. The man scratched his head, I am not really that talented. I just like to mess with things a lot, which is why I was thrown out of the military. Perhaps I should learn how to do it myself, Ian muttered to himself before bringing a portable radio close to his mouth and speaking, done. The man next to him hesitated for a bit, but still spoke his concern, are you sure about this? I mean, we're only 2 people, so how can we take them on? Ian glanced at him and shook his head, just follow my lead. Afterward, they made their way downstairs, finding themselves in a bank. They didn't dwell there for long and directly headed to the vault. Everyone within the bank was laying down, all due to the clown-masked robbers, 5 robbers in total including Ian and his underling. The latter 2 only got to meet one already waiting for them besides the vault. He seemed strangely tense, and perhaps confused. Hi, what's going on? Ian eyed him and asked, what? And nothing. Okay, get to work. Ian then instructed his underling who he calls Jay. The latter did what he does best and started trying to open the vault. He had a duffel bag with him with all kinds of tools, allowing him to perform his magic. The masked clown seemed to be hesitating while glancing at the 2 of Ian and Jay from time to time, until something attracted his attention, the sound of gunshots. That also attracted Ian's attention, but for another reason, I guess might as well do it now. He then shoot the man, 2 bullets right to the head, the silencer minimized the gunshots sound to the point where only Jay heard them. Why? Don't worry about it, just continue what you were doing. Ian casually said, not at all caring about Jay's fearful look, but after the latter calmed down, he seemingly understood something and continued what he was doing. The vault soon opened, giving a view of mountains of cash, just cash, and cash, boss. Could it be? Yeah, this is the crime lord's stash, their private vault basically. Ian walked up to one of the cash tables and picked up a few stacks, seemingly in enjoyment of the moment. Jay gulped looking at all the cash, something he never thought he'd find. He glanced at Ian and started doing the same as him. Alright, let's fill the bags, Ian stated and got to work. There was so much money in the vault to the point they were able to fill 6 duffel bags with cash. They were joined by another of their accomplice amidst their work. His walk was a bit strange as if he was drunk. His hair has a tinge of green to it, and he had the same clown mask on. He walked past the dead body of his fellow accomplice, and he kicked it 2 times to see if he was actually dead, but taking a closer look allowed him to see the 2 holes in the body's head. He walked into the vault, seeing the 2 filling the bags. He noticed one look at him then look at the other person before continuing and doing what he does. The clown understood something from his behavior and instantly knew who was the leader, one is tense while the other didn't react to his entry. That's strange considering he only expected one to be alive. He orchestrated the entire heist so only he could live in the end, leaving all the money for himself. The 2 were too defenseless for his liking, so he joined them and filled the rest of the bags until they emptied the entire vault. Very good harvest, like, the shamelessness of the criminals keeping all of this to themselves, they really couldn't see it in their heart to be a bit charitable to us the poor. This is their fault. Ian remarked in amusement while caressing one of the bags. He then added, anyway, let's head out. The 3 walked towards the exit as Ian remarked to the silent clown next to him, will the car be able to hold all of these? The clown just eyed Ian for a second, realizing that Ian also ignored the clown body lying not far from them, which means only the 3 of them were left. The clown remained silent for a bit before sending a message through his phone. The 2 of Ian and the clown seemed in a strange understanding as if both know of what the other thinks or plans. Soon, a bus drove right through the exit, stopping right before them, and from it appeared their last unknown accomplice, so it appears the team had more than 5 members after all. The 6th member was just a secret only the clown knew of. Shit, all of those are filled with Ka. He didn't get to speak anymore as a bullet found itself nailed in his head. The bullet's source was none other than the clown, surprising Jay who was about to aim at him. However, Ian stopped him, it's fine, let's move. They got on the bus and drove off before the police arrive. Jay was the one driving while the clown just stared at Ian, but he has yet to even speak a word. They drove to a destination of Ian's choosing, an abandoned warehouse not far from there. A few masked people were already waiting there, they stood before Ian as he exited the bus with Jay. Take exactly 3, leave the rest to him. Ian ordered before nodding at the clown, have fun, and may we meet again. The latter also nodded at him and remained seated as 3 of the bags were transported to another vehicle which set off soon after, leaving him there alone. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. He remained seated there for a while, seemingly frozen in place before a burst of atrociously bizarre laughter started coming out of his mouth. That was fun. Such a nice new toy, haha. He then drove the bus away, only God knows where. At the same time, far away, a few masked people were hidden next to an alleyway. Their mask was nothing fancy, just simple black masks. Not far from them was the entry to a nightclub, and that seemed to be their target as they eyed the place. Remember, just Anton Petrov and his bodyguards if they're in the way. One of them spoke, and his voice sounded like that of Mike. It wasn't long before their target left the club, and they put him down in a relatively clean way. They escaped with haste, but without leaving their traces behind. At the same time at another end of the city, specifically the far north of Gotham in an isolated island, within the walls of Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane. Holy crap, it's creepy in here, Ian is fucking insane. Barney somehow found himself within the facility. 1,275 stones for an extra chapter. 44, 4 more to go. 15 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 43, 4 more to go. Holy crap, it's creepy in here, Ian is fucking insane. Barney somehow found himself within the facility, all through legal means, very legal means. He was escorted by a security guard inside. The area was tightly guarded, so sneaking in is incredibly hard, you'd find it better to use force. Barney appeared quite fit, attired with a black formal suit. He also had glasses on and a simple haircut making him look like a professional, in this case, a psychiatrist. Soon he found himself escorted to a simple white room. It had a white table within and 2 chairs, and nothing sharp was in the vicinity. The guard left him there for a while, but then came back with what looked like a patient, a dangerous patient. The reason for such a conclusion is his attire, a straitjacket specifically used for people who may harm themselves or others, limiting their freedom. The guard helped the patient sit down and then left the chamber without a word. The patient stared at who appeared to be his new doctor. New here. Barney nodded while opening a notebook. I am Neil, and you are Jonathan Crane, once a psychology professor, now a mental patient. Jonathan moved his head to the best of his ability. Indeed, that'd be me. Now I can't help but find it strange for my usual doctor to change without prior notice, don't you think it is strange? Barney glanced at him and ignored his question, also titled Scarecrow for his desire to bring fear upon people, but fortunately, you were brought down by Batman. This is definitely strange. Only a bit of his face can be seen through the straitjacket, and his eyes were quite apparent due to how red they were as if he hadn't slept for days. The incredibly dark spots beneath them were another proof of that. You're most certainly insane though you seem quite clear-headed. Barney couldn't help but remark after being reminded of a certain person. Insane? Me? No, I am not insane, I just see things they don't, things they wish they can see, but only I can. You'll just don't understand. He did his best to shake his head while speaking in his scratchy voice. I see, I guess he's different, too different. He's the most clear-headed person I know but I guess he's a tiny bit insane. That's why his plans are always so fucking bizarre. Barney muttered to himself. Who are you talking about? Scarecrow questioned in curiosity. My boss, the one who sent me here, which brings me to my reason for being here. My boss would like to ask you for a favor, a charity of sorts. I see. I saw right, this is strange. What kind of charity does he need? He seemed quite amused by the situation, so he decided to humor Barney. Well, I don't really know. Barney's words definitely got Scarecrow's attention as the former continued. He told me to tell if you can make something possible. I guess he appreciates whatever it is that you do? Don't do. Make what possible? Speak. Scarecrow was almost too eager to hear the answer. He said he wanted an innovation from you. Instead of making someone taste fear with your chemical thing, he wants that someone to lose fear. Can you make that possible? Scarecrow was silent for a while, perhaps contemplating the words before he spoke. I should be ready in a week. I also want to meet your boss, so tell him to have a similar meeting with me at the time, and the cost is letting me free. Wait. You can make it in here? How? Barney certainly didn't expect that, and only then did he understand something Ian told him. It doesn't matter, just do as I say and we shall be good. About that? No. The boss has already told me that he won't set you free. He told me this is a charity, and I guess I really didn't understand how much he meant that. He wants you to do it for free. Barney's words made Scarecrow's eyes flinch as the latter questioned after a few seconds, How? How did he know I can make it in here? I don't know. Perhaps because he's a bit crazy, so he understands other crazy people. That makes no sense. Yeah, whatever you say. Anyway, what do you say, you gonna do it? Perhaps Barney realized he was being a bit rude as he added, he also said his goal is something which will cause a tiny bit of chaos. Not sure. On the other side of the city, Ian was on his way to the coffee, the bags were still in the trunk of his car, and his other men already spread throughout the East End to continue their work. He got to the coffee where Ralph was already waiting for him with two underlings. They picked up the bags and delivered them inside. He made his way to his room and took a shower before changing his clothes. He wore a long-sleeved white shirt and comfy pale grey pants. His dark hair was still a bit wet and wavy and his skin was fair and clear, which is surprising for someone with such an adventurous life. He does take care of himself a lot, and even after arriving in this world, he still continued to work out regularly, just not as much as before. There were however clues to his past adventures, scars not only on his knees, arms but also on his back, some bigger than the others. He was used to breaking his bones regularly, unintentionally of course. I guess it was kind of intentional. He picked up his phone to see how things went on Barney and Mike's side, then noticed a message from Selina asking whether he was home and free. He responded, telling her to meet him in the collection chamber before heading there himself, finding the bags placed right next to the metallic door, waiting for him to put them inside. He walked up to one of the glass cases and gazed at what's within, his most favored item, the Dead Hell Scroll. I have yet to see your secrets for myself, but hopefully Selina brings me some good news. She really went all out for me. Hey, it's been a whole week and a half. It wasn't long before Selina arrived, attired in her favorite catsuit, and she looked just as gorgeous as always. Her mischievousness seemed to reawaken the moment she laid eyes on him. She eyed him from top to bottom as she licked her lip, then she spoke, I don't know how, but I swear you're getting more and more handsome every time I see you. Well, what do you say, handsome, miss me? Ian couldn't help but let out a chuckle as he approached her, a nice smile was on his face. Too many nice things have happened in the past few days, so how could he hold it in? He just approached her then hugged her tightly before whispering in her ear, I did miss you, naughty cat. His words not only surprised her but also embarrassed her as she buried her head in his chest. What's with you all of a sudden? I wonder? I am probably just high with satisfaction, too many nice things are happening, but I will go back to how I am usually is soon. I don't mind this, how you are now I mean. I guess I don't mind it as well. I remember I used to get high with excitement when rock climbing or any of the other crazy adventurous I go through, but I always end up doing something dangerous. I then end up breaking a bone or getting stuck somewhere for a while. That usually gives me a good dosage of clarity, but that didn't happen for quite a while. Ian let out a little laugh in remembrance, a laugh shared by Selena before she questioned with curiosity, weren't you stuck in the tomb for a few days just recently? Ian shook his head in amusement, that. You just don't know, but all I have to say is that wasn't nearly as bad as some of the other times. Selena stared at him weirdly for a second before remarking, I can see you doing some pretty crazy stuff, so I believe that. I guess it's my job to make your life even better, so here is my gift for you. She happily spoke as she pulled something from her small bag, a small brown container, here. Ian took it into his hand and glanced at her, noticing the anticipation in her eyes. He opened the container and found exactly what he had hoped for, but that didn't make him any less happy. He carefully walked towards the dead hell scroll case, opened it, and placed the things in the container within. 2 different pieces of paper found their place back where they belong. Ian took a deep breath and murmured, 4 more to go. Ian really wanted to look through them and study the new papers, but he knew better. He had his priorities straight. He turned around eyeing Selena, who looked even happier than he was, happier for him. Ian couldn't help but let out a sigh, just how much cuter can you get? He then walked up to her and picked her up in his arms, making her yelp in surprise, what? She stuttered. I remember how a certain naughty cat made fun of me because of my condition, but now that it has been solved, I'd say she deserves a punishment, wouldn't you say? 1275 stones for an extra chapter. 45, I hate my life. 15 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 44, I hate my life. I remember how a certain naughty cat made fun of me because of my condition, but now that it has been solved, I'd say she deserves a punishment, wouldn't you say? What does that mean? Selena was understandably a bit confused. Ian smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he made his way back to his room with her in his arms. He placed her on his bed and brought his hands near her mask, caressing her cheeks before going for the mask. I didn't take off your mask the previous time due to my power, but there is nothing stopping me now, it's time. Could it be? Selena questioned, her tone was hopeful. Ian slowly took off her mask instead of answering, finally giving full view of her face. This was strangely his first time seeing her face in person. Yeah, I am definitely into brunettes more, Ian marveled at the spectacle before him. She was truly a work of art. She had short inky hair that only worked to complement her femininity, it was perfect for her. Her skin was creamy and immaculate, something unexpected for someone in her field of expertise. Her fabulous green eyes somehow became even more captivating once he had taken a look at her gorgeous face, almost like a painting. Seeing only a part of it might be interesting, but its true beauty and meaning will only shine once all of it is in full view. You're gorgeous. Ian for the first time in forever stuttered his words, but he couldn't help it. Selena was a bit embarrassed by all the attention he was giving her, but her desires far outweigh her embarrassment. This was all too much for her to handle as sealed his lips with hers. It was instant, their kiss turned into the most vulgar kiss Ian has ever experienced, and it doesn't even come close. All the passion they had been holding back for so long now was unleashed as they devoured each other. Even their tongues were intertwined as they battled not for dominance but just for passion and affection. Selena's arms were wrapped around Ian's neck as she pulled him closer to her. No matter how impossible that was, they were already locked tightly to each other. Such a passionate kiss went on for a few more minutes and their passion was only climbing. They both were heavily breathing, something they kind of forgot to do in the middle of the action, though Selena's breathing was much rougher than Ian's. Her eyes were glazed and her face was flushed as she mumbled under her rough breaths, Ian, I still feel weak. Ian gently smiled as he caressed her short hair. He loved it, it suited her way too much. It's all right, I will tell you in the morning how my power works. Selena didn't doubt his words for a second, her trust in him has somehow across the past months shot through the sky. She smiled sweetly at him after finally calming her breathing down. I'm so glad. I've been wishing for this to happen for such a long time. Oh? How long? Ian asked as he took off his shirt, showing off his perfectly muscular form. It was all natural and the result of years of work, so his muscles were nothing like bodybuilders but leaner. Too long, all because I was holding myself back, but... You're seduced me, I guess. Her tone was very loving. Only she knows just how much his existence has turned her once miserable life around. Ian picked her up and placed her in his lap. Let me help with this, he spoke as started pulling down the zipper of her suit. Only then did Selena notice all the scars all over his body as she said, I've never seen those. Will you tell me about them sometime in the future? Ahn. A sensual moan slipped out of her mouth as Ian held himself no longer and started drafting kisses all over her enchanting neck. My scars, hey, each holds fun stories I wouldn't mind telling, but for now let's focus on us, alright. She turned around facing him while letting the upper part of her suit fall off, showing her perfect perky breasts, not too big but certainly not small, they were ideal for her form. Ian gulped as he eyed her with passion, her flawless skin, her hard pink nipples, her emerald eyes, just how lucky can I be? I love my life and I love. Selena again sealed his lips with hers, starting another battle, also she could stop him from looking at her with such a passion that it embarrassed her to no end. Ian was amused but humored her nonetheless, and caressed her perky breasts then her seductive butt while Selena found her hands traveling all over his muscles, both letting themselves dive into the abyss of passion and pleasure. She was already moaning in his mouth but once his attention turned to devouring her breasts, her moans became even more wanton as she clutched to Ian's hair, dragging him tighter to her breasts. Her embarrassment stopped her from screaming the words she wanted to scream so badly, but Ian seemed to notice something as he got even rougher with sucking her wet sloppy nipple while fondling her other breast. HMN, HNN, MMMN, she tried to hold her moans back a bit so as to not sound like a. Alas, she couldn't hold on for long, HMMMNNN? Wait Oh. Ian was understandably surprised as she collapsed in his chest, she came just from that. I was just starting. Are you okay? He asked, feeling her moving again. Why? Yeah, that was amazing, too much even. You seem disappointed, did I do something wrong? She asked in worry. Nah, I am just into foreplay and I didn't have my fill yet, I guess I really can't take my time anymore. Pthahaha, disappointed because you made me feel too good so quickly? Ha ha ha, Selena was thoroughly entertained and also shared the laugh with her, it's indeed strange, well, I guess it's my turn, let's see just how fast I can satisfy you. Oh? Have it your way then, Ian let her take control, and that she did. She stood up, her legs were still shaking but that didn't stop her from slowly taking off her suit. The lower part of her tight black suit was slowly lowered, giving him quite the show until she was fully naked. Her tights were a bit wet which she noticed, making her a bit embarrassed, so she took the next step to distract herself. She then took back a seat on his lap, clearly feeling the large bulge under his pants, perhaps a bit too big but that didn't discourage her one bit as she started sucking on his neck while tracing her fingers all over his chest. Ian just enjoyed the ride, and she was certainly a natural, MMN? Do you what your naughty cat is doing? She mischievously whispered in his ears before continuing on with her work. I love it, you're doing well. His compliment was music to her ear as she reached his chest, leaving a trail of kisses along the way, and then her hands found themselves on his pants before pulling it down along his underwear, giving freedom to the bulging thing beneath it. Selena just stared at it for a while with a flushed face before glancing at Ian's amused face. She gathered her courage and traced her fingers along his length before giving it a trial kiss, then another and another until she gave it a long lick. It tasted nice and clean, he just took a shower was her after all, moreover. Why does just touching every part of his body feel good, especially this? Ah, Selena please don't feel too good lest you disappoint him, she prayed to herself before taking it to her mouth with unbridled devotion. Ian gently caressed her hair, and said noticing her inexperience, don't be harsh on yourself, be gentle and please don't use your teeth, take your time. Please. Selena almost let out a laugh with his cock in her throat. He was so cute but his worries were warranted. The thing in her throat however was certainly not cute. She tried her best to take at least half of it but she found herself gagging on his cock. She listened to his words and took her time but... Am. She started overdosing on life force. Her moans got louder and even choking on his dick couldn't stop her slutty whines from reverberating throughout the room. On the positive side, the blowjob got so sloppy and obscene to the point that Ian was having the time of his life, groaning in pleasure as she finally was able to take half his cock in her mouth as if it was the most divine of delicacies. She was however stopped from taking it any further by Ian as she dazedly questioned, Wha? Why? He eyed her strangely as he remarked, I am afraid you'll pass out on me, leaving me like this. You look like you're about to. Selena sealed his lips again, she felt quite weak, unable to move much as she begged him, then put it in please, I want to come? Please. Well, who am I to refuse? That was his intention anyway, so he picked her up and placed her in bed, positioning themselves in a missionary position. Please be gentle, Selena still had enough sense in her to ask him that, and he did, pushing his cock slowly and stretching her cunt apart while sealing her lips with his. She was already wet beyond belief, so he didn't find it that hard to slowly push it in, she was moaning in his mouth the entire mouth before she stammered and squealed stunning Ian again, Wyan? Ah nom, umnium. Selena? Selena. He gazed at her as she spasmed in his arms and moaned, then. She passed out, but... You jealous bitch of fucking power. I hate my fucking life. 1275 stones for an extra chapter. 46, A Comfy Morning. 16 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 45, A Comfy Morning. Selena? Selena. He gazed at her as she spasmed in his arms and moaned, then. She passed out, but. You jealous bitch of fucking power. I hate my fucking life. Ian took a few deep breaths to calm himself down before pulling his cock out of her dripping pink pussy, but she felt nothing. She was long gone by now, the dosage of life force was a bit too much for her. It was like every fiber of his being releases massive amounts of life force at the touch, and he already concluded that when he's stimulated, he releases even more. It was only halfway inside. He murmured to himself with depression. He was able to handle the absence of sex for the past months because he never tried, but now that her gorgeous body was before him and they were so close. He was cock-blocked by his power. Ian stood up, and he brought a clean towel then gently cleaned Selena with it before cleaning himself with another towel. He then put on his underwear and pajama pants and rested next to Selena before pulling her to his embrace. He covered the blanket over himself and Selena before starting to caress her hair. A gentle smile was on his face, but it didn't stay there for long as it turned into a cold calculating, and thoughtful look. I'm falling. Who would have thought, even I didn't think I had it in me. What will I feel if she dies? That's certainly not a thought any normal should have at a time like this, but he's different, such a question is a necessity for him. I can't die, how much stronger can power become, and why did it become stronger after arriving in this world? Most importantly, what am I? Or what is the source of my power? I have so many more questions I couldn't hope to find an answer to in my past world, but this world is bizarre with plenty of miracles, and the limitations here are almost non-existent. I never bothered to think much about my power before, but I have to now. I have to find answers. There are plenty of things in this world that could probably give me answers, but for that, I have to grow not only my influence but also my power. However, my death resistance is a fucking bitch. If my theory is right, no, it's not a theory at this point but a fact. My power doesn't let anything influence me negatively or positively. That's why I was always immune to drugs and why I have never been able to get drunk. I am also immune to poisons and anything that can muddle my brain or even make any change to my rational thinking. That's also why Ivy's strange methods didn't work on me. I am immune to mind control despite my ability being something like death resistance. That could only mean that it's important to my ability for me to remain how I am, or perhaps. A glint passed through Ian's eyes as he thought of another possibility, how do I verify it? I guess I have a lot of thinking to do. The most troublesome thing however is the extent of my ability's resistance. It had already obliterated the red kryptonite once it came in touch with me. The question is why? Was it because it would have killed me thus my ability reversed the outcome on the stone, or is it that my power simply won't allow me to acquire any other power? Either way, this world is too dangerous for her, so if my guess is true, then I will have to acquire power in other ways. Death Hui. Ian got into a more comfortable position and made sure Selena is sleeping soundly with her head on his chest. A sweet smile was on her face bringing one out of him as well, and only then did he sleep. It has been a tiring day with a lot of work and running around, but it was still one of the best days of his life despite what just happened. Selena woke up quite late, opening her eyes to scenery in a sensation that made her face blush, especially when remembering what happened yesterday. She found herself lying on his chest with her legs and arms hugging him tightly like an octopus. She felt him gently caressing her hair letting her know he was awake, and perhaps stayed there, not moving just waiting for her to wake up. She could swear she had never had a better sleep than this night. Her old home was not far from the crime alley. The sound of gunshots and the cries of people weren't rare at all. The loud and almost terrifying sound of police sirens was a daily occurrence, thus she has never felt safe, not once in her life. Good morning, Ian said as he lifted her chin and took a peck at her lips. Good morning Andy. I'm sorry. Ian knew what she was apologizing for and he immediately shook his head, why the apology? It's my fault for being too good anyway. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't help but add a joke to lighten the mood. I mean he is too good, but his power makes it too good. Selena let out a giggle before she curiously wondered, so I take it you aren't actually absorbing my life force. It's actually quite funny. It appears that my life force is what's actually being absorbed, or transferred when in close contact with someone. What? Oh, don't worry, I can't die, remember. Are you sure? What if? You know. I know, but I never once felt weak or anything similar. I am 100% sure I will be okay. Selena nodded after gazing at his eyes for a few seconds. She trusted his words and asked about something else that worries her. What did you mean by close contact? Is touch enough? Wouldn't that be dangerous then? If someone decided to hold you a prisoner and I am still not sure how it works, but so far, the phenomenon only happened when in intimate contact with someone of the opposite sex, perhaps if I have an interest in them, but I'm still not sure. Perhaps he told too much as Selena narrowed her eyes, snuggled closer to him, and looked into his pale brown eyes with a frown. Explain. She expected him to perhaps panic a bit, but he just looked at her for a while before a small laugh slipped out. Ha ha ha, sorry, but you looked so cute. Selena almost blushed, but she got her bearing back and pinched him albeit gently. You didn't think you'd get away with it by saying that, did you? Now speak. A gentle smile surfaced on Ian's face as he resumed caressing her hair. This is nice. Anyway, I've never been in a relationship before because of my lifestyle. I used to never stay in a single place for more than a month or two, except when I had to stay in the hospital for serious injuries. Selena didn't allow her unimaginable happiness to show on her face, all because of those first 3 words. Just how much those words mean for her, only she knows. She still paid attention to his words as he added, now that I think about it, it's probably because I was never interested in anyone, but I guess you changed that. Your seduction succeeded. Did it? I feel like I fell right into your trap. I'm glad I did. Selena giggled and spoke. My power wasn't nearly as strong as it is now, so it wasn't that much of a problem back then. I don't know exactly why it changed, but it happened about 7 months ago when I arrived at Gotham. Ian made sure to not go too much into details, else he would be digging his own grave. She of course noticed that, and she very much appreciated it. So you haven't been with anyone since arriving at Gotham? Else you would have found out about it long before meeting me. You seemed surprised back then. Yeah, the heists, work, rising in Gotham, and all the thinking I had to do satisfied my appetite, and distracted me from even considering such things. Until you came in. Selena nodded before narrowing her eyes further and saying, now for the most important question. How did you find out about the life force transferring thing? Is this like women's 6-dimensional sense or something? I guess it's not that hard to deduce. Not that Ian was troubled by the question. He's quite a carefree and casual person, so he's most often than not honest. I met this bizarre redhead, she has the ability to control plants or something. Her vines were attracted to me and wanted to absorb my life force, I guess because of her nature-like power, they sensed something? Don't know. Okay, stop. I just wanted to get angry at you like couples do to see how it'd feel, but there is really no winning against you. His honesty left her speechless. Ian let out a chuckle as he reached out for his phone. It's 11 AM, when was the last time you stayed asleep until this time? Probably when I was a kid, but it doesn't matter. She snuggled into his embrace before adding, can we stay like this for a little while more? Please. Ian took a deep breath as he brought his left hand and hid his face for a second. Well, I can't say no now, can I? Her new cute side was too much for his heart to bear. It wasn't long before Ian walked down to the coffee while Selena made her way to her home to get some stuff. He managed to convince her to move in here, mainly for her safety, though she probably didn't need much convincing. Boss, someone is looking for you. She's there. One of his underlings who seemed to be waiting for him informed. Ian looked in that direction, finding someone familiar. Get me the usual, and call Ralph and Layla here please. He then walked to that specific table before taking a seat. He noticed the waiting guest's face doesn't look too good. Annoyance was apparent on her face as she spoke, keeping your guest waiting for an hour, very rude wouldn't you say? You know Talia. There is this concept called making an appointment. I'd say it's common sense. You should use it sometimes. 1275 stones for an extra chapter. 47, what a fucking snake. 16 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 46, what a fucking snake. You know Talia. There is this concept called making an appointment. I'd say it's common sense. You should use it sometimes. Ian crossed his legs together as he stared at her, noticing her twitching face. Messing with people was a bit too enjoyable for him. Talia frowned and also gazed at his clear and carefree eyes. It was the same thing back when she first met him, his eyes were always clear, and he never took more than a glance at her as if her charm was non-existent. She knows her own charm. Hell, she even captured Batman's heart with it, the charm not only of her looks but also of her manners, her every seductive action. She is a woman with an Arab heritage. She has high cheekbones, a sharp nose, her eyes were green, more to the dark side though, and long brown silky hair. Her curves made her even more perfect, and her enchanting assets elevated her even higher. She wore a tight green chiffon blouse shirt and black pants that did nothing to hide those curves, so it was a bit surprising to her when he treats her like air, like a fleeting blurry image in his life. All right, I will give you that, but why wouldn't any of your people wake you up? I asked, and they just told me to wait. She wanted answers. What was he doing that his underlings couldn't interrupt? Oh, right. Layla sent me a message telling me there is a guest, but I didn't want to wake Selena up, so I just stayed there. It's her fault for coming at an inconvenient time. Ian convinced himself, and answered, I was asleep. Anyway, why are you here? He asked. Why the impatience? Why not have a coffee with me first? He was looking at her like an inconvenience or an annoyance he wants to disappear, and that was getting on her nerves despite all the hellish training she had to go through since birth. Ian closed his eyes for about a minute, and she could swear he was trying to make her go insane. Once he opened them, he eyed her with confusion. I am really trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, but the only thing I can think of is what poisonous plan do you have in your mind that has only negative consequences for me? Talia narrowed her eyes as she coldly spoke, and why would you think that? What do you know about me? Ian looked at her in exasperation before saying, I mean, you look like a snake. I didn't want to be rude in our previous meeting, but now you seem to be eyeing some kind of benefit out of me. Talia was still not convinced and asked further, that's it? That's shallow of you now, is it not? No. I trust my judgment, you're screaming suspicion and I would never trust you or work with you. You being the Bats girl doesn't make that any less true, in fact, it's the opposite. That's exactly why he never showed even a bit of interest in her. Getting her in bed means she succeeded in whatever psychopathic plan she has in mind. Normally, he wouldn't mind that, but she came here of all places instead of contacting him alone. He might be getting to conclusions too fast, but his worries are warranted. Him working with her is fine by him, but the Rose family can never be involved in her plans. Thank you, Layla, just wait with Ralph until I'm done here. His order has been delivered, a coffee latte and a chocolate cake. The table they're on is his usual table, isolated from the rest, so their voice was heard by no one of the customers. Talia took a deep breath, just realizing how much of a headache this will be, so you aren't even going to give me a chance at all? Because in contrast to what you may believe, there are plenty of benefits for you. Ian thought about it for a bit, okay, I will hear you out. I want you to use your family members to distribute some things all around Gotham at some point in the future. She was never planning to tell him the details or anything in the first place, so her words flew naturally, vague and compact. Ian looked at her strangely for a few seconds before remarking, this shouldn't have anything to do with Batman, I don't feel like sending you here is his style. That means you're betraying him in some way or another. You might be crazier than I initially thought. Talia's face turned even colder as her casual disguise fell off, I take it that that's a no. Ian started stroking his chin while looking at her for a good minute or so much to her annoyance, and only he knows the crazy stuff he was thinking about. Yeah, that's a no. It'd be a different story if you want to hire me alone for a price of my choosing, depending on the job of course. Perhaps you allowed power to get over your head. You have the responsibility to make the right decisions, and sometimes the necessary decisions due to your position, otherwise, you might suffer some unforeseen consequences. Talia coldly warned, expecting a change in his expression. However, all she received from him is a chuckle, what's the worst that can happen? I die. She simply had no way of noticing the sarcasm of his words because she doesn't know of his immunity to death. Her patience ran out with him, then I guess we have nothing further to discuss. She then stood up, leaving Ian alone. A thoughtful look was on his face, she definitely lied. She wouldn't be stupid enough to tell me of her purpose no matter how vague she spoke. It must be a cover and a probe to see whether she can work with me or not. It's been more than 2 months since the job with Batman. A lot must have happened in the meantime. My view is quite narrow, so a lot of interesting things must be happening behind the scenes. Seriously though, what was Batman thinking about having a relationship with someone like her? Love will certainly not stop her from her ambitions. Someone like him should think of having a relationship in the first place. His field of practice doesn't allow that with all the crazy people he's making enmity with. Ian took a sip of coffee and had a taste of the piece of cake before him, I guess I am the same. I just have to take the brunt of everything, to stand in the line of the fire. I have to use my death immunity to manipulate luck more than ever. He then signaled for Ralph and Layla to come and take a seat next to him. How did things go? Perfect. Am I? Wait. Ian interrupted him with a frown. He was thinking about so many things that he almost made a fatal mistake. Let's change our location. Also, instruct someone to clean up the coffee as well, especially this table. Layla frowned, narrowing her eyes before nodding. It was certainly not the first time a listening device was found in the coffee, so Layla as the one running coffee made it her job to make sure it was clean. Ian saying that now could only mean one thing. The woman that just left is someone he doesn't trust, perhaps an enemy even. They continued their discussion elsewhere, in a more discreet location. They spoke mainly about his plans, one of which is a renovation of the coffee. It has become the most popular coffee in Gotham, thus it needs a little elevation. Another thing they spoke of is his plans, some of which he didn't mind sharing with Layla. She has grown to be one of his most trusted aides, and someone to count on. His plans started unfolding themselves 10 days later in the Crime Lords meeting, one that happened because of the recent tension between two crime families, specifically between the cartels and the Russian mafia. The reason? Well, one of the Russian head's brother fucked one of the cartel lord's wife, and he didn't shy away from telling everyone about it. And last week he ended up dead by gunshots, many bullet holes all over his body. It looked personal, and the incident happened mere 9 days since he fucked the cartel boss's wife. The meeting went as well as one might expect. It was a fucking disaster. The situation was already tense before, but now that someone was dead, the situation took an even worse direction, perhaps to war. There was however an even more important thing that needed to be discussed. A secret stash of the crime lords was robbed recently, tens of millions were stolen, and they knew exactly who did it because he wasn't discreet about it at all, the Joker. Ian barely said anything during the entire meeting. Whatever cash the Rose family makes, they keep it in secretive locations other than banks, so nothing of his was stolen. He just eyed the bunch, especially the Russians, his target. The mad Russian crime lord will be his mad dog by the end of tomorrow. 1275 stones for an extra chapter. 48, Kinky Cat. 17 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 47, Kinky Cat. He just eyed the bunch, especially the Russians, his target. The mad Russian crime lord will be his mad dog by the end of tomorrow. And indeed, it all came true. The only thing that was stopping the Russian crime head from starting a war was the fear of losing not only his life but also all that he's worked on so far. Many fears stood before him, acting as a barrier prohibiting his entry. However, those fears were no more as a certain liquid found itself in his drink. He drank it, and any fear he had within ceased to exist. The fear solution, Scarecrow's invention. He had come up with it a while ago, and he didn't mind giving Ian a sample, all because of his obsession with fear. And so, the war started. Many could sense the tension in the city. There was a hunt for the Joker by not only the crime families but also by the heroes of the city. And now there is a war, certainly not the biggest war that has ever occurred in Gotham. Only 4 crime families were involved in contrast to an old all-out war that occurred in the street of Gotham long ago. There were of course alliances amongst the crime families, so the allied family had to give some indirect help to their ally, either the Russian mob or the cartels. Of course, it has to stay within a certain line, something like funds and weaponry. It's safe to say that none of the other crime families expected the Russian mob to start a war, especially with the circumstances surrounding them. They don't even know for sure if the cartels are the murderers, but when has the lack of evidence stopped the crime families from doing whatever they want? The most problematic thing isn't really that, it's Batman stalking them in the dark. This could be the end of 2 crime families. The Rose family rules half of the East End while the other half is divided between some of the other families, some of which are the ones in war currently, and that's only one of his goals. The Rose territory is also one of the strangest places in Gotham. It may not be perfect, but it's the least dark place in Gotham, which is entirely due to how they manage it. Everyone within the territory just started feeling this sense of belonging to it, especially the formerly homeless people. It's mostly due to their hard work that it became what it is today, and their actions can be traced back to the Rose's influence. It's almost as if this was Ian's intention all along. The peacefulness of the territory naturally attracted investors, but much to their surprise, pretty much every available piece of land, building, and houses there were already bought by 4 different people, and none of them want to sell. The price of properties in the area was going up, and businesses were vying for opportunities to buy in, but Ian held on for quite a while until now. He just had to wait for a bit until this small war ends, and he can get the returns from all of his investments. All he had to do was to make sure his territory stay safe, and with all the thousands of people working under him in a fairly obedient manner, that wasn't too hard. They never had a shortage of guns due to the charity of the crime families. All the crime families' warehouses they robbed previously had more than enough guns. All Ian had to do was to scratch the gun serial numbers lest all the robberies get traced back to them, then distribute the guns to the trusted members. Another week passed in the blink of an eye, and the war, as most wars are, was progressing slowly, mainly due to Batman and his sidekicks' constant interferences. The peculiar thing noticed by most crime families is the Russian mob head's unhingedness. He was getting more and more aggressive and brazen as time went on. It was only a matter of time before he gets caught. Ian on the other hand started working on something else, himself. He's very proficient in boxing, but he knows that's not enough in this world, so he decided to learn some more extreme techniques. How will this one help me exactly? Ian questioned. His face was a bit sweaty but his breath was quite rough. His position was a bit bizarre, to say the least, some yoga positions, and he doesn't know much about yoga. The yoga position he was performing was so hard for him that Selena had to keep him balanced. He was basically standing on his hands, his legs were reaching backward and his spine was arched. His feet were dropped toward the crown of his head. His gaze was focused on the ground with his neck also arching. It was quite the strange pose. The position is called handstand scorpion. It's one of the most difficult poses in yoga, so you should be proud to have been able to do it in just a week. Granted, you were extremely fit to begin with. She helped him keep his balance by holding his waist, she then added, it helps in building your stability and improves the strength of your forearms, back, and shoulders. It also improves your balance. There are other benefits but these are the major ones, especially your balance, trust me, you'll thank me for this later. Now I will take my hands off, try to remain balanced, just remain calm and still. And she took off her hands right away, and just observed him taking one last deep breath before he regulated his breath, and tried to remain as still as possible. Damn, how is he so hot? Selena couldn't help but bite her lips as she observed his immaculate pose. The only thing he was wearing is soft white swear pants, giving a view to his excellent muscles, he was sweaty, so it gave them a nice glossy look. She approached him again and circled around him while licking her lips. How about a test? Try to stay still and calm while I try to distract you. Right away her fingers found themselves trailing along with his 6-packs, she could even see a hint of 8-packs, perfecting the picture further, his genetics allowed for them to grow. God, how is he so ripped and perfect? Who would have expected this from a crime lord? I've devoured him with my eyes pretty much every day since then, but it never gets old. Perhaps I am getting too obsessed with him? Or did I just fall that much in love? Either way, it doesn't matter. Her attention was drawn to his chest as she gave it a soft peck. Her hands were wandering all over his skin, but she made sure not to touch him with too much force lest she mess up his balance. She left a trail of kisses along his chest, his abdomen before her face was before his bulge, and it was extremely apparent due to his position. I am starting to think you have a different goal by helping me in training. I don't mind, I just wish our position were reversed. Ian mumbled softly, trying not to make much movement. You're almost done mastering all the poses, once you've done, I'll allow you to do whatever you want with me, and I mean whatever you want. Selena naughtily murmured, still eyeing his bulge, but for now, let me enjoy myself. She then gave a gentle peck to the bulge, then another kiss albeit rougher. She then licked his bulge like an obsessed slut. She was getting naughtier by the day, or perhaps the naughty cat was already in her, she just got more comfortable and bolder with Ian, and didn't shy away from expressing her kinkiness anymore. She was adorned in black gym tops and tight shorts, so while I may not have been too clear, Ian could still see a wet spot between her thighs, and it was getting wetter by the second as she licked him. Ian wasn't that patient to let her continue for whoever knows how long, she easily gets lost in her adoration of him, so he relaxed a bit and fell back while bending his leg to stand on them, a natural flow of movement. Yoga seemed to be working. Wah, what a bad student you are, Selena mumbled, her face was a bit flushed and her breath was irregular. Indeed, and what does a bad student deserve? Ian spoke with amusement as he pulled down his pants, letting his large meat breathe some air. Selena knelt before him almost too quickly, her face was mere millimeters away from his massive road, she let out a long hot breath on it, you deserve a punishment. She then got to work, almost in a hurry to get his cock in her mouth. She tended to it with utmost devotion. Ian could tell she was trying her best to please him, perhaps because of their strange sex life. She didn't want to be the only one pleased and satisfied. Perhaps satisfied is not the right word as sucking his road always overwhelmed her. She was trying her best not to come too many times as she kissed, licked, and worshipped his cock. She left a trail of saliva along with his cock with kisses and licks before taking it into her mouth. Her eyes never left Ian's, she was making sure he can see all the love in her emerald eyes, and the worship of her every action. The blowjob soon turned into a fucking mess of spit and blob as she tried to ease more of his cock down her throat, massaging and licking his length with her tongue with adoration akin to religious worship. Ian's hands reached out to Selena's head as he started to gasp out of pleasure. He held her short silky hair tightly as he tried to force more of his length through her soft lips. Alas, she still couldn't take it all inside her despite the mess of blob and spit all over his cock in her mouth. He drove his cock in as much as he could before pulling back, fucking her throat with as much roughness as she could take, and she couldn't take much more as she was already shuddering with ecstasy, her cunt was gushing with womanly fluids, only she knows how many times she had come. Selena. His voice told her all she needed to know as his shaft started to throb in her mouth. Her face was crimson not only by pleasure but also because she was out of breath, yet she still continued to devour and slide her tongue alongside his shaft in welcome of his gift. The moment she felt his shaft pulse, she instinctively took charge and devoured as much of his cock as she can take before she sealed her lips around it and eyed Ian with glazed loving eyes. And God, Ian couldn't handle her worship and dedication. It was driving him nuts as he let his cum erupt in her mouth, driving Selena's mind blank with spikes of unrivaled pleasure. Her crotch was gushing with fluids, and her gym shorts were completely soaked. Yet as if out of instinct. Her lips were still sealed around his length, swallowing every drop of cum as if it's some kind of divine fluid, unwilling to spill even a single drop. God. Selena, I love your kinkiness. Ian murmured as he opened his eyes after a few seconds of basking in the pleasure of her delicate lips and religious worship. She just has this way of stroking his ego with her every action as if she knows exactly what he desires. Selena only pulled back once she made sure she swallowed every drop. Hell, she even made sure to open her mouth and show him of her achievement, one she seems to be proud of. 1275 stones for an extra chapter. 49. Post-nut clarity with perfect timing. 17 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 48, Post-nut clarity with perfect timing. Selena only pulled back once she made sure she swallowed every drop. Hell, she even made sure to open her mouth and show him of her achievement, one she seems to be proud of. Ian brought a towel before crouching beside Selena and cleaning her face. She was still absent-minded in what appeared to be euphoria. He pinched her cheek, bringing her back from the lands of the lost. Then he kissed her forehead and picked her up in his arms. Breathe lest you pass out. It was silly that he had to say that in the first place, but she did pass out because she forgot to breathe just a few days ago. Selena was finally able to speak after quite a while. Did I do good? Beyond my highest expectations, so just rest for now. He made sure to give her the compliment she deserves as he reached his room. He gently placed her on the bed and took off her wet clothes before he gently cleaned her up with a towel. He then covered her with his blanket, or their blanket now. Rest well. Ian still sat there beside her, just stroking her dark hair until she fell asleep. He knows she isn't able to move after the previous intense exercise, so he let her rest, then went back to his personal training space to continue what he was doing before she did what she did. This isn't the first time something like that happened. It's a regular ritual of theirs, and they were getting used to it. In a way, Selena was working on her resistance to his overwhelming life force because, like the first time, the moment he drives his rod in, she passes out. So instead, she started giving him blowjobs in order to please him, and finally, yesterday she was able to make him come without passing out. She was finally able to handle that much work, and only she knows how happy she was at her achievement. She really doesn't need to push herself this much. I was able to handle life without sex for months, though who am I to complain? Anyway, she seems like she loves it, so whatever. Despite his thoughts, a satisfied smile was painted on his pale face. He does feel more relaxed and calm after each session of theirs. What they call post-nut clarity perhaps. He just feels like all the tension he accumulated over the past few months is going away, and in contrast to other people, he becomes more energetic after the sessions than the opposite. It was something he valued quite a bit as it soothed his brain, especially with what he have scheduled in the afternoon. So he headed back to his personal training room and started using that energy on something beneficial, yoga. It had truly benefited him despite only doing it for a week. I guess now I not only can do mental gymnastics but also physical ones, pretty cool hey. It feels nice to make progress in almost anything, and I am making progress in a lot of things that I'm almost overdosing. He then stopped his nonsensical thoughts and focused on performing different complex yoga poses. There is even a yoga pose named Destroyer of the Universe. Now if that doesn't make him feel unshakable, what will? After which, he brought out his Kryptonian dagger and started training with it, creating a fighting style of his own, one only viable for him. He had already read a book about combat stances and swordplay. Now, he just has to do a few changes and build the muscle memory for it. He then went on to the underground training area, small sections created for training in gunmanship. Since it was made, Ian had rarely missed a day where he didn't train his aim with all kinds of weapons. He mostly focused on handguns though, they're his thing. If his aim was already great before, then after months of training, it's almost reaching the realms of perfection, which is partly because he has the luxury to waste so many bullets and can acquire a variety of different guns. He finished only when the time for his meeting arrived. He put on a long-sleeved black shirt, white pants, and black shoes. He brought his personal gun and hid it in his waistband. He has grown fond of this gun. He rarely uses it, but he can't help but bring it with him everywhere. It was after all the first gun he acquired since he arrived in this world, a gun that was stolen from a common everyday store. Oh, how far has he come? He made his way to his S-Class Mercedes-Benz and drove to the meeting location, an isolated apartment close to the police station. He knocked on the door and waited for about 10 seconds before it was slightly opened. The person who opened it seemed to have looked through the peephole and just opened the door slightly before walking away. Ian entered and locked the door behind him, and followed after the bat to the guest room where several people were already waiting. Ian rose. Nice to meet all of you. A few familiar faces I see. Ian spoke as he eyed everyone in the room, from the police commissioner James Gordon to Nightwing, and even Batgirl. That was strange to Ian because he knows she's Gordon's daughter. They nodded at him as he took a seat while Batman remained standing. Familiar faces. Gordon wondered with curiosity. Of course, how could I not know the Commissioner of Gotham with my line of work? And I met these two a while ago, and they're quite famous. Ian casually explained. You don't seem surprised that he's here. Nightwing doesn't seem to be a fan of Ian as he questioned. Ian started stroking his chin with amusement. It's called the science of patterns. You observed a pattern of events that happen many times, a sequence of sorts. Then you come to a conclusion, and Batman working with some of the police is something I already assumed. Really? Is that easy? Do you expect us to believe you? You might as well tell us that you know Batman's identity. Nightwing really didn't like him, and certainly had no trust in him. I do. Well, not exactly. Batman can only be one of 5 people, but the pattern isn't long enough to know which one of them he is. However, I am certain he's one of those, that or there is something supernatural around him which throws all my deductions in the garbage. Ian didn't mind explaining as he eyed the seemingly calm Batman while speaking. He noticed the latter narrowing his eyes for a split second while the rest were quite surprised at his words. Nightwing didn't believe him, but still used Ian's words against him. Do you still want to work with him even after this? He's insane and definitely can't be trusted. No, I am not insane. I am crazy sane. It's different, and you're right, I am not to be trusted, but I think you know that, right? He turned his attention to Batman by the end, ignoring Nightwing's frowning face. His words didn't offend him, he just seemed a bit naive to Ian. Yeah, and enough of your banter. We're here to speak about our collaboration. Nightwing, I already spoke to you about this before, so set your prejudice aside. I know what I'm doing. Batman finally spoke after observing Ian for quite a while. Ian's words didn't discourage him at all, in fact, he was even more hell-bent on keeping him close and more controlled. This is James Gordon as you already know, and yes, we're working together. And this is Ian Rose, the leader of the Rose family, a crime lord, and I want to work with him to get the underworld under control. That only became more required after the recent events, specifically the new gang wars going on. Gordon frowned and seemed thoughtful for a bit. Don't tell me you're actually planning on helping him take control of the underworld. He frowned even more. Why? We're doing fine now. It may take time, but we'll bring peace to the city eventually. Moreover, have you thought of what'll happen when he gets to the top? Do you think he'll still abide by the rules? I invited you here to clear your doubts. I've thought this through and this is the most efficient solution I've come up with. Aside from the question of whether we can succeed or not, we have the question of how long will it take? How long can we last? I've done this for years, and as he said, I know the patterns. Batman has already worked with a few criminals by now, so he wasn't so against the idea. However, how his previous collaboration with them ended up made him more cautious, especially with Talia's betrayal as she returned to the League of Shadows, something that hurt him deeply. Let me explain it, I think I can be more convincing in this regard. Then you can explain how you plan to keep me under a leash, all right. Ian interrupted the Bat and spoke with amusement, seemingly undisturbed by the last part. 1,275 stones for an extra chapter. 50, wow, just wow. 17 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 49, wow, just wow. Ian interrupted the Bat and spoke with amusement, seemingly undisturbed by the last part. Batman nodded, also wanting to hear Ian's perspective. As for the last part of his words, they both are smart people, so he understood that Ian will understand that he understands. Gordon also nodded, then Ian started his speech. Batman has been doing this for years as he said. He had caught numerous criminals, entire crime families even. Yet it has only been getting worse, almost as if your existence has produced an opposite effect. I think it's called the law of reverse effort. It states that the harder we try with the conscious will to do something, the less we shall succeed. It doesn't apply to every situation, but it certainly applies here. That or Gotham is somehow cursed, or perhaps just the usual sinful nature of humans. Excuse me, I was going on a tangent there, too lost in my philosophical thoughts. Speaking of philosophy, let's talk about the law of opposites, which states that the path to success requires going against the norm, doing what might be unpopular, unreasonable, or unorthodox. The norm is what the police were doing before most of them became corrupt. The police in Gotham became unorthodox, and their corruption was a major success because crime thrived in the city until you appeared, and what you symbolize is unorthodox. However, it's not unorthodox enough, you need to go far and beyond, and what better way is there than to work with a crime lord? Fucking genius. It was like he was putting on a show, one that'll amuse some such as Batgirl, but get on the nerves of another, Nightwing of course. Now that I am done with the philosophical stuff, I'll talk in a way that can make sense for one of you. I understand that his brain is a bit too slow, and the kind person that I am, I will simplify it for you. The way I rule my territory forbids me from ever being involved in businesses that can put it in danger. My territory is the most peaceful area in Gotham by far, this is why it's thriving and why I am making so much money. You should all know that the Rose family is barely involved in any illegal business, which is why the cops try as they might have yet to find even a tiny piece of evidence about us despite trying to. Yeah, I know that the cops are investigating the Roses. I also know that some of the other crime lords used their influence in the police to put more focus on the Roses. What? Gordon opened his eyes wide in shock, but he got his bearing back quickly and questioned, are you saying that their influence on the cops is that deep? No, that's not possible because if so, how am I at my position now? Ian raised his brow at the middle-aged man, it's that deep. As for how you reached your current position, I guess it's due to hard work, coincidences, but mainly luck. Perhaps you got a bit of help from the bat. Ian did help back then with the Frank Falcone situation, but he can't say that now, can he? My point is that I am semi-moving to the legal business, so I need legal businesses to thrive, and that's not happening in Gotham currently. Ian started explaining things seriously after enjoying Nightwing's changing facial expression for a bit. However, Nightwing of course wouldn't let that go, and why should we trust your words? Ian eyed him strangely for a good few seconds, I was joking earlier, but you're actually a bit slow? Or perhaps you wanted to ask another question such as why would I go into the legal business when I can go deeper into the shady businesses and make a ton more money with less effort? He ignored Nightwing's apparent seething of anger and Batgirl's giggle, and explained, well, there are several reasons, one of which is because of the likes of you. Well, not you but the strong heroes like Batman and Superman. One for his mind and the other for his godly abilities. They make it hard to succeed in my line of work under their watch. I can certainly rule Gotham if I continued like this in a few years, but that's too long for me. I can just cooperate with you all and attain that control in record time. Granted, I won't be making as much money at first as I would if involved myself in shady businesses, just a few tens of millions or perhaps hundreds. But I will be making much more eventually. At the end of the day, it won't matter how many criminals you throw in prison, someone will take their place the very next day. This rule not only applies to violence but also to drug dealers, gun trafficking, and so on. If I take control of Gotham's underworld, that won't be something to worry about. It will all be controlled. Will you still be involved in that? In gun trafficking and narcotics I mean. Batgirl questioned, and Ian noticed her voice was a bit strange, almost as if she was using a voice changer somehow. Understandable as she doesn't want her father to know what she does. I don't know. I mean, I don't want, but I might have to though it should be kept to a minimum. I am still unsure about what effect stopping narcotics from entering the city so suddenly would cause. Well, I kind of know, and it's certainly not a good future. Ian was disappointed that Nightwing remained silent, not saying something even dumber, so he just shrugged his shoulders. I also have a vast network of information in Gotham, so I can provide you all with information. It shouldn't be hard to take down the crime families with that. I can even acquire the identity of more corrupt officers, more than the ones I already know. That was quite the tempting offer, it truly was. Nightwing and Batgirl even thought it was too good to be true. After all, they know a bit about the Rose family, and Batman spoke about how its information network functions, he even told them it's scary if it expands too much. Well, I believe my speech has been satisfactory to some, tempting to others, and even incomprehensible to one. I said all I had to say, and well, Batman, it's your turn. How exactly do you want to keep a leash on me? Batman's face couldn't help but twitch much to the surprise of Batgirl, but she shouldn't have been that surprised, she experienced the same thing. She eyed Nightwing noticing his expression remained unchanged almost as he had yet to comprehend the vague roast in Ian's words, was he always this slow? No way, right? My conditions are quite simple. I want evidence regarding several crimes you committed, damning evidence, and enough to put you in jail for the rest of your life. I want you to donate 30% of your illegal earnings to charities of my choosing every month. I don't want your organization to ever be involved in a war of any kind, or even do something that might lead to people dying. How you run your narcotics business will be largely controlled by me. We'll start with a distribution of the minimum until we get rid of it altogether. We will construct or fund some support centers for drug addicts to solve the problem in the meantime. All the earnings from narcotics will be in support of these facilities, meaning you'll be the one funding them. Why is it even necessary for narcotics to exist? I still don't understand. Nightwing couldn't help but voice his doubts. If the narcotics supply is suddenly cut off without any preparations, the addicts will seek a new source of supply and perhaps even follow after that source. Someone might use that as an incentive to start a war with the addicts as the fighting force, and I know that can happen. I have seen how much desperation can change people or drive them to act suicidal and irrational. Batman took time to explain. He then added, not paying much attention to Gordon and Barbara's baffled expression. After all, his conditions were too harsh, and Gordon knew there and then that Batman was serious about all of this, and that he already thought it through. There will absolutely be no gun trafficking in the city, any weapons of any kind aren't allowed. I don't think that's a problem because it's not something you'd want anyway. No one of the Roses or anyone working with you in general will be allowed to kill people or threaten their livelihood. If it happens and I find out you ordered it or didn't stop it, you should know the consequences. You're also required to tell me of all of your illegal businesses, every detail about them, then I'll decide whether you can continue to work in them or not. There are plenty of other restrictions I have formulated, but these are the important ones. I will send you a document of the others later. He was still standing in his place, his arms were crossed and his face was expressionless. He seemed extremely intimidating as he spoke a few last words. I believe you have no objections, right? And then there was silence as most of the people in the room gazed at Batman and Ian with gaping mouths. The two looked at each other with a tension that almost started manifesting itself. Wow, just wow. What can I say? I am speechless. If only she didn't appear at my doorstep, I would have still been able to scratch some of the restrictions, but now. 1275 stones for an extra chapter. 51, does why she? 17 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 50, does why she? Wow, just wow. What can I say? I am speechless. If only she didn't appear at my doorstep, I would have still been able to scratch some of the restrictions, but now. He almost looked insane with his small occasional laughs as if in remembrance of something hilarious. You really don't trust me at all. It's okay, even I don't trust myself. Batman frowned and narrowed his eyes. She. You know, I lied about something before, about my deduction of your identity. It's not actually 5 people, it was 5 just a week ago, but I had a meeting with her, and I deduced a few things from her words, bringing that number to 3, perhaps 2 even. A hard cold threat, that's what it's. Just imagining what would happen if those 3 names were released. It's frightening. The crime and Batman's enemies will certainly not care to investigate any further, they'll just target them all. I expected this to be a negotiation, so speak your mind. He did. Batman believed that he won't be the only one prepared for the meeting, especially with how high he viewed Ian. What? You don't actually believe he knows, right? He must be bluffing. Moreover, can't we just help someone of our own become the ruler of the underworld instead of him? Ian's calmness and amusement were very apparent, almost as if this was a game to him. The fact that a criminal was before them, yet they can't apprehend him but had to listen to his nonsense was wrecking Nightwing's nerves, increasing his agitation. I don't think that'd work, or at least it'd be nearly impossible. Batgirl voiced her mind after a bit of contemplation while eyeing Ian with interest. Why? Nightwing was exasperated, it almost felt like the world was turning against him. Too many variables. Too many conditions to be met. It'd likely end up having an opposite effect, but I needn't explain any more because the Bat already understands that. Ian really seemed to be having the time of his life, as his face was almost radiating amusement. Now, let's talk conditions. I'll be donating 10% instead of 30% of my illegal earnings to charities of your choosing. That's something I was already planning to do anyway, for the greater good, and things. There will be gun trafficking but only for my group. I have to arm my people, but I am not interested in arming my enemies, so that'd be the farthest I'd go. As for the narcotics thing, I will be keeping 30% of the earnings aside from the base expenses, I don't mind donating the rest. It's better for me anyway. Also, you'll absolutely not be allowed to look through our illegal activities. Perhaps I can tell you about the general way we work, but you won't be hearing any details. No. Batman simply spoke with his raspy voice, no gun trafficking. There will be no compromise about this. The same for your last point. She. Ian simply responded with a smile, let's talk about the she. A woman I had an unexpected meeting with. She visited my coffee uninvited, and we had a pleasant second meeting. I believe you know who am I talking about. Batman approached Ian, trying his best to keep his expression unchanged. His hand was swift as it found itself clutching Ian's neck before the latter can react. You're overstepping your bounds. Gordon frowned and placed his hand on the Bat's shoulder. Bat, calm down. I don't know exactly what he's talking about that made you so worked up, but please calm down. And you, stop being so childish. He acted as a voice of reason for Batman in a bit of a vulnerable state. He let go of the choking Ian, allowing the latter to take a few deep breaths to get himself back together. I goose cough yet, I really should stop being so childish. Ian muttered while massaging his neck before a childish smile surfaced on his face. It's been quite a while, but I still remember the last time I couldn't breathe. I had to hold my breath for minutes, and I almost died if that didn't happen. Pthahaha, it was so funny. Only then did notice all the deadpanned looks everyone is giving him, especially Batman who's eyeing him with a stern look. Alright, ahem. I was saying that I had a pleasant meeting with your girlfriend, or former girlfriend I assume. Also, you might have misunderstood what I mean by a pleasant meeting. What I meant is that it was an unpleasant meeting, which is the opposite of what I said, but it's what I mean, so pay attention. Ian took a seat again, seemingly not bothered by what Batman just did. He was after all not that petty of a person. I think. And now I lowered down the possibilities to 100% one of 2 people. His words were certainly absurd, making everyone except Batman confused about how he's coming up with such nonsensical deductions. and who are those two people whom one of them could be Batman? What did she want? Batman didn't seem to care about those two possibilities, as if knowing his identity was useless. She wanted to make a deal with me. No, she wanted to use me, I mean, she's a bit of a poisonous snake. I think she wanted to take over my family because she had seen our potential. She also wanted to hire the Roses to distribute a bunch of bombs around the city at a certain point in time. She wanted what? Gordon blurted out in shock before turning his attention to Batman. Is it true? Were you with someone like that? No, fret not. I believe she lied. It was more of a bait, and that was most certainly not her true intention. Gordon was almost about to let out a sigh of relief only to hear Ian continue in his usual dramatic fashion. Her goal should be something much worse, but I don't really know. I think Batman here can enlighten us more about her. She also threatened me since I refused her offer, so I really want to know. She's with the League of Shadows. That's all you need to know. I'll take care of the rest. However, I'll still not change my mind about gun trafficking no matter what. It's not allowed, and it will never be allowed no matter the reason. I can however give up on knowing all of your illegal deals as long as I know a general idea of what you do. Ian started stroking his chin, seemingly thoughtful. Sure. All right, just send me the document and we'll discuss the other terms, and well, I am glad this worked out. You don't have a problem with the part where you have to give him evidence of crimes you did that can send you to prison for life. Batgirl couldn't help but question with curiosity, and the more she spoke, the more ridiculous it sounded. Oh yeah, about that. I don't have a problem with it at all as long as only he knows of those crimes. So. No, Arkham Asylum also sounds like a fun place, so I don't mind spending some time in there. Ian let out a small laugh after that, amused by the prospect of that in contrast to the rest in the room. He believes himself insane? They thought. Ian lifted his hand in the air waiting for Batman to shake it, and he did. The cooperation has begun, though Batman seemed to still need to confirm a few things with Gordon and his friendly sidekicks. So Ian took his leave, and while his latest words were foreshadowing to some, Batman thought otherwise. They both have something on the other that can bring them down, or at least hinder their every action. They came prepared, so if one of them chooses to betray the other, they'd have to be ready for the consequences. I had hoped you'd change Talia. I should have known better. Those were Batman's bitter thoughts before he turned his attention to Gordon, ready to discuss with him a few things. Ian on the other made his way back to the coffee, then to his room where he found Selina seating next to his desk and surfing the internet with his laptop. He remained frozen in his place for a while, just admiring her attractiveness. She just looked way too hot with what she was wearing, a white shirt that looked too big for her, reaching just a tiny bit beneath her meaty butt. It left her creamy thick thighs for him to see, and God didn't they look enticing. He kept staring at them, neglecting how stretched his shirt looked in her chest area due to her bountiful tits. Another wonderful spectacle, however, he seemed more into thighs than anything else. Enjoying yourself there, are you? Selina has certainly noticed him as she naughtily spoke while lifting her legs, giving him an even clearer look at her irresistible flawless thighs. He walked beside her, picked her up making her yelp in surprise before he took a seat himself and placed her on his lap. You really know exactly what I want. Selina circled her arms around his neck and leaned her face closer to his before murmuring, how can I not with how you gape at them every single time? How can I not gape at them? I mean, look at them, Ian muttered as he traced his hand along her thighs, squeezing them from time to time. Ahem. Then I suppose we are for another treat today, another pure and chaste training session. She was quite embarrassed due to a moan slipping out of her mouth, and all he did is touching her thigh, so as one might expect from Selina, she alleviated her embarrassment by becoming even naughtier and taking a long lick on his pale neck. Pthahaha, cute. 1275 stones for an extra chapter. 52, Underworld of Roses I. 17 chapters in advance on Patreon.on.